Chapter 1. Chapter 1, When people are in Shinigami, they become stronger when they draw the sword, 1/5 of the first day for flowers. Chapter 1, When people are in Shinigami, they become stronger when they draw the sword, 1/5 of the first day for flowers. Karakura Town. In an alley not far from Kurosaki Hospital, a young man was rectifying his spirit, and was forced to the corner by a phantom. "Are you going to be eaten like this?" The boy's eyes were full of unwillingness. The emptiness in front of the young man, but regardless of whether the young man was unwilling or not, he opened his bloody mouth and took a bite at the young man. In Sue's eyes, as a young man who is spiritually adjusted, he is nothing but delicious food. The 4th of Hato, by Lei Boyuxi, this is Kido who sings Abandoned, and the voice is so familiar. A lightning bolt hit Sue's back from behind, and Sue was temporarily paralyzed. The young man took the opportunity to escape from the corner and saw the appearance of the person who came. It was a petite girl with short hair and a single bangs hanging down her forehead. She was dressed in a Death Tyrant outfit and wore a zanpakuto on her waist. Shinigami. That's right, this beautiful girl Shinigami is Rukia Kukiki. You hide away first. The teenager nodded to Rukia Kukiki, then ran to a telephone pole not far away and hid. At this time, Sue also resumed action, temporarily paralyzed by Lei. It turned slowly and looked at Rukia Kukiki, who disturbed its feeding. Its face with an empty face became hideous, and it was obviously very angry. 1 of Hato, Rush. A small blast of spiritual energy shot from Rukia Kukiki's fingertips towards Sue's face. With 2 hands in front of Sue's face, the shock wave emitted by Rukia Kukiki left burn marks on its arms, and a white smoke rose, which did not cause any substantial damage to it. When Sue put his 2 hands down from his face, the coldly shining blade continued to enlarge in his eyes. Brush. Rukia Kukiki slashed Sue from the head down in 2, and slowly retracted her zanpakuto Sode no Shirayuki back into the scabbard. This is just a low-level virtual, and its strength is pitifully weak. Therefore, Rukia Kukiki killed zanpakuto with ease without liberating zanpakuto. The teenager hiding behind the telephone pole ran over and looked at Rukia Kukiki excitedly. "Thank you for saving me. Finally got to meet one of Shinigami's protagonists." "You don't have to thank me, I'm Shinigami who was just dispatched here to be stationed here, and I should do it to destroy the void," Rukia Kukiki said and pulled out zanpakuto. "I'll take you to where you should go." "Okay." The boy nodded. He naturally knew where Rukia Kukiki said he should go. Rukia Kukiki has just been dispatched to Karakura Town, indicating that the plot has just begun. The boy's name is Asaba, who traveled to the Shinigami world 3 days ago and became the whole soul of Karakura Town. After Asaba learned that his identity was a rectification, he wanted to be buried as soon as possible, and then went to Rukanga. Rukanga is obviously a better choice than being eaten by a virtual or becoming a virtual. Rukia Kukiki tapped the zanpakuto hilt on Asaba's forehead and then retracted it. A circle of light appeared on Asaba's forehead, with the word soul embedded in the circle. Soul burial is activated. Asaba's figure became more and more faint. "Thank you, Rukia Kukiki." Rukia Kukiki was slightly stunned. Who was this young man, and why did he know her name? She was just dispatched here by Jushiro Yukitake. Soul Society, outside Suritai, West Rukanga District 43. Asaba's figure slowly appeared on the street. The people around just glanced at Asaba and continued with what they had done before. Apparently, they were not surprised by the appearance of newcomers. Detected that the host has come to Rukanga, and met the system startup requirements. The system is on. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host to turn on the powerful system. When Asaba heard the prompt sound in his head, he was indescribably excited. Coming. Coming. The welfare of the traveler. Asaba, who knew the system routines well, shouted in his heart, System, introduce your function. Really? The system responded in Asaba's mind. Host concentrates on drawing his sword to become stronger, and if he draws a sword for a certain number of times, he can get additional rewards. Gone. The system did not respond. Where's the novice gift pack? The system still did not respond. A string of black lines appeared on Asaba's head. At least a sheath knife? Rukanga is centered on Siridii, and is divided into 80 areas from the inside to the outside in 4 directions from the south, south, and north. From District 1 to District 80, the security and living conditions in Rukanga are getting worse and worse. After arriving in Area 60, killings and piles of corpses can be seen everywhere. Area 80 is even more chaotic. Only the strong can survive there, and the weak can only be killed. The 43rd district of West Rukanga, where Asaba is now located, the security and living environment is not too bad, but it is definitely not good. Asaba was walking down the deserted street, trying to find a knife and scabbard. When you draw a sword, you become stronger. You must have a sword first. If the system does not give it, it will only be self-sufficient. What makes Asaba speechless is that the West 43rd district is more desolate than he imagined. It seems that it is not so easy to pick up the knife and the scabbard. Could it be that I can only work part-time and buy a knife? The people of Rukanga have naturally started various businesses in order to obtain a better livelihood. The difference between Rukanga and the present world is that the present world has entered the age of electrical appliances, while Rukanga is still before the industrial reform. Just when Asaba was thinking about finding a job, a few gangsters surrounded Asaba. The tall man at the head put his hand on Asaba's shoulder. "Hey, boy, you look at me and Shen, are you new here?" Asaba didn't answer, but stared at the katana the tall man wore around his waist. The samurai sword was a little worn, the handle was even broken in two, and the tall man was wrapped in rags. Even so, Asaba wants it? Asaba rolled his eyes, wondering how to get hold of the tall katana. "Hey boy, are you dumb or a fool? Can't you hear Laozi asking you?" Asaba looked up. "I just got here, do you have anything to do with me?" "Of course I have something to do with you." The tall man's hand on Asaba's shoulder began to press down hard. "Boy, do me a favor." "What if I don't help?" "Don't help." The tall man had a ruthless look in his eyes, and withdrew his hand and pointed at his own face with a thumbs up. "Laozi Kimura has the final say on this street. If you don't help, Laozi promises that you won't survive tomorrow." "Do you have to die without help?" "As expected of Rukanga." Asterisk. Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Get the scabbard knife and start drawing the knife to become stronger, 2/5 on the first day for flowers. Chapter 2, Get the scabbard knife and start drawing the knife to become stronger, 2/5 on the first day for flowers. This street is just one of the many streets in the 43rd district of West Rukanga. This tall man named Kimura is a street bully at best, but if he doesn't agree, Asaba will die. This is Rukanga's rule, everything speaks with strength. Kimura wanted Asaba to help, but Asaba wanted the samurai sword around his waist. "After I help, as the boss of this street, you will definitely pay me." Kimura looked at Asaba and narrowed his eyes. This kid is not small, he dares to negotiate conditions with him. "What do you want?" Asaba stared at the samurai sword on Kimura's waist and said, "I think your sword is pretty good." "Okay, as long as you do what I tell you to do, I'll give you the samurai sword." "I want it now." Kimura squinted his eyes into a line. "Don't take an inch." Asaba wanted to get the katana sword, find a place to hide and draw the sword to become stronger. "After you have enough skills, come out and kill the street bully Kimura." Pity. This Kimura deserves to be a street bully, not a fool. 10 minutes later. Kimura took Asaba to an alley by the river. "Did you see that girl?" Asaba looked in the direction Kimura pointed, and saw a boldly dressed woman standing on the bridge. Kimura stared at the woman's beautiful legs that were in close contact with the air and rubbed her hands. Ask her to the wild in the east, and then you don't have to worry about it. Kimura saw Asaba staring at the katana at his waist. Don't worry, I'll give you the samurai sword as soon as I get there. Asaba walked out of the alley and walked towards the woman on the bridge. ABD next to Kimura said, Boss, isn't this samurai sword your most handy weapon? Do you really want to give it to him? Idiot. How could Laozi give it to him, after getting to the place? Kimura made a gesture of wiping his neck. On the bridge. Asaba came to the woman. Beauty, the weather is really nice today. I know there is a place with a nice scenery in the wild. Do you want to? Okay. Asaba was stunned for a moment, but before he finished speaking the lines he thought, the other party agreed. Asaba, 17, is 1.8 meters tall. Black hair and black pupils, with a handsome face. Asaba thinks he's a little handsome, but he's far from so handsome that a girl can't walk when she sees him, right? Asaba looked at the woman carefully, and found that the woman had extremely incongruent heavy makeup on her face. When Asaba was in a daze, the woman looked into the alley and took the initiative to hold Asaba's arm. Little brother, let's go to the place you said. Asaba was startled. Not because of the boldness of the woman's movements. But after Asaba's arm was attached to the woman's body, she clearly felt that there was a knife hidden on her body. This woman has a problem. It's getting late today, and you should be well prepared for a trip with a beautiful woman. Asaba noticed that the woman glanced at the alley again. Maybe this woman was deliberately attracting the attention of the Kimura bully. The woman's hand holding Asaba's arm tightened, and there was a smile on her face. Little brother, don't you want to be more intimate with me? Asaba said, 3 days later, it is still here, we will see you. People want to go now. In the morning 3 days later, I will wait for you here, and introduce some friends to you by the way. Oh well. Seeing that the woman agreed, Asaba was even more certain. This woman came to bully Kimura and others. Little brother, then we agreed that we will see you here in the morning 3 days later. After Asaba nodded, the woman left on the other side of the bridge. At this time, Kimura and the others in the alley rushed over. What's the matter? Didn't you ask her to go out to the wild? How did she go? Asaba said, she said that she was inconvenient these few days and couldn't go to the wild to dry, but she promised to wait for me here in 3 days, and then go to the wild with me. Okay, then there's only 3 days left. Kimura was about to leave after saying that, when Asaba stopped him. I've already helped. As the boss of the street, shouldn't you pay me first? Kimura was about to get angry, but was pulled by a younger brother next to him. Boss, first lend him the knife to play for 3 days, and then take it back 3 days later. That's all. Asaba gets Kimura's sheathed katana. Wilderness in District 43, West Rukanga. Brush. Asaba pulled out the katana and felt the change in himself. Kindness. Great, no beeps in my head, and Ryotsu didn't change. Asaba tried a few more times, but still didn't notice any change in his Ryotsu. When Asaba was confused, a beep sounded in his mind. Host needs to concentrate on drawing the sword in order to get the reward for drawing the sword. Need to focus? I see. Asaba took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Subsequently, Asaba put his hand on the hilt of the samurai sword, concentrated, and drew the samurai sword out. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryotsu +1. This time, Asaba visibly sensed that his pitifully weak Ryotsu had strengthened a little. Asaba is happy, he can really become stronger. Come again. Asaba concentrated again and drew the katana. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryotsu +1. Ryotsu buffed a bit again. Come again. Asaba found that with concentration, he could only draw the knife about 5 times a minute. It's a bit slow. Fortunately, I was resourceful and won 3 days. What Asaba needs now is time. As long as Asaba is given enough time, let alone a few Rokanga gangsters, it is the so-called strongest Shinigami of Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni, and Asaba is confident that he can kill him. 2 hours later. Asaba was soaked with sweat. Concentrating on drawing the knife, it was not as easy as I imagined. Every time the knife is drawn, Asaba's mental and physical strength are consumed a lot. After 2 hours of concentrating on drawing the sword, Asaba's physical strength and spirit were not enough to support Asaba to continue drawing the sword. So Asaba lay down on the grass and began to rest. What Asaba didn't know was that there was a person standing beside Asaba. The man was wearing a Death Tyrant outfit inside, and there was a feather weave outside the Death Tyrant outfit, with a big 5 character on the feather weave. This person is the captain of the 13th Division 5th Division of the Siriti Godi, Aizen Sosuke. Asterisk. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Draw 10,000 times, Reward Ultimate Ryotsu Perception. 3/5 on the first day for flowers. Chapter 3, Draw 10,000 times, Reward Ultimate Ryotsu Perception. 3/5 on the first day for flowers. Aizen Sosuke is now wearing a spirit mask with Kido bent light applied. The lingerie clothing can completely hide the wearer's Ryotsu, and when combined with Kido bent light, it makes the wearer invisible. Even if it makes a sound, it will not be detected. So, Aizen Sosuke stood next to Asaba and observed Asaba for nearly 2 hours, but Asaba also failed to spot him. The woman Asaba had met before was a 6th grader who was about to graduate from the True Spiritual Arts Academy, named Naoko. The vice captain of the 5th Division, Hinamori Momo, is Naoko's Kido teacher and admires Naoko very much. Hinamori Momo proposed to Aizen Sosuke in advance to invite Naoko into the 5th Division. Hinamori Momo was of high use value to Aizen Sosuke, so Aizen Sosuke agreed to Hinamori Momo. Now that Rukia Kukiki has arrived in this world, the main line has begun. Aizen Sosuke didn't want to be surprised, so he wore a spirit mask that imposed Kido, and went to the True Spiritual Arts Academy to see if Naoko would have an impact on his plans. As a result, it happened that Naoko took a leave of absence to leave the True Spiritual Art Academy, and Aizen Sosuke kept up. After learning that Naoko came to Soul Society, the younger sister who formed a new family was killed by Kimura Bully and several of his gangsters. Naoko this time, just to avenge her sister. Aizen Sosuke decided that Naoko would not have any impact on his plans, but Asaba's performance surprised him. It's really interesting. I never thought that someone could become stronger in this way. Is this a secret technique? Or a special skill? Asaba's beginning Ryotsu, pitifully weak, barely perceptible. And now, only 2 hours have passed. Asaba's Ryotsu is already much stronger than the average soul. Looks like Soul Society is about to have another incredible newcomer. Aizen Sosuke left. He didn't do anything to Asaba. The way Asaba became stronger is special, but Asaba is too weak now. Aizen Sosuke feels that Asaba has a bright future, but it won't affect his plans now. 2 months. According to Aizen Sosuke's calculations, Asaba can at most reach the level of a vice captain, which is nothing to be afraid of. After Asaba rested, a carp stood up straight from the ground, and then continued to concentrate and draw his sword to become stronger. Rest when you are tired. After resting, he continued to draw the knife. That's all. The time came to the morning 3 days later. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryotsu +1. Host successfully draws his sword 10,000 times and gets an extra sword drawing reward, Ultimate Ryotsu Perception. Having received the Ultimate Ryotsu Perception, Asaba perceives his own Ryotsu. Asaba can even sense the countless tiny Ryotsu in the West Rokanga neighborhood. At this time, Asaba's own Ryotsu met the admission criteria of the True Spiritual Arts Academy. Na Kimura, although a street bully, did not get admitted to the True Spirit Academy. Kimura's Ryotsu is naturally not as good as the current Asaba. As for the little gangsters who followed him, it would be unbearable. After half an hour, Asaba came to the promised bridge. Asaba can absolutely not come here and continue to draw his sword to become stronger. However, Asaba has always been vengeful. Kimura and the others bullied him, this is not the case. In the alley not far from the bridge, Naoko, who had been waiting there early, felt that Ryotsu on Asaba was full of surprise. 3 days no see, what happened to Asaba's Ryotsu? However, Naoko is a 6th-year student of the Shinashu Academy, and her Ryotsu has reached the level of a regular soldier of the 13th Division of Godai. Moreover, Naoko has been trained in the academy to slash fists and go ghosts. In her own opinion, it is not a problem for her to fight 3 Asaba. Naoko walked out of the alley and slowly came to Asaba's side. Little brother, I'm sorry, you must have waited for a long time. Asaba now has the ultimate Ryotsu perception, and naturally the Ryotsu who perceives the woman is above him. Asaba also sensed that Zanpakuto, who was hidden by Naoko Zanpakuto himself had spiritual powers. Asaba inadvertently glanced at the alley where Naoko was hiding before, and smiled. The beauty can agree to the invitation, but I couldn't sleep last night, so I came here in the middle of the night and waited. A trace of disgust flashed in Naoko's eyes, but she quickly covered it up and did not expose Asaba. Little brother, aren't you going to introduce me to your friend? Why are you the only one? Seeing that Naoko would not expose him, Asaba determined that Naoko had other plans. Asaba had also arrived here early, when Kimura and the others who were hiding in the alley on the other side of the bridge waved. Kimura was taken aback. How did Asaba know they were here? But Kimura looked at Naoko, who was still dressed boldly today, and walked out of the alley with a few younger brothers with a smile, and came to Asaba and Naoko's side. Asaba said, "These are my friends." Kimura Naoko winked and said, "Beauty, my name is Kimura, how are you?" Naoko suppressed the nausea and killing intent in her heart, and replied with a smile, "Hello. My name is Naoko." Kimura said to Asaba, "Didn't you say you have something to do today? Go ahead and do some work, we will treat Miss Naoko well for you." Asaba felt that Kimura and the others were not as good as him in Ryotsu, and naturally planned to take revenge today. Asaba was about to say that he was not busy and could go together. But Naoko was the first to speak, "Little brother, won't you go together? People are coming for you. If you don't go, then I won't go either." Asaba heard the words and clenched the katana in his hand. After Kimura appeared, Asaba sensed killing intent in Naoko. Asaba knows. Kimura and the others want to do whatever they want with Naoko in the wild. Naoko wanted to kill Kimura and others in the wild. Now, Naoko insists that Asaba go with him. In other words, Naoko planned to kill Asaba together. Since Naoko deliberately attracted Kimura's attention, she should know that Asaba was forced. Even so, Naoko plans to kill Asaba together. This is something that Asaba didn't expect. If he knew it earlier, he continued to hide from the sword to become stronger, and he was not in a hurry to come to Kimura and others to settle accounts. 2 hours later, Kimura took Asaba and Naoko to the field east of West Rukanga. Asterisk. Chapter 4. Chapter 4, First Class Pyrotechnic Master, Shiba Konghi, Fresh Flowers on April 5th of the first day. Chapter 4, First Class Pyrotechnic Master, Shiba Konghi, Fresh Flowers on April 5th of the first day. There is a small lake here with very clear water. The lake is full of grass, and the grass is very green. The lake was filled with blue sky and white clouds, and there was an occasional breeze. There is also a small forest by the lake, and birds pass by from time to time over the forest. Asaba feels that the scenery here is really good, and Kimura really knows where to work. Feng Shui is also good here, and it is suitable for Kimura and others to sleep here. After arriving at the place, Kimura and the others didn't wait for Asaba to act, but they didn't pretend, and went straight to the showdown. Kimura gave the little brothers a wink, and the little gangsters immediately surrounded Asaba with him. Kimura looked at Asaba disdainfully. "Kid, give me back the samurai sword." Asaba said, "Isn't the samurai sword my reward for helping you? Why should I pay you back?" Laozi has now backed out. Directly tore the skin? In this case, Asaba stopped pretending, and Asaba pulled out the samurai sword and pointed the blade at Kimura. "If you want to get back the samurai sword, get it yourself." Looking for death. Kimura's eyes turned fierce. "Do it, make him." The gangsters immediately pulled out the various weapons they were carrying and rushed towards Asaba. Asaba glanced at Naoko and found Naoko standing beside him with arms crossed and sneering. This woman, very good. Asaba Ryatsu is stronger than Kimura and others, but this is the first time that Asaba has experienced such a life-threatening fight, and Asaba can't use Ryatsu to fight. Coupled with the fact that Kimura and others had an advantage in numbers, they who came to Rukanga early had a wealth of fighting experience. Soon, Asaba was wounded, more and more wounds. But Kimura and others are also uncomfortable. One of the gangsters had been beheaded by Asaba, and Kimura and others were injured to varying degrees. "Boss, why is this kid so troublesome? Shit, must kill him." On Laozi. Kimura and others are just Rukanga's gangsters, and they are naturally extremely poor in terms of Ryatsu perception. Kimura had been dazzled by beauty before, and after a fight with Asaba, he realized that Asaba's Ryatsu was above him. Naoko is still watching the play with her arms in her arms. Her eyes are full of jokes, and it seems that it is not bad to watch dogs bite dogs and kill each other instead of taking revenge with her own hands. In the Shinigami world, fighting is mainly based on Ryatsu. At this moment, Ryatsu's gap is reflected. Relying on Ryatsu's advantage, Asaba beheaded Kimura and several of his gangsters. Asaba himself was not feeling well. At this time, his whole body was stained red with blood, including his own and Kimura and others. "Are you okay?" Asaba asked as he slowly walked towards Naoko. Naoko looked at Asaba, who was seriously injured, in surprise. "Are you caring about me?" "Yeah, after all, you are here because of me. If you have an accident because of me, I will be uneasy." Asaba is now seriously injured, and Naoko's Ryatsu is above Asaba. Asaba wanted to let Naoko relax his vigilance, and when he got close to Naoko, he suddenly gave her a fatal blow. Naoko didn't know Asaba's true thoughts, and thought that Asaba was really guilty of helping Kimura and others to invite her here. Naoko felt a little guilty about trying to kill Asaba before. However, she didn't apologize to Asaba, but after nodding to Asaba, she quickly disappeared from Asaba's field of vision. Asaba looked at Naoko's back, and couldn't understand. Didn't Naoko want to kill him together? "Why did you leave?" No matter why Naoko didn't act on him, Asaba knew that he couldn't stay here for long. Asaba walked through the woods and went west until he was exhausted and fell to the ground. When Asaba woke up, he was already lying in an unfamiliar room. Asaba was covered in bandages, only his eyes were exposed. Asaba knew that someone picked him up and helped him treat his injuries. "Yo, are you awake? It's good to be young. You've been injured so badly, and you've recovered so quickly." Asaba heard the sound and looked towards the door, only to see a woman leaning against the door smoking a cigarette. Asaba recognized each other at a glance. Isn't this the contemporary head of the declining Shiba family, Shibasara? Shibasara knocked the cigarette rod on the door, put it out and put it behind his back. Shibasara came to the bed where Asaba was lying, stared at Asaba and asked questions. "Hey, why did you keep staring at me and didn't speak?" Did you get beaten up? You. Shiba Konghi looked at Asaba, whose mouth was covered with bandages. A blush flashed on his face, but he quickly returned to normal. She squeezed her left hand into a fist, and said with a tone of hatred for iron and steel, "That stinky boy of Ganji is so careless. Don't worry, when the boy comes back, I will teach him a good lesson." Shiba Ganju, who was hanging out with his younger brother in Rukanga, sneezed, "Who cursed me?" In fact, Asaba's injury was handled by Shiba Konghi himself, and the bandage on Asaba's body was wrapped by Shiba Konghi himself. Asaba has wounds all over his body and needs to remove all clothing when healing. Shibasara didn't want Asaba to think too much, so he didn't tell the truth. 3 days later, Asaba's injuries are almost healed, thanks to a special ointment from Shiba's family. "Thank you, Shiba-senpai." "Shiba-senpai? Am I very old?" "Miss Shiba. Call me Miss Konghi." "Thank you, Miss Konghi, for saving me and helping me heal." Asaba's words are true. This is the 43rd district of Rukanga. Asaba passed out in the wild. During Asaba's coma, God knows what will happen. For example, Asaba has no idea when he was picked up by Shiba Konghi. Shiba Konghi felt a little guilty, turned around and dared not face Asaba's sincere thanks. Lu Jian is not flat and draws a knife to help. This is the consistent style of my Shiba family. You don't have to thank me. The reason why Shiba Konghi picked up Asaba was because she accidentally injured Asaba in a coma when she went to the wild for a high-risk blasting test, almost killing Asaba. Otherwise, no matter how badly Asaba was injured, he wouldn't have any reaction during the period. Asterisk. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Draw a Knife 100,000 times, Reward Ryotsu Weight Loaders, 5/5 on the first day for flowers. Chapter 5, Draw a Knife 100,000 times, Reward Ryotsu Weight Loaders, 5/5 on the first day for flowers. Now that my injury has recovered, then I will leave first. I will definitely repay Miss Konghi when I have a chance in the future. Asaba, do you have no family in Rukanga? Asaba shook his head. Then you can stay at my house and leave when you find a family you can trust. After the rectification of the present world arrives in Rukanga, it is almost impossible to see their relatives or acquaintances in the present world. For a better life, people form new families in Rukanga with people they can trust and live together. Then thank you, Miss Konghi. It would be great to live in Shiba's house. In the days that followed, Asaba began to draw his sword and become stronger. At the beginning, Shibasara was puzzled by Asaba's foolishness to draw his sword every day. However, she soon discovers that Asaba's Ryotsu keeps getting stronger as Asaba keeps drawing his sword. In response, Shibasara asked Asaba how he did it. Asaba told Shibasara truthfully, "Just concentrate on drawing the knife." Shibasara naturally didn't believe it, thinking that Asaba didn't want to reveal the way to become stronger, so he didn't continue to ask. Asaba's 10th day at Shiba's house. Asaba was in the woods next to Shiba's house, concentrating on drawing his sword. Suddenly, Asaba sensed an unfamiliar Ryotsu rapidly approaching here. After a few minutes, a man riding a wild boar appeared in Asaba's field of vision. Asaba recognized each other at a glance. Shiba Gansu. Asaba waved to Shiba Ganju. "Polly, stop." Shiba Griffin took control of the seated mount and stopped in front of Asaba, picking up a puff of dust. Polly is the name of the wild boar under Shiba's Griffin. After Asaba swept away the dust, Shiba Gansu was staring at him with a wary expression. "Who are you? Why are you near my house? Tell me quickly, are you conspiring to do something wrong?" Asaba was stunned. Didn't Shiba Ganju help him treat and bandage the wound? Even if you don't see it for 10 days, you shouldn't be completely unrecognizable. "It's me, you have bandaged my wound for 10 days. "Nonsense, 10 days ago, I was taking my younger brother to clean up the mess in Rukanga. I didn't help anyone bandage the wound. Asaba immediately understood that the person who helped Asaba to heal at that time was Shibasara. Didn't Shibakonghi see him completely? Ganturai, are you back? Sister. Shiba-Gansu first waved to Shibakonghi who was walking towards him, then glared at Asaba and said, "Why don't you get out of here?" Shibakonghi came over and said to Asaba, "Asaba, go ahead, this is my brother, others are a bit stupid, don't mind." After Shibasara finished speaking, he turned around and put on a serious face and glared at Shiba-Ganju, covered Shiba's mouth, and dragged the bewildered Shiba-Ganju away. Asaba knew that Shibasara was trying to cover up the fact that she was helping him heal, and he shook his head without revealing it. Call. After Asaba took a deep breath, he continued to concentrate and draw his sword to become stronger. When Asaba was in Karakura town, he learned that Rukia Kukaki had just been dispatched to Karakura town. In other words, there are less than 2 months before the main story begins. If Asaba wants to participate, he must become strong enough within these 2 months, at least at the level of a vice captain. Now, what Asaba has to do is race against time. Draw the knife, keep drawing the knife. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryatsu +1. With Ryatsu's enhancement, Asaba can now draw up to 10 times a minute while still concentrating. 5 days later. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryatsu +1. Host successfully draws his sword 100,000 times, and gets an additional reward for drawing his sword, Ryatsu loader. System, what is a Ryatsu weight? After the host wears the Ryatsu weight loader, most of the Ryatsu increased by drawing the sword will be absorbed by the Ryatsu weight loader. When the Ryatsu absorbed by the Ryatsu weight loader reaches a certain amount, the host will receive 3 times the reward every time he draws his sword. 3 times the reward? That is to say, every time Asaba draws the sword, the reward is equivalent to drawing the sword 3 times. How many times do I need to draw the knife to activate the double effect after I wear the Ryatsu weight? Please host to explore by yourself. A string of black lines appeared on Asaba's head. After the host activates the triple effect, the Ryatsu loader will continue to absorb the increased Ryatsu from the host's sword. Isn't that a big loss? If you just start to absorb Asaba's increased Ryatsu to unlock triple rewards. After Asaba turned on the triple reward, he could quickly compensate by drawing a knife, and then turn on the Ryatsu soaring mode. After the triple reward is turned on, the Ryatsu weight loader will continue to absorb Ryatsu, which is too pitiful. When the host removes the Ryatsu loader, it will return all absorbed Ryatsu, but the Ryatsu loader will be invalid. Will the full Ryatsu be returned when I remove the Ryatsu weight? That's not bad. The Ryatsu weight loaders will become ineffective as long as they are removed, which means that the later the Asaba is brought on, the greater the benefits. System, take out the Ryatsu weight. Successful removal. Asaba has a white bracelet in his hand, and Asaba knows that this is the Ryatsu weight carrier. After Asaba wears the white bracelet on his left hand, the white bracelet becomes transparent and then disappears directly. Not only is it invisible to the naked eye, but even Asaba himself cannot touch it. System, what's going on? Why is the Ryatsu weight carrier missing? The Ryatsu controller is successfully worn, and when the host needs to be removed, just call the system to cancel it. I see. Asaba took a deep breath, then concentrated on pulling out the katana. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryatsu +0.3. His 70% of the Ryatsu reward obtained by drawing the sword was absorbed by the Ryatsu loader. Asaba continued to draw his sword and strive to open the triple reward early. After Asaba drew his sword 100,000 times, Ryatsu was infinitely close to the level of a normal soldier of the Gotei 13th Division, which was the level of Naoko Ryatsu he had seen before. Night. Asaba and Shiba siblings eat together. Asterisk. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, I'm not obsessed with becoming stronger, I just don't want to be bullied. 1/4 asking for flowers. Chapter 6, I'm not obsessed with becoming stronger, I just don't want to be bullied. 1/4 asking for flowers. Shiba Ganju held a chicken leg in his mouth. Asaba, don't you feel bored when you go out early and come back late every day to draw a knife in the woods? To get stronger, it's nothing. Asaba, are you so obsessed with becoming stronger? Shibasara asked. I don't know why. Shibasara Tsuru sees Asaba working so hard every day, and feels a little distressed. If you don't get stronger, you will be bullied by the strong. I'm not obsessed with getting stronger, I just don't want to be bullied. That day, if Naoko Ishine is going to kill Asaba. Asaba doesn't know if he's still alive now. To avoid a similar situation from happening again, Asaba knew he had to get stronger. Eat, eat, eat. You know how to eat, and you don't know how to learn from Asaba. Shibasara slapped Shiba Gansu's hand away from the chicken leg that was left. Asaba, come, you eat. Asaba looked at the drumsticks Shiba Konghe put into his bowl. Thank you, Miss Konghe. Shiba Ganju grappled with the rice. Night. Shibasara called Shiba Ganju aside. Ganturai, from tomorrow onwards, don't go out, stay home and teach Asaba Kido and our Shiba's spells. Shibasara is a Kido master, and Shiba Gansu's Kido is not bad either. At the same time, the Shiba family also has ancestral spells. For example, the flower crane shooting method that can break through the soul-shrouding membrane formed by the murderous stone above Siritii. Such as Shiba Ganju's stone wave and other skills. Sister, it's fine for me to teach Asaba Kido, but how can the spells of our Shiba family be easily passed on to an outsider like Asaba? You know, even the two current slaves of the Shiba family, Jinyan and Yunyan, who have been serving the Shiba brothers and sisters, are not qualified to learn their Shiba family spells. Bang! Shiba Sokaku punched Shiba Gansu on the head. Shiba Ganjian burst into tears with pain, and an exaggerated sack appeared on his head. We Shiba are just you and me, aren't you afraid that someday when we both die, our Shiba's spells will be lost? When Shiba Ganju returned to his own room, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He kept thinking about Shibasara's words. Suddenly, Shibasara sat up. I know, my sister wants Asaba to join the family and spread the branches and leaves for our Shiba family. If Asaba is married, he will naturally marry Shiba Konghe. No. Asaba is good, but not worthy of my sister. Only someone as good as my brother is worthy of my sister. I have to figure out a way to send Asaba away. Shiba Ganju lay down with a smile after thinking about the news he had inquired at Rukanga the other day. He thought of a way to send Asaba away. Early the next morning, after Asaba and the Shiba siblings had breakfast together, Shiba Konghe said, Asaba, don't go to the woods today to draw your knife, Ganju has something to do with you. Seeing that Shiba Ganju didn't respond, Shiba Kyozuru kicked him. Shiba Ganju hurriedly said, Yes, Asaba, I have something to do with you today. Oh well. Morning. Shiba Ganju took Asaba, and the two of them rode a boar each, and walked in the direction of Siritii. Shiba Gansu stopped until they reached the Bideo gate on West 1st Street. The white door was half open. In addition to the Bideoman's guard at the gate, Yishun Bansi Danfang, there is also Shinigami wearing a death tyrant costume to help guard here. Ganturai, what did you bring me here for? Shiba Ganju took Asaba to the notice posted next to Bideoman, pointed at the notice and said, Did you see it? These days are the days for the registration of the True Spirit Academy. Asaba, don't you want to become stronger? The Shinigami Academy is a place for training Shinigami. As long as you pass the entrance exam, you will get professional training in slashing fists and walking ghosts, which is much better than drawing your own sword, so my sister asked me to bring you to sign up. Asaba thought for a while, and felt that Shibagansu had a point. Although he can become stronger by drawing his sword, only Ryutsu can be strengthened, but he will not use Ryutsu. The so-called slashing fists and walking ghosts is actually the use of Ryutsu. Shibagansu was afraid that Asaba would not sign up, and continued. As long as you get into the Shinigami Academy, you will have the opportunity to become a Shinigami. At that time, Asaba, you can live in Tsuridai without worrying about being bullied. Ganzu, thank you for bringing me here. You go back and thank Miss Kong-hee for taking care of me these days. I will definitely repay when I have the opportunity in the future. Shibaganju knew that Asaba had agreed. Fearing that Asaba would go back, he pushed Asaba towards Tsuridai. After arriving at the door of Bidaemon, Shinigami at the door stopped Asaba and Shibagansu. What are you doing? Shibagansu said, my friend wants to apply for the True Spirit Academy. Shinigami, who opened his mouth, sensed it and found that both Asaba and Shibagansu's Ryutsu were good. You can go in. After Asaba walked towards the white gate, Shinigami who opened his mouth looked at Shibagansu. Your Ryutsu is much stronger than your friend, aren't you going to apply for the True Spiritual Academy? Shibagansu saw that Asaba had already entered the Bidao gate, turned and left, ignoring Shinigami who spoke. Since the accident of Shibagansu's older brother Shibakayan, Shibagansu has had a big prejudice against Tsuridai's Shinigami. This person. Shinigami at the door of Bidaemon shook his head as he watched Shibagansu leave. Since Shibagansu has no interest in himself, this Shinigami will naturally not force Shibagansu. These few days are the registration days for the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy, in order to attract people who come to sign up in Rukanga. Not only has the Bidaemon been kept half open for the past few days, but after entering the Bidaemon, all the way to the registration office of the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts, there are signs posted. According to these signs, Asaba walked more than 100 meters to the west and turned into an alley. The registration point for the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy is located here. There are 3 long tables here. There was a long queue in front of each long table. Behind the long table was a 6th-year student in the school uniform of the True Spirit Academy. As usual, the 6th graders are in charge of every job that leads to admissions. Of course, the real admission assessment is still the responsibility of the Academy's assessment officer. Asaba picked a line that seemed to have the fewest people and started queuing. After half an hour, it was finally Asaba's turn. Asterisk. Chapter 7. Chapter 7, Apply for the True Spiritual Academy, 2/4 for Flowers. Chapter 7, Apply for the True Spiritual Academy, 2/4 for Flowers. The female student in charge of registration looked at Asaba for a moment, and Asaba looked at the other side for a moment. The female student is Naoko, whom Asaba had met before. Naoko took off her heavy makeup at this time, and put on the dignified Mu School of Spiritual Arts uniform. And the enchanting appearance that Asaba saw in Rukanga before, they are completely 2 people. If Asaba hadn't sensed that Naoko's Ryutsu was familiar, he wouldn't have recognized her. Both Naoko and Asaba pretended not to recognize each other. After all, they both wanted to kill each other. Registered, you take this sign and go to the test field over there, and someone there will guide you how to do it. After Asaba took the wooden sign and left, Naoko was shocked when she saw the back of Asaba leaving. It's only been 10 days since she hadn't seen her, and she felt that Asaba's Ryutsu was about to surpass her. Asaba, how did you do it? Asaba comes to the testing ground. I found that there were a lot of people here, and everyone gathered around the center of the test field. There are people who, like Asaba, are from Rukanga at a glance, and there are nobles who wear luxurious clothes and are obviously living in Tsuridai. These nobles do not need to go to the registration office to line up to sign up, they use noble privileges. They only need to ask the family to report to the academy, and then they can get the registration card directly. Of course, even aristocrats need to pass the entrance examination before they can enter the true Central Academy of Spiritual Arts. Musai, Zhangzi, stepped forward to take the test. The two whose names were called came to the center of the test field, and under the guidance of the test officer, put their hands on a special device that could test Ryatsu. Kizai, Ryatsu 8, etc., unfortunately, did not meet the admission standards. Please come again next time. Musai left the test field in disappointment. Jiangzi, Ryatsu 6, etc., meet the admission standards, go in and take the written test. Zhangzi was so excited that he almost ran into the back of the test field. There is a written examination room. The Ryatsu test device in front of the examiner divides the tester's Ryatsu into 10 grades. The 10th is the weakest and the first is the strongest. Ryatsu 6, etc., are the admission criteria for the True Spiritual Arts Academy. Ryatsu 5, etc., are equivalent to general team members. Ryatsu 4, etc., is equivalent to a seat officer. Ryatsu 3, etc., equivalent to the vice captain. Ryatsu 2, etc., are equivalent to general captains. Ryatsu 1, etc., equivalent to super captain. It is said, since the opening of the True Spirit Academy, at the time of the entrance test, first class Ryatsu has not been tested. About an hour later, the examiner finally called out Asaba's name. Asaba, Makiko Ono. Asaba and a woman named Makiko Ono arrive at the Ryatsu test facility. The examiner said, put your hand on it and release Ryatsu with all your strength to complete the test. Ono, you come first. Makiko Ono put her hands on the device nervously, and started to release Ryatsu with all her might. Makiko Ono, Ryatsu 7, etc. I'm sorry, come back next time. It's your turn. Asaba nodded, then put his hand up, and released Ryatsu with all his strength. There was a splendid look in the assessment officer's eyes. Asaba, Ryatsu 5, etc., congratulations on passing the assessment, let's go to the back hall to participate in the competition. Asaba walked into the back of the test field under the envious eyes of people in the yard. Asaba's assessment results were not outstanding. The reason why the assessor was surprised was that Asaba was born in Rukanga. People born in Rukanga have little spiritual power and low Ryatsu. When the people from Rukanga came to participate in the assessment, Ryatsu rarely had a grade above 5. The children of nobles are born with more spiritual power than ordinary people, Ryatsu who is stronger than ordinary people. Therefore, in the entrance test, the grades of the noble children are generally better than those from Rukanga. Of course, this is only the entrance test score, and does not determine subsequent achievements. Both spiritual power and Ryatsu can be sharpened and improved through continuous exercise. The nobles just have an innate advantage, it does not mean that they will be stronger than the Rukanga people in the future. Asaba came to the written examination room in the back hall. The examiner in the written test room said, "Give me the wooden sign." After Asaba handed the wooden card to the other party handed Asaba a paper. Submit the paper within 1 hour. Asaba took the paper and found a Karakura seat to sit down. Part of the question on the discovery paper is the history of the Soul Society, such as who established the True Spirit Academy, how many years ago was established, and so on. The other part is value orientation, such as what should Shinigami do in the face of Siraidi's enemies. After 30 minutes, Asaba answered all the questions and handed in the paper. Those students who arrived here first, were a little surprised to see Asaba handing in the papers so quickly. Which of them doesn't want more time, so as to try to answer more questions correctly and get a higher written test score? What these people don't know is that in fact, as long as they pass the Ryatsu test, they can enter the True Spirit Academy. The results of the Ryatsu test will determine the subsequent placement. The classes of the True Spiritual Arts Academy are divided into ordinary classes and special classes. There is only one special entry class, and those who can enter the special entry class are highly talented students. Students in the special class will enjoy better teacher resources than the ordinary class. After the written test, examiner put away Asaba's paper. He directly returned the wooden sign to Asaba. Take it to the new student registration office of the True Spiritual Arts Academy. This move of the written test examiner further proves that the written test is actually a passing scene. 2 hours later, Asaba came to the gate of the True Spiritual Arts Academy. After showing the wooden sign, Asaba was allowed to enter the academy. Signs to the freshman registration office are also posted throughout the college. 10 minutes later, Asaba found the freshman registry. The person in charge of the registration was an old man. After he helped Asaba to register the results recorded on the wooden card, he waved to a woman wearing the school uniform of the True Spirit Academy next to him. The girl, like Naoko, who was in charge of registration at the registration office, is the 6th grader who is in charge of guiding the new students this time. The old man handed a form to the girl. He was assigned to Class 1, take him to collect school uniforms and dormitory supplies. Okay, Akamoto-sensei. On the way to the school uniform room, the woman and Asaba walked side by side, and she looked at Asaba's young and beautiful face and became an info. Asterisk. Chapter 8. Chapter 8, the requirements are met, and the triple sword drawing reward will be opened, 3/4 for flowers. Chapter 8, the requirements are met, and the triple sword drawing reward will be opened, 3/4 for flowers. Asaba, my name is Maiko, you are welcome to join the True Spirit Academy. Asaba's name was learned by Maiko after reading the report in her hand. Asaba smiled and said, Maiko-senpai is good. Maiko shook her head, don't call me senior, just call me Maiko-senpai, or Maiko. Okay, Maiko-senpai. Maiko took Asaba to the dormitory after receiving the school uniform and dormitory supplies. Miiza was lying in front of the dormitory's window. Hello Koizumi-sensei. Oh, it's Maiko, have you brought a new student here again? Yes, Koizumi-sensei, is there a single room? There is only one single room left. Mr. Koizumi, Asaba has a more introverted personality, you can give him this single room. Miiza said, blinking her big eyes. Since Miiza has spoken, give it to him, come, this is the key. That's all. Asaba's dormitory has changed from the original quadruple room to a single room. Thank you, Maiko-senpai. If you really want to thank me, treat me to dinner if you have the chance. I'm a 6th grader in ordinary class 3. Maiko gave Asaba a wink before leaving. Asaba is happy to have a single room. In this way, he can draw a knife in the dormitory and become stronger. After Shiba Ganja returned to Shiba's house, he told Shiba-sara that Asaba didn't want to learn Shiba's spells, but wanted to go to the True Spiritual Arts Academy to learn the specialty of Zhang Quan. Shiba-sara didn't doubt Shiba Gansu's words. Since Asaba wants to be Shinigami, let him go. Sister, aren't you worried that Asaba won't pass the test? Asaba's Ryutsu has reached the level of an ordinary member of the 13th Division, and there is no problem in being admitted to the True Spiritual Arts Academy. Do not know why. Shiba-sara was a little disappointed when he learned that Asaba had left. There are still 3 days left until the registration of the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts ends. 3 days later, the True Spirit Academy will hold a freshman opening ceremony, and then Asaba and other freshmen will officially start classes. These 3 days, Asaba has been staying in the dormitory drawing a knife. Third night. A beep sounded in Asaba's head. The Ryutsu absorbed by the Ryutsu loader meets the requirements, and the triple sword drawing reward is opened. Asaba is delighted, has it met the requirements? Asaba took a deep breath, then concentrated on pulling out the katana. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryatsu plus 0.3. Okay. What happened? Didn't you turn on the triple draw bonus? Asaba tried again. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryatsu plus 0.3. System, isn't the triple reward for drawing swords turned on? Why do I only add 0.3 Ryatsu every time I draw a sword? The extra knife drawing reward that host obtained through the Ryatsu weight loader is directly absorbed by the Ryatsu weight loader, and will only be returned after the Ryatsu weight loader is removed. Well, since it will be returned, then absorb it. Asaba just needs to be sure that there is a triple reward. Thus, Asaba might be able to raise his strength to the level of a general captain before the Aizen Sosuke conspiracy is launched. In that way, Asaba can be regarded as having a certain amount of strength capital. That night, all freshmen received news that at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, they will go to the central square of the True Spiritual Academy to participate in the opening ceremony of the freshmen. A girls' dormitory in grade 6 general class 3. Maiko hugged Naoko and said, "Naoko, tomorrow morning is the opening ceremony of the freshmen. Come with me to watch the ceremony. I have a kendo class tomorrow morning." "Oh, we are almost graduating, it's just a kendo class, it doesn't matter if we don't take it." Naoko smiled and said, "Don't you want to meet the freshman you told me before?" Miiza nodded, "Yes, he is my new target." A string of black lines appeared on Naoko's head. "Didn't you just break up with your third grader? You have a new goal so soon?" "That's a thing of the past, and of course I want to pursue new goals." "Don't you always let the other party chase you? Why are you so active this time?" Miiza said, "I have already given him a hint to invite me to dinner, but he is too young and doesn't seem to understand what I mean, so I had to take the initiative." Maiko said, thinking of Asaba's young and beautiful face in her mind. She was crazy. During the nearly 6 years she has been at the True Spiritual Academy, she has changed countless boyfriends. But she hadn't tasted Asaba so young. Asaba, looks like he's only a teenager. The next morning, Naoko and Maiko came to the central square of the True Spiritual Arts Academy together. Maiko knew Asaba's class information, so she quickly found Asaba in the queue of the regular first class. "Naoko, look. That's the freshman I've been eyeing. How is it, isn't it tender?" I don't know how Asaba knew how he would feel when he was judged to be very tender. After Naoko looked at the person Maiko was pointing at, she was a little taken aback. "What happened to you, Naoko? Don't you like him too? Let me tell you, he was the one I liked first. Even if you were my best friend, I wouldn't let it go to you." Naoko said, "Maiko, if you don't really like Asaba and just want to play, I advise you not to provoke Asaba." "How did you know his name was Asaba?" "I didn't tell you." Naoko said, "Do you remember the person I told you before that I met when I went to Rukanga to avenge my sister?" "Ah. Is he the one who killed all the bullies who bullied your sister?" Naoko nodded, thinking that Maiko was about to give up. But seeing the nympho in Miiza's eyes is even stronger. "He is so powerful, his future must be limitless, I must catch him, this is a potential stock." Naoko was very speechless, but she knew Maiko's character, and what Maiko believed in her heart, the 9 cows couldn't pull it back, so Naoko didn't persuade her anymore, but she was full of worry. 9 o'clock. The opening ceremony of the new students officially started. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, only 1 minute to choose Asaba in sealed state, 4/4 for flowers. Chapter 9, only 1 minute to choose Asaba in sealed state, 4/4 for flowers. The Dean of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy took the stage to speak on behalf of all the teachers of the Academy. "Freshmen, first of all, congratulations and welcome to your admission to the True Spirit Academy. Since Captain Yamamoto Genri Yusai founded the True Spiritual Art Academy for 2000 years, our academy has been shouldering the responsibility of nurturing the future Kido, Secret Power Squad, and GoDi 13 talents. The more than 6,300 team members and captains of the 13th chapter of GoDi are almost all talents cultivated by our true spiritual arts academy. I hope you will follow their example and study the professional skills of the academy for you, such as slashing fists and walking ghosts, and strive to graduate from the academy with excellent grades, and then join the GoDi 13th and become the Shinigami who guards Seirai. The college has set up a total of 6 years of courses for you, but the college allows and encourages outstanding students to graduate early. After the dean finished speaking, the teacher representative came to the stage to give a speech, mainly about the various rules of the true Central Academy of Spiritual Arts, which made Asaba dozed off. Why can't teachers change their long-winded habit when they come to the stage to speak, no matter which world they are in? Just when Asaba was about to fall asleep, the opening ceremony for the freshmen finally came to an end. The teachers of their respective classes returned to the classroom with the students in their classes. The teacher of the special entry class took the students from the special entry class directly to Hazama. In addition to holding the opening ceremony for freshmen today, freshmen will be organized to obtain sealed state according to the order of the class. The first to go to the narrow room to choose the sealed state was the freshman of the special class. Normal Class 1 classroom. Today is the first time we meet, let's introduce ourselves. I'll come first. After the teacher coughed, he continued, my name is Takagi Kai, and I'm your teacher in charge of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy for the past 6 years. You can just call me Takagi-sensei. The teacher in charge, Takagi Kawai, is actually equivalent to a counselor in a university. Then, let's start introducing ourselves according to the seating order. Asaba didn't remember the names and hobbies of these classmates. Asaba planned to graduate early from the academy before Aizen Sosuke's mutiny, and he was destined to not spend long with these people. Asaba sensed it and found that the ryotsu of these students were all between 6th and 5th. Unless they also have a system, it is impossible to graduate early with Asaba. After introducing yourself, Takagi Hawaii said, I selected 10 team leaders based on your admission test scores, and then divided you into 10 groups. In the future, the assessment of your 6 years of study will be conducted in this grouping format. Then, Kazuki Takagi announced the names of 10 team leaders, and the members of each team leader. Asaba is a member of Group 7. Originally, with Asaba's ryotsu test results, it was enough to be a team leader. However, Asaba's written test scores were very poor. Although the results of the written test had no effect on Asaba's admission, it did affect Asaba's ranking in the class. Of course, Asaba didn't care about being the team leader. It's better not to be the leader, and Asaba has more time to draw his sword and become stronger. I'll inform the team leader of the meeting time for Hazama in a while, and then the team leaders will organize the team members to meet in Hazama. Now let's move freely. After Asaba walked out of the classroom, she found Maiko and Naoko standing not far away and waving at her. Asaba walked over. The leader of the 7th group of Ordinary Class 1 is named Nobita Ito. He saw that Asaba was very familiar with the 2 beautiful seniors, so he followed Asaba over. Hello 2 seniors, I'm the team leader of Asaba, nice to meet you. Naoko ignored Nobita Ito. Maiko directly grabbed Asaba's sleeve and walked to the side. After being ignored by the 2 beautiful seniors in his eyes, Nobita Ito felt very ashamed. He looked at the backs of Asaba and Maiko leaving, and clenched his fists. Asaba, you wait for me. Nobita Ito did not dare to offend Maiko and Naoko, who were in the 6th grade, so he put his resentment on Asaba. Maiko stared at Asaba curiously. Asaba, 10 days ago, was ryotsu really so weak that he could barely perceive it? Asaba glanced at Naoko and knew that Naoko told Maiko these things. Yes. There were little stars in Mii's eyes, oh my god, You are so amazing, how did you do it? I can get stronger by drawing a knife. Cut, only ghosts believe you. Asaba is speechless, why does he tell the truth but no one believes him? Asaba was dragged by Maiko and kept chatting. Soon, the time passed almost an hour. Nobita Ito, the leader of the 7th group of the freshman general class 1, ran over with the sealed state in his hand. Nobita Ito's eyes flashed a smile of successful conspiracy, and then he pretended to be anxious and said to Asaba, "Asaba, why are you still here?" After seeing the sealed state in Nobita Ito's hands, Asaba had already guessed it. "Asaba, now it's our class's turn to choose the sealed state, why didn't you go to meet in front of Hazama?" Asaba ignored Nobita Ito and ran towards Hazama with all his strength. "Oh, Asaba is really, in order to chat with you two beauties, even the important thing of choosing a sealed state in a narrow room has been delayed. Didn't you, the team leader, come to inform Asaba?" "Really? Maybe I forgot." Maiko and Naoko ignored Nobita Ito, who was eccentric, and ran towards Hayama with Asaba. When Asaba arrived in front of Haza, the teacher of ordinary class 1, Takaji Kaoru said, "Asaba, what are you doing? There is only 1 minute left for our class to select the sealed state." "Sorry, I'll go in right now." Asaba ran into the narrow room. The ordinary class 1 freshmen holding the sealed state in their hands are all talking about it. Asaba is finished, he definitely won't be able to choose the most suitable sealed state for him in 1 minute. Maybe he is lucky and can choose a powerful sealed state. Cut, 1 minute is enough for him to run to the door, right? Ha ha ha, the sealed state at the door, I don't know how long it has been there, and no one has chosen it. It must be a very weak one. It is a pity that Asaba chooses that sealed state, and he will never be able to release his real name for the rest of his life. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Chapter 10, Successfully Obtain the Sealed State, Try Deo Zen. 1/4 Asking for Flowers. Chapter 10, Successfully Obtain the Sealed State, Try Deo Zen. 1/4 Asking for Flowers. After Maiko and Naoko heard these remarks, there was a bit of guilt on their faces. If it weren't for the two of them, Asaba would definitely not miss the sealed state selection time. Nobita Ito came to the two girls and said, "After the sealed state is selected by us, it will always accompany us. The ability of the sealed state will almost determine our future achievements as Shinigami." Tsitsaizu, Asaba is really brave. For the sake of women, he doesn't even care about his own future. It seems that he really likes the two senior sisters. Although Maiko ignored Nobita Ito, she kept thinking about Nobita Ito's words in her mind. She also felt that Asaba's future was over. Maybe Asaba wouldn't be able to graduate from the True Spirit Academy at all. Even if Asaba can graduate, he will definitely not be able to enter Gotei 13th and become Shinigami. Maiko, who originally planned to catch up with Asaba and slowly cultivate it, saw that Asaba's future had lost its light, so she naturally gave up this plan. In Maiko's view, instead of wasting time on Asaba, who is doomed to have no future, it is better to find a new potential target. Brush. Asaba appeared in the square in front of the shadow, and Asaba held a handful of sealed state in his hand. It was time for Hazama to open this time, so Asaba was pushed out by Hazama and sent out. The freshman quickly recognized that the sealed state in Asaba's hand was the sealed state at the entrance that had been there for an unknown time. Nobita Ito came to Asaba and said loudly, "Asaba, you really are, how can you give up your future for the sake of women? Now, you have chosen a sealed state, and you will also become a waste." Asaba said, "I don't know if I will become a waste, but I know that you who only play small tricks are destined to be a waste." "You." Nobita Ito stared at Asaba angrily. Takaji Hwai, the teacher of class 1, said, "Okay, the freshmen of class 2 will be here soon." Each team leader should bring his team members back. I will inform the team leader of your class time tomorrow. The team leader will remember organize your own team members to attend classes at designated places on time. Nobita Ito said, Asaba, if you want to spend the 6 years at the True Spiritual Academy smoothly, you'd better please me now, otherwise. Asaba ignored Nobita Ito who threatened him, and walked directly to the dormitory holding the sealed state. Nobita Ito blushed with anger. He wanted to rush up to teach Asaba a lesson, but he laughed when he thought that Asaba had chosen the most useless sealed state and would continue to be bullied by him using his position as the team leader. Asaba, wait, I'll make you kneel and beg me. Ha ha ha. Maiko catches up with Asaba. Asaba, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for dragging you to chat. Asaba looked at the sealed state in his hand and said, it's alright, I already got the sealed state. But you don't have time to choose the most suitable sealed state for you. This sealed state is the one at the door. This sealed state has not been selected for many years. It must be a waste. Asaba said, every sealed state has infinite possibilities. The ability of the sealed state is not determined by the sealed state itself, but by the soul injected by the owner who chooses it. Maiko spent 6 years at the True Spiritual Art Academy. As far as she knows, which students choose the sealed state, they are not careful and prudent, in order to choose the most suitable sealed state for themselves, or choose the strongest sealed state. As for Asaba's theory, Maiko had never heard of it. So, Maiko decided that Asaba was comforting herself. Asaba, in order to compensate you, I'll treat you to dinner. Maiko has already made a decision. After she invites Asaba to have a meal, she will ignore Asaba, which is her compensation to Asaba. Of course, Maiko didn't think it was her fault, but Asaba offended the team leader to end up like this. Asaba said, thank you Maiko-senpai for your kindness, but I'm not hungry now. Next time I have a chance, I'll invite Maiko-senpai. After Asaba finished speaking, he went straight back to the dormitory. This time, Maiko did not catch up. Naoko looked at the back of Asaba's departure and hesitated. She also felt that Asaba's future was over, and she knew Maiko very well, knowing that Maiko had given up Asaba. Naoko felt that Maiko was a bit too much. She clearly caused Asaba to miss the sealed state selection time, but now she has directly abandoned Asaba. But Maiko is Naoko's best friend. She just thinks Maiko is too much, but she won't stand on Asaba's side and accuse Maiko. After Asaba separated from Maiko and Naoko, instead of going back to the dormitory, he went to the scabbard room of the academy. The sealed state selected from the narrow space has no scabbard. Freshmen who get the sealed state can go to the scabbard room and choose the scabbard. The sealed state chosen by the students of the True Spirit Academy is only temporarily borrowed. Only after officially joining Godi 13 will they be officially awarded. After Shinigami liberates Zanpakuto's real name, the sealed state will change into Zanpakuto with a slightly different style from the sealed state according to the soul injected by Shinigami. After joining Godi 13, there will be someone specializing in Shinigami, who liberates Zanpakuto's real name, to create an exclusive scabbard. Knowing this, Asaba went to the scabbard room and picked a random scabbard before returning to the dormitory. When Asaba returned to his single-person dorm, he threw the katana aside. Starting today, Asaba doesn't need a katana sword. Asaba will use the sealed state to draw the sword and become stronger. But Asaba did not rush to use the sealed state to draw the knife, but sat cross-legged on the bed. The sealed state was placed horizontally on both knees by Asaba, holding the end of the sealed state knife with one hand and the knife with the other. Then Asaba closed his eyes and began to concentrate, trying to get his mind into the sealed state. This is Dao Zen. Generally speaking, after a Shinigami gets the sealed state, he needs to accompany it for a long time, and let his soul merge with it before he can enter the Sword Zen. The reason why Asaba just got the sealed state, he tried Daozen. This is because Asaba always concentrates his mind when he draws his sword to become stronger. Asaba's spiritual power is much stronger than that of ordinary people. And the so-called mind is the withdrawal of the spirit. Asaba thought he could make it? Asterisk. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Teacher, Asaba, he can draw a knife and become stronger, 2/4 for flowers. Chapter 11, Teacher, Asaba, he can draw a knife and become stronger, 2/4 for flowers. Failed. Asaba opened his eyes and found that his mind could not enter the sealed state space at all. It seems that if you want to enter the sword Zen, you still need to integrate with the sealed state for a long time. I need to concentrate every time I draw a knife, and it's a way of sharpening it. Asaba got up, held the sealed state tightly in his hand, and took a deep breath. Brush. Asaba concentrated and pulled out the sealed state in his hand. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryatsu plus 0.3. Very good. Continue. Asaba concentrated again and pulled the sealed state out. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryatsu plus 0.3. At this time, Asaba can draw 12 times per minute. Asaba's current Ryatsu has surpassed the 5th grade, and is approaching the 4th grade Ryatsu. The next day. Except for mealtime, Asaba draws a knife in the dormitory every day to become stronger. What puzzled Asaba was that the leader of his 7th group, Nobita Ito, did not inform him of the class. Asaba didn't think much about it at the time, and continued to draw his sword to become stronger. Day 3. Asaba still hasn't received a notification from Nobita Ito. On the 4th day, the same is true. Asaba understood. Nobita Ito deliberately did not inform him of the class. However, Asaba didn't mind either. The learning of smashing fists and walking ghosts cannot be accomplished overnight, and requires a long period of study and practice. Asaba asked himself, he wasn't some super genius. Now the time until Aizen's mutiny is getting shorter and shorter, it has only been a little more than a month. Asaba thought that he could not master the profound meaning of slashing fists and walking away ghosts in such a short period of time. Even if you learn, you may only be able to learn a little, so instead of that, it is better to improve Ryatsu. Asaba didn't regret applying for the True Spirit Academy. After all, he gets sealed state here. Soon. It has been half a month since the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts started. Nobita Ito, the leader of Asaba's 7th team, never once informed Asaba of the class. Asaba stayed in the dormitory every day to draw a knife to become stronger. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryatsu plus 0.3. Host successfully draws his sword 500,000 times and gets an extra sword drawing reward, ultimate Ryatsu control. Asaba was overjoyed when he heard the prompt in his head. What Asaba wants to learn most now is not to cut fists and walk away ghosts, but to control Ryatsu. At this point, after Asaba has learned Ryatsu control, he tries to cover a small portion of Ryatsu to the blade. Brush. Asaba slashed forward out of thin air. I saw Asaba covering the blade of Ryatsu, and when Asaba slashed, he formed a small sword and charged forward. Because the Asaba covered very little Ryatsu on the sealed state blade, the sword shockwave had little impact and dissipated quickly. Asaba is overjoyed. Very good, I have mastered Komamura Seigen's sword pressure released. The sword press is the signature move of the 7th Division Captain Komamura Seigen. If I release the sword pressure with all my strength now, Kimura, Rukanga, would have been instantly killed by me. Asaba soon tried to cover Ryatsu on himself, and Ryatsu covering Asaba immediately formed a Ryatsu defense around Asaba. So this is Zaraki Kenpeika's Ryatsu defense. If I were to fight Kimura Bully and some of his gangsters now, they wouldn't be able to break through my Ryatsu defense even if I stood there. The so-called one-stop shop. Asaba discovered that after he learned Ryatsu control, many of the ways of using Ryotsu were directly mastered. For example, Asaba can now stand and move in the air by gathering spirits under his feet. During the Karakura town battle, when Shinigami and Arankar faced off, they were both standing in the air. The reason why they can stand in the air is to use this method. Of course, gathering the spirits under your feet can only achieve standing and moving in the air, but you can't do it if you want to fly. After Asaba Master took control of Ultimate Ryotsu, his combat strength was several times higher than before. And after Asaba learned Ultimate Ryotsu control, Asaba found that the efficiency of his sword drawing was greatly improved. Now, with Asaba's concentration, the number of times he draws the knife per minute has reached a terrifying 30 times. Time goes on. It has been a month since the opening of the True Spirit Academy. When the teachers of the True Spiritual Arts Academy are in class, for the sake of convenience, the students of each class are divided into groups. This day, when it was the normal first class 7th group to take the Kendo class, Nobita Ito went up to look for the Kendo teacher as usual. Yamato-sensei, Asaba, he has something to do today, so he can't come to Kendo class. Yamato's expression froze. What the hell is this Asaba doing? It's been a month since the class started, and he takes time off every time. Until now, he hasn't come to a Kendo class, right? Nobita Ito said, Mr. Yamato, don't be angry, maybe Asaba thinks it's better for him to practice on his own. I have been teaching Kendo at the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts for more than 200 years. Could it be that my guidance is not comparable to his own practice? Nobita Ito saw that Yamato was very angry and was very happy. It seemed that it was time for the teacher to find trouble with Asaba. So, Nobita Ito pretended to defend Asaba. Actually, Asaba has his own way to become stronger. Well? What method? Nobita Ito held back his smile and said, Asaba said he can draw a sword and become stronger. Asaba didn't say such a thing to Nobita Ito. Nobita Ito never informed Asaba of the class. He wanted to know Asaba's reaction, so he secretly went to see Asaba's dormitory and peeped a few times. Every time he went to Asaba's dormitory to peek at Asaba, he found that Asaba was foolishly drawing a knife at the entrance of the dormitory. That's why he said that. Huh? Draw a sword and become stronger? There are such cheap things in the world, why do we need teachers like us? Teacher, this is true. Asaba can really draw a sword and become stronger. Nobita Ito said this with a firm face, but he was laughing wildly in his heart. Asaba, you're not finished this time? Humph. Come, take me to Asaba, I want to see how he draws his sword and becomes stronger. When Nobita Ito took Kendo teacher Yamato to Asaba's dormitory, Asaba didn't know anything about it, and still draws a knife in the dormitory. Asterisk. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, Yamato-sensei, did you feel it? Asaba's really got stronger, 3/4 for flowers. Chapter 12, Yamato-sensei, did you feel it? Asaba's really got stronger, 3/4 for flowers. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryotsu plus 0.3. Who, come again. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryotsu plus 0.3. Host successfully draws his sword 500,000 times and gets an extra sword drawing reward, one of the Shikai forms. After drawing the sword 500,000 times, 70% of Ryotsu's Asaba was absorbed by the Ryotsu loader, and now Ryotsu still has the level of 10 seats in the division. Okay. Unconsciously, it has been 500,000 times. And the reward is Shikai. But what does one of the Shikai forms mean? Host can go to Daozen space to view it by himself. Asaba is about to do a sword meditation review. Bang bang bang. Asaba's dormitory door was slammed loudly, and the person knocking on the door was very rude. Asaba sensed the Ryotsu of Nobita Ito outside the door, and also sensed a strong and strange Ryotsu. That mighty and strange Ryotsu, with about 5 seats in the squad, is stronger than Asaba's current Ryotsu. Of course, if Asaba removes the Ryotsu weights, it's not a good idea. Nobita Ito shouted loudly outside the door, "Asaba, I know you are inside, Kendo teacher is here, open the door." Asaba opened the door, and Yamato glanced at Asaba. It was found that Asaba was almost soaked, as if he had just experienced intense exercise. If it wasn't for Asaba alone in the dormitory, and he only sensed Asaba as Ryotsu outside the door just now, he would definitely think wrongly, thinking that Asaba was hiding in the dormitory with a certain girl. Yamato asked, "Are you Asaba?" Asaba nodded, "I am Asaba." "Do you know who I am?" "Kendo teacher." Asaba asked. When Nobita Ito knocked on the door just now, he said that the Kendo teacher was coming, so he must be the one in front of him. "Since you know that I am a Kendo teacher, why haven't you been to my Kendo class? Do you look down on my Kendo?" Nobita Ito was afraid of revealing his secrets, and hurriedly interjected, "Yamato-sensei, Asaba is busy getting stronger." Before Asaba could speak, Yamato asked, "Asaba, I heard that you can draw a sword to become stronger." Asaba was stunned at first. How did this Kendo teacher know? Asaba glanced at Nobita Ito, who was standing beside him giggling, and immediately understood. All this is the ghost of Nobita Ito. Want to slap in the face? Sure. But who hit whose face? Not necessarily. So Asaba nodded and said, "Well, I can indeed draw a sword and become stronger." Nobita Ito couldn't help laughing when he saw that Asaba had admitted it himself. "Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard. There are really fools who think that if they can draw a knife, they will become stronger." Yamato turned around and stared at Nobita Ito, who was laughing so hard that he burst into tears. "Nobita, as Asaba's team leader, since you don't believe that he can become stronger by drawing a sword, why do you ask for leave every time?" Yamato is not a fool, he naturally sees a problem between Asaba and Nobita Ito. The smile on Nobita Ito's face suddenly froze, and he didn't know how to explain it. "Teacher, I asked team leader Nobita to help." Nobita Ito was stunned, but he didn't expect Asaba to speak for Nobita Ito. "Oh, then show me how you draw your sword and become stronger." "Good." After taking a deep breath, Asaba pulled out the sealed state. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryotsu plus 0.3. After Asaba successfully drew his sword, Ryotsu suddenly added an almost imperceptible drop. Although Nobita Ito became the team leader, his Ryotsu was only a 5th grade, and he could reach the level of a general team member. Nobita Ito's Ryotsu perception level is just a little bit stronger than that of ordinary people, not even the ordinary Shinigami of the squad. At this time, Nobita Ito naturally did not perceive any changes in Asaba's Ryotsu. He could not even perceive Asaba's real Ryotsu level, but he could only perceive Asaba's Ryotsu. So, Nobita Ito shouted loudly from the side, "Wow, Asaba's Ryotsu has really become stronger. Yamato-sensei, did you notice it?" After Nobita Ito finished speaking, he held back his smile and waited for Yamato to refute him. Result. Yamato nodded, "Well, I sense it." Yamato has coached for more than 200 years, and Ryotsu's perception level is naturally not low. Just now, Yamato did sense Asaba's Ryotsu, strengthening it a little bit. Nobita Ito was taken aback for a moment, wondering what Yamato meant. Was he mocking Asaba by saying the same thing as him? "Asaba, draw your sword a few more times and show Yamato-sensei how you became stronger." Yamato said, "Asaba, I really didn't feel it clearly just now, please draw your knife a few more times." "Good. Call." Asaba pulled the sealed state out again. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryotsu plus 0.3. Yamato once again sensed the loss of Asaba's Ryatsu enhancement. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryatsu plus 0.3. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryatsu plus 0.3. Asaba drew the knife 10 times in a row before stopping. Yamato looked at Asaba in shock. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that someone could actually become stronger by drawing a knife. Now, Yamato knew why Asaba was soaked with sweat. Apparently, Asaba has been drawing his sword from the dormitory. Yamato-sensei, now you have a clear perception. How about it? I didn't lie to you. Asaba can really draw a sword and become stronger. Ha ha ha. Yamato turned around again and stared at Nobita Ito, who was laughing while holding his stomach. Nobita, is it so funny that Asaba can draw a sword and become stronger? What? Nobita Ito looked at Yamato's serious expression and couldn't react for a while. What happened? Shouldn't Yamato be angry at Asaba's drawing his sword to become stronger and cheating him? Yamato looked at Nobita Ito, who didn't answer, and shook his head, thinking he was an ignorant clown in his heart. Asaba, although you can become stronger by drawing a knife, you still need to attend the courses arranged by the academy. If Nobita deliberately embarrassed you and didn't notify you of the class, I can respond to your teacher in charge and let you join the 7th group. The leader. Nobita Ito panicked when he heard the words, Mr. Yamato, I didn't deliberately embarrass Asaba, and Asaba didn't say it just now. Did he ask me to help? Yamato gave Asaba a look, indicating that Asaba is telling the truth. He will make the decision for Asaba. Asaba said, Mr. Yamato, it is true that I asked Nobita's team leader to ask for leave for me all the time. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, Fake Promise. Life and Death Challenge. 4/4 for Flowers. Chapter 13, Fake Promise. Life and Death Challenge. 4/4 for Flowers. Well? Why? Yamato-sensei looked at Asaba in confusion. Asaba said, Mr. Yamato, you don't know, the reason why the leader of Nobita is willing to ask for leave for me is because I have an agreement with him, right, leader of Nobita? Nobita Ito felt a lump in his heart and had a bad premonition. But now he can't get down on a tiger. If he refutes Asaba now, then he deliberately rectifies Asaba's affairs, and he may be shaken out by Asaba. True Central Spiritual Arts Academy prohibits students from fighting, especially as the team leader. He is not allowed to use his power to bully team members. If it is found, and the circumstances are serious, it will be directly expelled from the True Spiritual Arts Academy, and will never be admitted. Therefore, although Nobita Ito didn't know what the promise was in Asaba's mouth at this time, he had to bite the bullet and agree with Asaba's words. Yes, I have an agreement with Asaba. Yamato asked, Oh, what's your agreement? Asaba said, Nobita's team leader and I agreed that until I challenge him to life and death and defeat him, I can't go to class. Life and Death Challenge? True Spiritual Arts Academy prohibits infighting between academies. But there will always be conflicts between people. The students of the True Spiritual Arts Academy inevitably have conflicts that cannot be resolved peacefully when they get along with each other. In order to resolve conflicts, the college allows life and death challenges between students. Of course, when students challenge life and death, both parties must agree, and there must be more than 3 college teachers present to preside over. Yamato knew that there was a conflict between Asaba and Nobita Ito, but he didn't expect the conflict between the two to be so deep that they needed to be resolved through a life and death challenge. The so-called life and death challenge, as the name suggests, is the challenge of betting on life and death. Nobita, do you really have such an agreement with Asaba? Nobita Ito was in a semi-petrified state at this time, and he never imagined that Asaba wanted to challenge him with life and death. But Nobita Ito believes that his strength is above Asaba. Moreover, he has been learning to cut fists and walk ghosts for a month, while Asaba has never attended classes at all, and has been staying in the dormitory and drawing his sword foolishly. Until now, Nobita Ito does not believe that Asaba can really draw a sword and become stronger. Nobita Ito has been holding a grudge against Asaba since he lost face by being ignored by Maiko and Naoko. Nobita Ito, who was born in Rukanga and killed many people, has long wanted to kill Asaba. If it weren't for the rules of the academy, Nobita Ito would have killed Asaba directly instead of using those small tricks. Daction. Yamato saw that the expression on Nobita Ito's face changed from stunned to cruel, but he didn't answer, so he let out a cry. Yes. Asaba and I do have such an agreement. Asaba, I remember that the deadline for our agreement is today. How about it, are you ready? Isn't Asaba going to challenge him to life and death? Exactly, kill Asaba today. Asaba is ruthless, making a false promise of a life and death challenge. Nobita Ito was even more ruthless, saying that today is the deadline. Today, Nobita Ito and Asaba will decide between life and death. Asaba knew that Nobita Ito had always looked down on him, so he made a false promise of a life and death challenge, but Nobita Ito did not disappoint him and took the bait. Nobita leader, I'm ready. Nobita Ito's face was very grim at this time. He looked at Yamato and said, Yamato-sensei, I am also ready, please help to host. Yamato sighed and said, if that's the case, then I'll host it for you. 1 hour later. Yamato's private courtyard at the academy. Yamato has been a teacher at the True Spiritual Academy for more than 200 years, and the benefits of a private courtyard are normal. At this time, there were 6 people in the yard. In addition to Asaba, Nobita Ito and Yamato, 3 teachers, Whitehits, Kido, and Shunpo from the freshman general class 1 were also present. The other 3 teachers, after being informed of this by Yamato, naturally agreed to help host this life and death challenge together. They have long wanted to meet Asaba, who has never been to their classes. Yamato said, Asaba, Nobita Ito, have you two really decided that you will have a life and death challenge? Asaba nodded without hesitation. Today is the time for Nobita Ito, who has been bouncing around for a long time. Nobita Ito, who also wanted to kill Asaba, nodded. Since that's the case, then I'll start to announce the rules of life and death challenge. Once the life and death challenge begins, it will end only if one party dies or admits defeat and begs for mercy. During the life and death challenge, any weapon and any means of attack are allowed. The arena for this life and death challenge is this yard. Teacher Zhang Cheng has already set up a barrier in the yard. You can rest assured to fight in the yard. Zhang Cheng is the Kido teacher of the freshman normal class 1. He used to be the core Shinigami of the Kido community. Because he interrupted a hand during a mission, he retired to the True Spiritual Art Academy and was responsible for teaching Kido. Zhang Cheng now uses prosthetic limbs, although Kido's level is not as good as before, but it is more than enough to set up a barrier of this level. Both Asaba and Nobita Ito nodded. Well, now I announce. Asaba, member of the 7th group of the ordinary first class, has officially begun his life and death challenge to the 7th group leader of the ordinary first class, Nobita Ito. As soon as the shouting voice fell, Nobita Ito pulled out the sealed state from his waist and slashed towards Asaba with a loud shout. Asaba, die for Laozi. Asaba stood motionless. Choke. The sealed state in Nobita Ito's hand hit Asaba's forehead directly. Ha ha ha. With this little skill, you dare, eh? What's going on? I'm going to slash with all my strength. How could you not be dead and not injured? Asaba smiled and said, it may be that you are too light, you can try harder. Damn it. Asaba, you are too arrogant, Laozi doesn't believe that he can't kill you. Nobita Ito kept slashing at Asaba's body with his sword. Choke. 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 Cough cough cough. After Nobita Ito slashed dozens of times at Asaba in a row, Asaba was still unscathed, but the school uniform of the True Spirit Academy on his body was cut in many places. Asaba, who was slashed, was not injured, but Nobita Ito, who was slashed with a knife, was out of breath. Asterisk. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, Successful Sword Zen, Asaba's Zanpakuto Space, 1/4 Ask for Flowers. Chapter 14, Successful Sword Zen, Asaba's Zanpakuto Space, 1/4 Ask for Flowers. He looked at Asaba in disbelief. Asaba, what kind of monster are you? Why can't I cut you? Asaba said, Nobita team leader, didn't I ask you to be stronger? You are so light that I am embarrassed to shoot at you. Damn it! Nobita Ito didn't know what was going on, but Yamato and the others, who were watching the battle, saw Tuanyi. Is this a Ryutsu defense similar to Captain Zaraki? Probably. I didn't expect to see a Zaraki Kenpeki level Ryutsu defense on a freshman student. It seems that our academy is about to give birth to another little monster. After hearing the words of Yamato and the others, Nobita Ito laughed and fought. I see, Ryutsu defense? Watch me break your Ryutsu defense with Kido. After speaking, Nobita Ito began to sing the Kido mantra. The incantation sung by Nobita Ito is, Heido number 4, Bailei. He only mastered Heido under the 10th sequence in Kido, and he had to finish chanting the incantation, and he had not yet learned the more advanced chanting renunciation. Nobita team leader, how about you cut me so many knives, and let me cut one more knife? Asaba said, pulled out the sealed state, and stood there. Asaba raised the sealed state high, and cut it out of thin air at Nobita Ito, who was more than 10 meters away. Brush. I saw a sword pressure visible to the naked eye, and when the Asaba sealed state was cut, it was cut towards Nobita Ito. At this time, before Nobita Ito's Kido mantra was finished, he was hit head-on by Asaba's sword. Puff. A line of blood appeared on Nobita Ito. Nobita Ito flew backwards for a few meters before crashing to the ground. After Nobita Ito landed, blood kept pouring out of his mouth. He tried his best to raise his hand, his eyes full of disbelief. Snapped. As Nobita Ito's disbelieving eyes became slack, his raised hand slammed to the ground feebly. I admit defeat. Save me. In Asaba's perception, the Ryutsu on Nobita Ito became weaker and weaker, and was about to dissipate. If no one treats him in time, Nobita Ito will die in less than a quarter of an hour. Now that Nobita Ito has conceded defeat, a shunpo from Zhongcheng, the teacher of Kido, came to Nobita Ito and started to help him with the most basic Kaido. Asaba put away the sealed state. Nobita leader, if I knew you were so weak, I wouldn't have to wait until the last day we agreed to challenge you. When Nobita Ito heard the words, she, who had stopped vomiting blood, started to vomit blood again, and was obviously very angry with Asaba. Yamato and other teachers came to Asaba's side. Asaba, what you just did was Ryutsu defense and sword pressing. Asaba nodded. Teacher Whitehits said, I remember that you have just entered school for a month, and you haven't been exposed to the Ryutsu defense and sword pressing courses, right? Yamato said, have you forgotten, Asaba never took a class. Then, several teachers looked at Asaba suspiciously. They were curious how Asaba had learned advanced Ryutsu techniques such as Ryutsu defense and sword pressing. Generally speaking, students at the True Spiritual Arts Academy usually don't take courses in Ryutsu defense and sword fighting until the 5th grade. Asaba said, I taught myself. Yamato said, Asaba, your talent is so high, you should still take the class of slashing fists and walking ghosts as normal in the future. I will help you explain to your teacher in charge and let you be the leader of the 7th group. Asaba said, thank you Mr. Yamato, but I want to apply for graduation now. I wonder if some teachers can help me. Yamato is a little confused. The True Spiritual Art Academy does allow and encourages students with outstanding performance to graduate early. However, in the history of the True Spirit Academy, Ichimaru-jin, the captain who took the shortest time, also took a full year. If you want to apply for graduation early, you must excel in the 4 skills of slashing fists and walking ghosts, and you must release Zanpakuto's real name, and you must have at least one active squad leader's recommendation. This is indeed the rule of the True Spirit Academy. But the so-called rules have always been set up for those mediocre people. The real strong will not be bound by rules. Asaba said, "Several teachers, if I have completed the liberation of Zanpakuto's real name, can the teachers help me apply to the academy for early graduation?" Several teachers looked at each other. Yamato said, "Asaba, it's only been a month since you got the sealed state. Have you really completed the liberation of your real name?" Asaba nodded. "Then show us now. If you really complete the liberation of your real name, our teachers will help you arrange your application for early graduation." "Wait a minute then. Yamato and others are puzzled. Do you need to prepare anything to show Shikai?" When Yamato and others were puzzled, Asaba sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, Asaba placed the sealed state horizontally on his knees, pressed the end of the knife with one hand and the bottom of the knife with the other, and closed his eyes. After Asaba concentrated his mind successfully entered the sword meditation space. Knife Zen. Teachers such as Yamato naturally know what Asaba is doing now. Didn't he know Zanpakuto's real name before? It seems so. Then why is Asaba confident that he can succeed this time? Anyway, he was able to enter the Dao Zen space just a month after he got it, which is already considered a rare genius to be seen in 100 years. Generally speaking, if you want to enter the Dao Zen space, you need to experience at least several years of hard work with the sealed state. After Asaba entered the Sword Zen space, it was found that he had come to a void, shining brightly in the east of Asaba. When Asaba looked towards the bright spot, Asaba only felt his eyes lit up and was sucked in instantly. When Asaba regained his vision, he had come to a whole new space. There are dark clouds in the sky, and thunder can be seen everywhere. And in the dark clouds in the sky, there is a behemoth swimming. Soon, Asaba could clearly see the appearance of the floating thing in the air. It was a dragon. Yes, dragon. The dragon in the sky is the image of the Qinglong. Qinglong pushed aside the dark clouds with his front paws, and the lantern-sized eyes looked at Asaba, and then opened his mouth. A small mountain of thunder and lightning fell from the sky towards Asaba. Facing the falling thunder and lightning, Asaba shouted loudly, "Presumptuous!" Snapped. The thunder and lightning dropped by Qinglong actually dissipated out of thin air. Asterisk. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Drop the Divine Thunder. Qinglong. 2/4 for flowers. Chapter 15, Drop the Divine Thunder. Qinglong. 2/4 for flowers. Qinglong is Zanpakuto of Asaba, and Asaba is the master of Qinglong. Even if this is the space of Qinglong, Qinglong can't hurt Asaba. Now, tell me, your real name. Asaba spoke, an invisible pressure was pressing towards Qinglong. Although Qinglong was unwilling, it was restrained by an unknown terrorist force and had to surrender to Asaba. My power is to control the 9 heavens' divine thunder, my name is Qinglong. Asaba was a little speechless, and he was really called Qinglong. Of course, although Asaba recognized the other party as Qinglong at a glance, Qinglong himself told Asaba's real name. Asaba's heart suddenly penetrated, and he knew how to liberate the power of Qinglong. Outside, under the treatment of Mr. Kido, Nobita Ito's fate was saved. Nobita Ito was lying on the ground, and he couldn't get up yet. He glanced at Asaba, who was sitting cross-legged. Asaba lied to you, he must have just pretended to enter the Sword Zen space now. As far as Ito Nobita knows. Among all the freshmen this year, even those students in the special entry class with exceptionally good grades, still no one has been able to succeed in swordsmanship. Asaba. How can a person who chooses the weakest sealed state succeed in sword meditation within a month? As for the successful liberation of Zanpakuto's real name, that's even more unlikely. Why do you say that? Some teachers don't know. Nobita Ito recounted what happened when Asaba chose the sealed state. The Yamato teachers looked at Nobita Ito as if they were idiots. Obviously, they know that the sealed state's capabilities are not determined by the sealed state itself. They know that no matter which sealed state they choose, it's actually the same. Because, the ability of sealed state is determined by the soul injected by the owner. At this moment, Asaba opened his eyes. Yamato and other teachers noticed that Asaba opened his eyes and immediately asked, "How is it? Did it work?" Nobita Ito said, "How could he succeed? He chose the worst sealed state. It is estimated that he will not be able to complete the liberation of his real name in this life." Asaba stood up, "Please also ask some teachers to stay away." Teacher Yamato made room for Asaba, but Nobita Ito, who was lying on the ground, sneered, "Asaba, you can really pretend, you won't be able to free Zanpakuto for a while, I see how you can continue to pretend." Asaba ignored Nobita Ito, but Yamato shouted at him, "Shut up." Asaba held the handle in his right hand, slowly pulled out the sealed state, and then threw the sealed state into the air. At the same time, Asaba chanted softly, "Down the divine thunder. Ching long. Boom." The sealed state that was thrown into the air by Asaba, accompanied by the sound of thunder, fell in front of Asaba and stopped in the air. Yamato and other teachers looked carefully, and saw Zanpakuto Shikai behind Asaba. The handle has dragon scales. There are dragon beards flying at the knife edge. The body of the blade is cyan, and there is lightning entanglement from time to time. After Asaba grabbed the handle of the knife, the breath on his body changed. Yamato et al. Clearly felt that Asaba's Ryatsu improved by about 3 times. Asaba felt it himself, he could sense changes in himself, and after he liberated Zanpakuto, not only did Ryatsu triple in size. Moreover, his own strength attribute has also been strengthened, and the increase is 10 times terrifying. Now, Asaba can easily smash rocks with one punch. With Zanpakuto, Asaba can cut through steel with a single strike. This is the liberation of Asaba's Zanpakuto. After liberation, Asaba triples Ryatsu and strengthens Asaba's power. And when Asaba uses Zanpakuto to attack, it will also attack with lightning, and if he is hit by Asaba's Zanpakuto multiple times, he will be paralyzed. The number of hits required to paralyze is determined by Asaba's own Ryatsu and the opponent's strength. Asaba now faces ordinary spirits, which can be paralyzed with just one knife. Of course, ordinary souls simply cannot withstand the current Asaba's sword. If facing Nobita Ito, Asaba only needs 2 to 3 normal slashes to paralyze Nobita Ito and temporarily lose his mobility. No. Impossible. How could you really complete the liberation of your real name? You chose the worst sealed state at the entrance of the narrow room that no one ever wanted. Holding the liberated Zanpakuto, Asaba came to Nobita Ito and looked at him with a smile. "Team Nobita, thanks to you, I was able to choose such a strong sealed state. You should get better soon. In order to thank you for letting me choose such a strong sealed state, I will treat you to any location you want." Nobita Ito felt the power of Asaba at this time. Even if Asaba didn't release Ryatsu to him, he still felt a deep pressure. Nobita Ito believed Asaba's words. "I thought that Asaba chose such a strong sealed state by mistake because of his difficulties." Puff. Wow. Nobita Ito, who was just saving his life, was so angry with Asaba that he was directly PD to death. Asaba felt that Nobita Ito's Ryotsu had disappeared, and was speechless. He really didn't want to be mad at Nobita Ito, he just wanted to stimulate Nobita Ito now. Then look for opportunities in the future to let Nobita Ito die. Nobita Ito was so pd off that he was cheap. Teachers, he was mad at himself, and it has nothing to do with me. Only then did Yamato and the other teachers wake up from the shock of Asaba's completion of Zanpakuto's liberation. Yamato said, "Asaba, in fact, there is no difference between strong and weak sealed states." Asaba interrupted Yamato's words, "Yamato-sensei, I know, but the ability of the sealed state was decided when we first held it." Yamato looked at Asaba in surprise, "You know." Asaba smiled without explaining. At this time, Yamato and others knew that Asaba was deliberately provoking Ito Nobita just now. But Nobita Ito was really pd off. Moreover, when Asaba chose the sealed state, he was tricked by Nobita Ito. Now Nobita Ito is mad to death, which can be regarded as self-inflicted consequences. Several teachers, can you help me apply to the academy for early graduation now? Yamato said, 3 days later, we will arrange for you to meet the dean. Whether or not the dean can allow you to graduate early depends on your own ability. Thank you, teachers. After Asaba finished speaking, he dismissed Zanpakuto Shikai and left Yamato's private courtyard. As for the matter of Nobita Ito, Yamato and others will naturally handle it, and Asaba does not need to worry about it. Asterisk. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, the application for early graduation is approved, Yamato's reminder, 3/4 for flowers. Chapter 16, the application for early graduation is approved, Yamato's reminder, 3/4 for flowers. When Asaba returned to the dormitory, he stroked Zanpakuto in his hand. After Asaba liberated the real name of Zanpakuto, the original sealed state has become the inscription Zanpakuto, and the style has become different from the sealed state. There are many unmarked lines on the handle of the knife, and the body of the knife has become transparent and looks extremely beautiful. Perhaps the name of the most beautiful Zanpakuto is about to change hands. Originally, Rukia Kukiki Sode no Shirayuki was called the most beautiful Zanpakuto. Now, perhaps Asaba's Zanpakuto is the most beautiful Zanpakuto. Of course, the title of the most beautiful Zanpakuto is useless. Asaba is very satisfied with his abilities after Zanpakuto's liberation. And, Asaba could sense, his Zanpakuto's Shikai might not be as simple as it is now. When Asaba draws his sword to get a reward, the system tells him one of the Shikai forms. When Asaba first entered the sword's end space, he was also sucked into the space due east. Asaba speculates that his Zanpakuto should have other Shikai forms. 3 days later, under the arrangement of Yamato and other teachers, Asaba met the director of the True Spiritual Art Institute. After Asaba showed the dean the ultimate Ryotsu control with Zanpakuto Shikai, the dean agreed to Asaba's application for early graduation. True Central Spiritual Arts Academy is mainly to cultivate talents for Gotei 13th Division, so the dean made a report to the division. The 5th Division Captain's Room. After Aizen Sosuke read the dean of the True Spiritual Arts Academy, he personally submitted the early graduation report for Asaba. Aizen Sosuke had a smile on his face. Asaba? The kid I saw in Rukanga before, I thought Naoko killed him. It's really interesting. Not only is Asaba still alive, but the dean can make a report for him in person. Oh? Did you release Zanpakuto's real name within a month of getting the sealed state? It seems that Asaba's future is really promising, and it's a good pawn to use now. If he can successfully graduate early, let him be recruited into the 5th Division and pave the way for my next plan. Aizen Sosuke came to the file shelf and took out a stack of documents that had already been reviewed. After flipping through it for a while, he took out a document and said to himself, Asaba's soul burial practice, let's be assigned to this group. It must be very interesting. Asaba Dormitory. Yamato said a little excitedly, Asaba, Godi 13th has passed the report of the headmaster. Asaba was also a little excited. When he thought about entering Godi 13, and seeing those Shinigami, how could Asaba not be excited? When 5 days later, together with some students from the 6th grade General Class 3, we will go to Karakura Town to participate in the soul burial practice. Karakura Town? Good. Asaba, the True Spirit Academy has always had an unwritten rule. Seeing that Yamato was suddenly serious, Asaba asked, "What's the rule?" 6th graders who participate in the soul burial practice will make things difficult for the lower grade students who participate in the soul burial practice in advance. Asaba's current strength, even if he doesn't remove the riot loaders and liberate Zanpakuto, he still has the level of 10 seats in the squad. What about 6th graders? After graduating, only 1 out of 10 people can enter Godi 13th as a regular team member, which is the so-called regular Shinigami. The entire Godi 13th has more than 6,300 soldiers, but there are only more than 100 officers. The strength gap between Asaba and those 6th graders can be imagined. Seeing Asaba disapprovingly, Yamato reminded, "Asaba, you have misunderstood. I'm not afraid that you will be bullied, but I hope you can control yourself when you are making things difficult. After all, it is not a life and death challenge like you and Nobita." Asaba understood. Yamato was afraid that he would make things worse and not graduate smoothly. "Thank you Yamato-sensei for reminding me, I will pay attention." Asaba, in fact, I still don't think you should be in a hurry to graduate early. Your current strength has indeed reached the level of the Shinigami commander of the squad, but you hardly know anything about smashing fists and walking ghosts. Asaba could tell that Yamato was sincere. Yamato-sensei, cutting fists and walking ghosts doesn't mean everything. Captain Zaraki of Team 11 is not the best example. Yamato thought about it. Asaba's fighting style was really similar to Zaraki Kenpeikai, so he stopped persuading Asaba. After Yamato left, Asaba continued to draw his sword in the dormitory to become stronger. Asaba is still confident in graduating early. After all, his current strength has reached the level of the 10th seat of the team. Asaba has been staying at the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy, and he cannot participate in the plot. Only when he enters the 13th chapter of Gode will he have the opportunity. As for which team to join, Asaba plans to see which team likes him at that time. The Spiritual Art Institute is one of the landmark buildings of the Zhenyang Spiritual Art Institute. There is a special preparation room for soul burial practice in the courtyard of the Spiritual Art Institute. Every time a student goes to the present world for soul burial practice, there will be Shinigami from the Spiritual Art Institute, who will not have time to pass through the realm, and will open the gate of crossing the realm leading to the practice site. And sent a professional subordinate Shinigami to enter the boundary in advance to temporarily limit the flow of detention in the channel of the boundary. So that the students who go to the present world to participate in the practice of soul burial can smoothly and safely arrive at the place of practice of soul burial in this world under the guidance of Hell Butterfly. The severe realm is the passage connecting the present world and the soul society, and there is a stream of restraints in the passage that can stop all spiritual bodies from moving. Because the time density in the boundary realm is different from the outside world, 1 year in the boundary realm is equivalent to 2,000 years in the outside world, so there are scavenger-like detainees from time to time in the boundary, and people are not allowed to stay in the boundary for a long time. Crossing the gate is to open the gate of breaking the realm. This day. Soul burial practice preparation outdoor. The students from Grade 6 Ordinary Class 3 who went to Karakura Town to participate in the soul burial internship this time have been waiting here early. It's so lucky. It's a rare opportunity that we can't come across in 100 years, and we have it. Ha ha ha. When the junior kid who participated in the soul burial practice in advance arrives, We must inherit the tradition left by the seniors and entertain him well. I think it's better not to play too much. After all, they are our juniors. Cut, madam, get away. 10 minutes later. A handsome-looking boy walked into the yard. Ordinary 6th graders in Class 3 look towards teenagers. Asterisk. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Early Soul Burial Practice, a fine tradition left by the seniors of the college, 4/4 for flowers. Chapter 17, Early Soul Burial Practice, a fine tradition left by the seniors of the college, 4/4 for flowers. Two of the female students were shocked when they saw the boy's appearance. Asaba also saw Naoko and Maiko looking surprised. At this moment, he remembered that Maiko had indeed said that she was a 6th grader in ordinary 3rd class. Unexpectedly, Asaba's early soul burial internship turned out to be the group of Naoko and Maiko. Actually, this is not a coincidence. This was deliberately arranged by Aizen Sosuke. Hey, are you the lower grade kid who participated in the soul burial practice in advance? Asaba looked at the person who opened the mouth, and found that the opponent Ryatsu was not bad, and had reached the level of a general team player. I did come to participate in the soul burial practice in advance, but I am not a kid. The man poked Asaba's shoulder and said, Senior, I said you are a kid, you are a kid. Asaba stood still, staring at the man poking his hand, and said coldly, I don't really like being like this. Ha ha ha. The man turned around with a smile and turned to look at his classmate. He said he didn't like it. Ha ha ha. The other 6th graders also laughed. After laughing, the man withdrew his hand and went straight to the subject. Hey, kid, let's play a game with us. Come yet? Making things difficult in the mouth of Mr. Yamato. What game? It's like this, according to tradition, the junior students who participated in the soul burial practice in advance must be approved by the 3 seniors before they can be allowed to participate in the soul burial practice together. The so-called seniors refer to 6th graders such as men. Asaba smiled and asked, how can I get the recognition of my seniors? Naturally, from our seniors, choose 3 to challenge. In order not to make you feel that we are bullying you, choose 3 seniors to challenge yourself. Isn't it bullying to choose for yourself? Really good logic. Asaba looked at the man and said, then let's start with you, senior. The man's pupils shrank. Little devil, I remind you, I am the strongest among them. Yes. In Asaba's perception, among these 6th graders, there are at least 3 Ryatsu who are stronger than the man in front of him. Naoko is one of them. Maiko's Ryatsu is very ordinary. When the man saw Asaba looking at him questioningly, he immediately felt that he had lost face in front of his classmates. Okay. Then let the senior teach you to be a man first. Soon. The crowd made room in the courtyard for Asaba and the man. The man pulled out the sealed state, then beckoned to Asaba, do it. The sealed state in the man's hands has not changed, indicating that he has not yet completed the liberation of Zanpakuto. Completion of Zanpakuto liberation is a requirement for students who graduate early. Of the more than 6,300 Shinigami members of the Godi 13th Division, the vast majority of Shinigami have not completed Shikai. Asaba stood still, not to mention pulling out Zanpakuto, without even touching Zanpakuto with his hands. You are a senior, or you go first. Little devil, if the senior asked you to go first, you should be the first to know. With all due respect, if I make the first move, the seniors will have no chance to make a move. Ha ha ha. What an arrogant kid, I want to see if your ability is as arrogant as your tone. After the man finished speaking, he charged towards Asaba with sealed state in both hands. He was looked down upon many times by Asaba and had been irritated. He decided to teach Asaba a lesson and let Asaba know what a senior is. The man came to Asaba, who was still standing still. Damn it, kid. Seeing that Asaba ignored him at all, the man was dominated by anger, raised the sealed state with both hands, and slashed down towards Asaba. "Hey, Sakai! Are you crazy? You're going to kill him like that? It's over, this arrogant kid will be killed like this." Naoko and Maiko watched from the side, and when they saw Asaba, they pretended not to know Asaba and didn't say hello to Asaba. The two also felt that even if Asaba didn't die, he would be seriously injured, and they would not be able to participate in the soul burial practice together. Choke. The sealed state in Sakai's hand slashed hard on Asaba's head, but it didn't hurt Asaba in the slightest. Scare. What's the matter? Did Sakai hear my cry and let go? It's beautiful to kill him. He even pulled his power at the last minute. Not only did he frighten the kid, but he also showed his excellent control as a senior. I'm a role model. Asaba raised his hand, slapped away the sealed state that was still chopped off his head, and looked at Sakai coldly. Senior, you want to kill me with this blow? Sakai just woke up from the shock. He was indeed slashing with the heart to kill Asaba. He had no mercy at all. But Asaba was clearly seen by him, but Asaba was not injured. Instead, he held his hand in the sealed state, which made his mouth go numb. How is this going? What trick did you play? Senior, as a 6th grader, don't you know what Ryatsu defense is? Sakai shouted excitedly. Impossible, Ryatsu's defense can only enhance his own defense, it can't have this effect. The surrounding 6th graders swallowed their saliva after listening to the conversation between Asaba and Sakai. Didn't Sakai just pull up in time as they thought? The reason why Asaba wasn't injured was because he used the Ryatsu defense that they couldn't master even as 6th graders. They are short-sighted and can't understand it at all, they just think it's impossible. Naoko, did Asaba really use the Ryatsu defense? I heard from Mr. Hinamori Momo that Captain Zaraki of the 11th Division Ryatsu has a very strong defense, and even if he stands still and lets Shinigami, who is below the captain level, slash, he will not be injured. That is, Asaba really just used the Ryatsu defense? Maiko was startled and looked at Asaba with disbelief in her eyes. After Asaba chose the worst sealed state under Nobita Ito's calculation, isn't it hopeless? Why is Asaba, who has only been in school for a month now, able to participate in the soul burial practice with her? She even used the Ryatsu defense that made her feel incredible. Maiko now regrets it. Knowing that Asaba was so strong, what she said at the time was to chase him down. Now continue to chase, is it too late? Asterisk. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, I just entered school with little knowledge, so I don't know what sleep is, 1/4 asking for flowers. Chapter 18, I just entered school with little knowledge, so I don't know what sleep is, 1/4 asking for flowers. Impossible, impossible, this is impossible. Sakai continued to slash at Asaba like a madman. However, no matter how much he slashed, he couldn't break through Asaba's Ryatsu defense. Asaba held the hilt in his hand, and waved Zanpakuto with the scabbard in his hand towards Sakai lightly. Brush. A sword with a wide blade fell on Sakai. Sakai was hit by the sword and flew upside down several meters before crashing to the ground. Asaba's Ryatsu control is at the ultimate level, let alone with a scabbard. Even if you give Asaba a stick, Asaba can cut out the decompression. Wow! Sakai fell to the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood, then looked down at his shoulder. I saw bloodline Madara where I was hit by Asaba's sword. How come my Shinigami power keeps running out? UBD, what have you done to me? Asaba said aggrieved, I didn't do anything. You slashed me so many times with the mentality of killing me. I just hit back lightly. I didn't expect you to be so unscrupulous. Hinamori Momo opened a small stove for Naoko and taught her a little basic Kaido. When she came to Sakai's side to treat Sakai, Her brows were furrowed. Sakai, you may not be able to participate in the soul burial practice with us. What do you mean, Naoko? Your soul sleep was chopped to pieces. My Kaido can only treat your trauma, but cannot restore your soul sleep. No. Impossible, you're scaring me, right? Ah, Naoko, you must be scaring me, my soul is not broken, right? Shinigami's power will be lost once Shinigami's sleep is destroyed. When Byakuya went to life and brought Rukia back to the Soul Society, he destroyed Kurosaki Ichigo's soul sleep with Sparkle, making Kurosaki Ichigo lose the Shinigami power he got from Rukia. Hey, kid, you're too much, how can you smash Sakai's soul sleep? You don't look down on us seniors too much, do you? Asaba spread his hands and said, Seniors, I have just entered school and have little knowledge, so I don't even know what you mean by sleeping. Damn it kid, let me teach you how to behave. The Ryatsu of the one who opens up is stronger than Sakai. But that's all. Asaba unleashes his Ryatsu, surprising the 6th graders. Asaba's Ryatsu turned out to be above them. It seems that only challenging the 3 seniors is not enough for you to recognize me, why don't you go together? Damn it! Insanity. Let's go together, chop up his soul and avenge Sakai. Knowing that Asaba's Ryatsu was stronger than them, these 6th graders didn't care about their senior's face, and swarmed towards Asaba. It's not that they really have a good relationship with Sakai and want to avenge Sakai, but they feel that they can't hold their own face. Naoko continued to use Kaido to treat Sakai's injuries, while Maiko stood beside Naoko with a dazed expression. She doesn't know how much she regrets it now. Why did she believe Nobita Ito's words at that time, thinking that Asaba's future was over? Asaba pulled Zanpakuto out. Maiko and the others looked at the Zanpakuto in Asaba's hands, which was different from the usual sealed state, and already had a hunch in their hearts. Asaba threw Zanpakuto in the air. Down the divine thunder. Qinglong. Facing a siege by a dozen 6th graders, Asaba freed Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto fell from the air in front of Asaba, paused, and was held by Asaba. Immediately, Asaba's Ryatsu tripled. Maiko, who was watching the battle, was speechless in shock. Asaba has only received the sealed state for a month, and even completed Shikai. Maiko's sealed state was her choice, and she only made the decision when the time to enter the narrow room was approaching. Now that she is about to graduate, she has just entered the Dao-Zen space, and I don't know how long it will take to liberate Zanpakuto's real name. Naoko, isn't the sealed state that Asaba chose to be the worst sealed state that no one ever wanted at the entrance of Zaza? Didn't he never finish Shikai in his life? Why did Asaba complete the liberation of his real name in just 1 month? Naoko didn't answer Maiko, because she didn't know how to answer, and she was also confused as she hadn't finished Shikai yet. The 6th graders who launched a siege on Asaba, although surprised that Asaba liberated Zanpakuto. But they had no choice but to shoot, and they still attacked Asaba. Asaba stood, letting the 6th graders attack. He also wanted to see how well Ryatsu's defense was after Shikai. The sealed state in the hands of 6th graders kept falling on Asaba. The action was as fierce as a tiger, but when he looked back, he couldn't break through Asaba's Ryatsu defense. The 6th graders were shocked, and Asaba was very satisfied. After Shikai, his Ryatsu defense also tripled. Everyone doesn't show mercy, they all attack me with all their strength, otherwise I'll make this brat look down on me. Facing the 6th grader who attacked again, Asaba swept Zanpakuto with both hands. Brush. A fan-shaped sword emanated from Zanpakuto from Asaba's hand. Ah! Wow wow wow! Several 6th graders were knocked flying by the sword, and the remaining 6th graders retreated while holding the sealed state. A freshman who just entered the school, facing the siege of more than a dozen 6th graders who are about to graduate, can actually crush them. This is the kind of pressure that only academy teachers can put on them. Well, they haven't had a chance to touch the strong Shinigami of the squad. Is Asaba sure that he is not the head teacher of the true spiritual arts academy, but a freshman who has just entered the school? Asaba held Zanpakuto and walked slowly towards the 6th graders standing. Hey, why do you keep retreating? No, don't come here. Asaba moved on. Why? Aren't you going to tell me what seniors are? You have been approved by us, don't come here. Oh, I've got your approval. You said it earlier. Suddenly, Asaba turned around and looked towards the entrance of the small courtyard. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, Lead Captain, Deputy Captain of the 4th Division Katetsu Isane. 2/4 for flowers. Chapter 19, Lead Captain, Deputy Captain of the 4th Division Katetsu Isane. 2/4 for flowers. I saw Shinigami, a slender woman wearing a Death Tyrant outfit, walked in. The female Shinigami has short light purple hair, with a few fine braids hanging down beside her ears with red bar earrings. She wears a team badge on her right shoulder. There is a big 4 character on the team badge, and below the 4 character is a somewhat abstract gentian flower. Asaba recognized her immediately, Katetsu Isane, the vice captain of the 4th Division. Katetsu Isane arrived late because he learned of this tradition at the True Spiritual Academy from Anoha Naretsu. Originally, this time, it was the vice captain of the 5th Division, Hinamori Momo, who was in charge of leading the team. Anoha Naretsu, the captain of the 4th Division, learned that a freshman who had just entered school for a month had attended the soul burial in advance. From Aizen Sosuke, he grabbed the team leader's place. Before Katetsu Isane came, Anoha Naretsu told her to be late. The purpose, of course, was to make that freshman accept the harassment of the 6th grader. If the freshman can catch the trouble, it means that his strength is good, so let Katetsu Isane think that the freshman agrees to join the 4th team. As the medical team of the 4th Division, only Anoha Naretsu and Katetsu Isane are really capable of fighting. And Katetsu Isane's Kaido and the ability to manage things in the squad are really good, but the combat power is really unsatisfactory. Katetsu Isane, Kojiro Sasakaibe, and Omida Marekiyo, the 3 vice-captains, all freed their respective Zanpakuto to stop Kurosaki Ichigo from freeing Rukia Kukiki, who was about to be executed, but was knocked down by Kurosaki Ichigo with his bare hands. Well, Katetsu Isane's fighting prowess can be seen in a Madara. So, Anoha Naretsu just wanted to recruit a powerful newcomer to the 4th Division. After Katetsu Isane walked into the yard, he looked at Asaba and the others and said, I'm the captain of your team, Katetsu Isane, for this soul burial practice. What's going on with you? Asaba said, Hello Captain Yanjian, I am Asaba who participated in the soul burial internship earlier this time. The seniors are playing the recognition game with me. Katetsu Isane first glanced at the 6th graders lying on the ground, then looked at Asaba in surprise. Not only did Asaba completely crush each other with a pair of more than a dozen 6th graders, it has also completed the liberation of Zanpakuto's real name. As expected of a person who applied for graduation in advance just a month after entering school, really strong. Katetsu Isane felt that Asaba met Anoha Naretsu's invitation criteria. You guys are playing this game too much. Feeling the power of his own Shinigami, Ito Nobita, who was about to pass away, saw Katetsu Isane, who was in despair, and suddenly saw hope. Vice Captain Yanjian, save me. Katetsu Isane looked at Nobita Ito, what's going on? Nobita Ito pointed at Asaba and gritted his teeth and said, he destroyed my sleep. I beg Vice Captain Yanjian to save me. Katetsu Isane came to Nobita Ito and shook his head after examining it. Sorry, your soul sleep has been completely broken, so don't participate in the soul burial practice. No. No, I don't believe it. Deputy Captain Yanjian begs you to save me. Katetsu Isane looked at Asaba. Asaba, isn't it too much for you to smash his soul into pieces? Asaba said, everyone present can testify that he first killed me, then shouted to kill me, and sent me dozens of attacks that might kill me. And I just gently swung a knife at him without even pulling out Zanpakuto. How did I know he was so weak, and I just had little knowledge at school, so I didn't even know what soul sleep was. A black line appeared on Katetsu Isane's head. She looked at the 6th graders and said, is that so? Those 6th graders didn't believe that Asaba didn't know what sleeping was, but the rest of what Asaba said was true. It was indeed Sakai who attacked Asaba first, and kept saying that he wanted to kill Asaba. Indeed, Asaba fired back in an understatement. So they all nodded. Katetsu Isane pointed at the 2 uninjured students and said, take him away and hand it over to the teacher in charge of your class. I will explain to the academy and let you 2 participate in the soul burial practice next time. Okay, Vice Captain Yang Yin. When Sakai was led out of the yard by 2 classmates, he still refused to accept this reality. No, Vice Captain Yanjian, you are the Vice Captain of the 4th Division. You must have a way to help me repair my sleep, right? Please help me. Let me go, I won't leave, I won't leave. I'm still going to be Shinigami, I can't leave like this. The sound of Sakai's miserable howl was getting farther and farther. The anger in the yard was a little dignified. They know. Sakai will soon leave the True Spiritual Arts Academy and return to Rukanga where he used to live. The Shinigami Academy will not keep trash that is destined to become Shinigami. Sakai, who lost the power of Shinigami, returned to Rukanga. One can imagine the fate. At this time, the people from the Lingshu Academy came out. Vice Captain Yang Yin, the barrier to Karakura town in the present world is ready, and you can open the door at any time. Katetsu Isane said, wait a minute, I'll help them heal first. After half an hour, Shinigami of the Academy of Spiritual Arts has opened the door to the real-world Karakura town. Katetsu Isane took Asaba and others into the gate of crossing the world. Except for Asaba, it was not the first time for these 6th graders to go to the world. Therefore, Katetsu Isane just reminded Asaba, Asaba, follow the guidance of the Hell Butterfly and move forward with us, don't be nervous. Asaba nodded. Karakura town, it is 10 p.m. at this time. A door opened slowly above the top of a tall building. More than a dozen figures walked out of the door and then landed on the top of the tall building. Far away, inside a store called Urahara, a man with a fisherman hat stopped fanning the little fan that was watching some comedy in his hands. It's the breath of Yuyan's girl. Oh, there are more than a dozen Ryatsu. It's the student of the True Spiritual Art Academy who came to this world for the soul burial practice. After he finished talking to himself, he said to the tall uncle who was kneeling beside him, wearing reflective glasses, open the barrier according to the old rules, and let Hanakari Jinda and Sumwayu stay in the store and don't go out and run around until the end of the soul burial practice of the students of the True Spiritual Arts Academy. Yes, manager. Asterisk. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, arrive at Karakura town again, Meiza is upside down, 3/4 for flowers. Chapter 20, arrive at Karakura town again, Meiza is upside down, 3/4 for flowers. Kurosaki Hospital. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was already asleep, got up and looked out the window. Apparently he vaguely sensed the Ryatsu of Asaba and the others who appeared in the distance. Rukia Kukiki, who was sleeping in Kurosaki Ichigo's wardrobe, also opened the door. Rukia Kukiki is dead Ryatsu, but she has a Ryatsu receiver on her hand. At this moment, more than a dozen yellow dots flashed on the Ryatsu receiver. Rukia Kukiki has also participated in the soul burial practice, and naturally knows what those yellow dots represent. Rukia is the phantom appearing. Ichigo, Go to sleep. Really don't care. Okay. After Rukia Kukaki closed the cabinet door, she was very nervous. She wanted to find Shinigami who led the team to the Karakura town soul burial this time. By convention, those who lead the soul burial practice are the vice-captains of Godai 13th. Rukia Kukaki, the vice-captain of Godai 13, knows him. Rukia Kukaki wanted to talk to an acquaintance about her current situation, but she was afraid. In the end, Rukia Kukaki, like the Shibakayan incident more than 100 years ago, chose to escape. Abandoned factory somewhere. Hiroko Shinji also gave an order to stay tonight and not go out for the time being. They have special skeletons that Urahara Kisuke developed for them, but it is better to be cautious than to do more. Every time Siraidi's vice-captain leads the team to Karakura town for a soul burial practice, the visored people go into hiding for a while. This is the current location of your soul burial practice. From now on, you have 6 hours to find the whole soul for soul burial. Soul burial for 7 whole souls is rated as passing. After 6 hours, the portal to return to Soul Society will open here, so no matter how many souls you have buried, you must return here within 6 hours. Do you understand everything? Understood. Okay, now let's go to find the whole soul burial. This is not the first time for the 6th graders to participate in the soul burial practice. After the soul burial practice began, they all scattered around and began to search for the whole soul burial. Asaba was about to leave, but was stopped by Katetsu Isane. Asaba, wait. Asaba looked at Katetsu Isane suspiciously. Vice-Captain Yanjian, what's the matter? Asaba, you've only been in school for a month, you probably haven't touched the soul burial course, do you need me to guide you? Yamato-sensei has already taught me, thank you Vice-Captain Yang Yin. Asaba turned around and was about to leave again when he was stopped by Katetsu Isane again. Asaba. Asaba turned around again. Vice-Captain Yang Yin, is there anything else? I saw Katetsu Isane clenched his fists and gestured towards Asaba to cheer. Come on Asaba, I'm optimistic about you. Thank you. After Asaba left, Asaba looked at the back of Katetsu Isane leaving and felt very uneasy. Am I intimidating him? If he doesn't agree to my invitation to join the team because of this, will the captain blame me? Ryatsu also has Ryatsu, but it's very weak, and they don't use it at all. Asaba has the ultimate Ryatsu perception of the sword drawing reward, and it is easy to find a whole spirit. The first reincarnation Asaba found was a little boy huddled in an abandoned park. Asaba came to the little boy. The little boy immediately raised his head, brother, can you see me and hear me? Since the little boy became a whole spirit, he found that no one could see him nor hear his voice. No matter what he did, he couldn't get anyone's attention. The little boy was desperate, so he hid in this abandoned park. It's not just this little boy who has been rehabilitated. People in this world who become rehabilitated after death will have more or less the same feeling as a little boy for a period of time. It is this feeling of emptiness that will slowly turn into emptiness for those who have never been buried in their souls. Therefore, it is only necessary for Shinigami to soul bury these whole souls and send them to Rukanga before they become void. Brother? Sure enough, you can't see me, can't you hear me? When the little boy saw Asaba coming to him, he thought that Asaba could see him, and was very excited. At this time, he saw that Asaba ignored him, and he was lost again. I'll take you where you should go. After Asaba finished speaking, he pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist. After Asaba released Zanpakuto's real name, the scabbard he used was still the same as before. When Asaba entered the 13th chapter of the Godai and was officially awarded the unmarked Zanpakuto, a special person would make a scabbard for Asaba's Zanpakuto. The little boy looked at the transparent Zanpakuto in Asaba's hand, and instead of being afraid, he stood up excitedly. Great, brother, you can really see me. Asaba put the handle of the Zanpakuto knife on the boy's forehead, and soul burial started. The little boy waved goodbye to Asaba before disappearing. "Thank you, brother." Asaba also waved. He looked at the little boy who disappeared and seemed to see the scene where he was buried in Rukanga by Rukia Kukaki's soul. Rukia Kukaki should be at Kurosaki Ichigo's house by now. Should I visit her? When Asaba was in a daze. "Asaba, your Zanpakuto is so beautiful, can you show it to me?" Asaba looked up and saw a girl in the school uniform of the True Spiritual Arts Academy walking over. "It's Maiko." Asaba put Zanpakuto in the scabbard and turned to leave. Miyaizi hurriedly stepped forward to stop Asaba. "Asaba, you met the senior who helped you, is this the attitude?" Asaba looked at Maiko coldly. "Who are you?" "What?" Maiko felt a little uncomfortable seeing Asaba being so indifferent to her. "Asaba, have you forgotten? I'm Maiko senpai who brought you the school uniform before, and you said you were looking for a chance to invite me to dinner. I've been waiting for you to invite me to dinner, but you seem to have forgotten me. I know you must be busy cultivating to become stronger. I forgive you. Asaba, do you mind if I'm older than you? Age is not a problem in Seoul society. Can I be your girlfriend? I will take good care of you, let you say goodbye to boys and experience the joy of being a man." Maiko said and hugged Asaba. Chapter 21. Chapter 21, It can be saved, but not necessary, 4/4 for flowers. Chapter 21, It can be saved, but not necessary, 4/4 for flowers. Maiko opened her arms towards Asaba and paused because she found Asaba staring at her coldly. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in a feisty woman like you. I have to continue my soul burial practice, so I'll go first." After Asaba finished speaking, he left the abandoned park gracefully, leaving behind Maiko who was about to run away. Naoko walked out from the side. "Naoko, Asaba's ignorant guy, Miss Ben posted it backwards. He actually said that I was sloppy. Naoko would like to say that you who have changed several boyfriends a year are just like a jerk." However, as Maiko's best friend, she naturally chose to comfort Maiko at this time. "Maiko, Asaba doesn't accept you, that's his loss, let's not be angry. Asaba is really puzzled, he will definitely be a single dog for a lifetime. Yes, you're right, this is our last time to participate in the soul burial internship. The results this time are very important to whether we can enter the Goding 13th after graduation. Let's hurry up and find the whole soul burial." After an hour, Asaba suddenly senses a Ryotsu that is different from Shinigami. Asaba knew, it was the virtual Ryotsu. Before Asaba came to soul burial for an internship, he wondered if he could meet a virtuoso, but he didn't expect a phantom to appear. Hey, where the virtual appears, those two Ryotsu are somewhat familiar, are they Maiko and Naoko? Asaba hurried towards the place where Void appeared. At the same time, Katetsu Isane, who was standing on the top of a high-rise building, also sensed the virtual Ryotsu. How can there be a false appearance at this time? I hope those students will not have an accident. Katetsu Isane also rushed towards the place where the virtual appeared. Inside Kurosaki Hospital, Kurosaki Ichigo room. Beep. Beep. Kurosaki Ichigo got up and opened the wardrobe door. "Rukia, something has appeared, shouldn't we care?" Rukia Kukaki looked at the Ryotsu receiver in his hand, just as the two Ryotsu who were not weak were about to approach the virtual Ryotsu. "Ichigo, take a good rest tonight, you'll be fine." Although Kurosaki Ichigo was puzzled, he obeyed and lay down and went to sleep. Usually, Rukia Kukaki is more active than anyone else when there is a falsehood. What happened to Rukia Kukaki today? "Maiko. Don't stand there in a daze, run." Maiko looked at Sue in front of her, her legs trembling with fright. Void. Void, it's the kind of void that can only be found in textbooks. Maiko, don't be afraid, Vice Captain Yanjin must be on his way. Naoko said and stretched out her hand to pull Maiko, but Maiko was already terrified, and she couldn't pull it. This is the first time Maiko and Naoko meet Ku. Maiko was at the True Spiritual Art Academy, thinking about playing with her boyfriend all day long, and dreaming of being taken away by her boyfriend in the future. She didn't study and cultivate herself at all. Her Ryutsu is only a few points better than the Rukanga gangsters, and still only a smidge above the 6th level Ryutsu. At this time, Su had already arrived in front of Maiko and Naoko. Help me, who will save me? Maiko felt Ryutsu on Su's body, and when she saw Su in front of her, she collapsed to the ground in fright. Maiko, cheer up and run away with me. This virtual hand is a little deformed, it looks very long, and the fingers are also very slender. On those long fingers, there are even scary nails. At this moment, this virtual is grabbed towards Miizu, who was slumped on the ground. Maiko! Run away! Naoko wanted to pull Maiko to escape, but she couldn't pull Maiko, who was already frightened, so she had to escape by herself. Puff! Maiko looked down at her heart that was pierced by Su's long fingers. She raised her head to speak, but she couldn't make a sound, but kept spitting out blood. She saw a young man holding a Zanpakuto slowly walking towards the side, a flash of life flashed in her eyes, and she raised her hand towards the young man. Pity. She didn't wait for the teenager to rescue her, before she was caught by Su and swallowed it in her stomach. Ryutsu, who felt his self-enhancement, was very excited after Tsukuru ate Maiko. After the phantom screamed, it rushed towards Naoko. Brush. A sword pressed down on Su. Su was hit by the sword and flew to the side. Naoko took the opportunity to run to the boy's side. Asaba, you could have rescued Maiko just now, why didn't you save him? Asaba said, it can be saved, but it is not necessary. Naoko had just lost her best friend who had been with her for 6 years, and she was very sad at this time, and she was naturally very angry when she heard Asaba's words. Naoko grabbed the arm and asked, Asaba, how can you do this? Don't you and Maiko know each other? Asaba patted Naoko's hand away. Before I was in the training room for the soul burial, and when I was besieged by your classmates, I never saw you and Maiko help? Don't we know each other? Not only did you two not help, you didn't even speak for me. Naoko was speechless. At this time, Kuo, who was hit by Asaba's sword, got up. It had an additional wound on its body, but it was not fatal. After it made a strange noise, it charged towards Asaba and Naoko. Katetsu Isane, who was heading here, sensed the disappearance of a student's Ryutsu, gritted his teeth and accelerated, his face full of anxiety. Please. Be sure to hold on until I arrive. Brush. Facing the rushing Su, Asaba cut out a sword pressure again. This time, Asaba used 70% of his power. Puff. Su was slashed into two by Asaba's sword, and slowly disappeared. While Naoko was shocked by Asaba's strength, she also questioned again. Asaba, even if Maiko and I didn't help you at the time, we are both students of the True Spiritual Arts Academy, so you shouldn't die. Asaba puts Zanpakuto in the scabbard. Naoko, are you not grateful that I saved you, but accuse me of not saving Maiko? Also, your best friend died tragically in front of you but you can't do anything. You should blame yourself for being useless, instead of accusing me of not helping me. When Naoko thought that Maiko was dead, tears kept streaming down. This is different. Maiko is a living life. A living life. Asaba stared at Naoko coldly. Asterisk. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Early Invitation to Join the Team from Katetsu Isane, 1/4 Asking for Flowers. Chapter 22, Early Invitation to Join the Team from Katetsu Isane, 1/4 Asking for Flowers. Asaba looked coldly at Naoko, who was crying into tears. Remember the first time we met? You knew that I was being forced, but you insisted that I go to the wild with you. Did you want to kill me and those street bullies in Kimura? Isn't I a living life at the time? Just because I was forced to invite you, do you have to kill me together? I wasn't your opponent at the time. It's thanks to you that you didn't kill me in the end, and I can live to this day. That's why I just shot to save you. Now, we don't owe each other. You'd better take a detour when you see me later. Don't provoke me, or I won't be polite to you. Naoko saw that Asaba actually knew that she wanted to kill Asaba together, and for a while, there was nothing to say. Asaba was about to leave, but saw a figure fall. Katetsu Isane finally arrived, and she was relieved to see that Asaba and Naoko were all right. Has Sue been killed? Asaba nodded. Katetsu Isane looked down at the pool of bloodline on the ground and lowered his head. Deputy Captain Yanjian, Maiko. Maiko was eaten by Sue, woo woo woo. Naoko threw herself into Katetsu Isane's arms and burst into tears. Katetsu Isane patted Naoko on the back, his eyes full of remorse. I'm sorry, I'm late, did you and Asaba kill Sue together? Naoko didn't even grab the credit. Asaba killed it alone. Katetsu Isane looked at Asaba, and saw that Asaba had a calm expression on his face. In my heart, I looked at Asaba a little higher. Being able to kill Sue alone shows that Asaba has the qualifications to become the Shinigami of Goti 13th. Katetsu Isane felt that she didn't need to continue watching, so she let go of Naoko and stared at Asaba seriously. Asaba, I'm the Vice Captain of Goti 13th Division 4th Division. Vice Captain Yanjian, you have already introduced yourself. Katetsu Isane shook his head. No, this time is different. Last time I introduced myself as your team captain. Now, I am the Vice Captain of the 4th Division. Asaba, can you join our 4th Division after you graduate early? Although our 4th Division is a medical team, our captain is very good. Asaba smiled and said, what? Only the captain of your 4th Division is good, and Vice Captain Yanjian, aren't you and the rest of the 4th Division? Ah, me, and everyone are fine, so can you join our 4th Division? Join the 4th Division. Anohanaretsu is the goddess in the hearts of many Shinigami people. Asaba's first choice for Goti 13 is the professional fighting 11. But if the captain is Anohanaretsu of the goddess level, it seems to be not bad. Okay. Asaba, did you really agree? Katetsu Isane almost jumped with joy, and Maiko's tragedy was temporarily forgotten by her. Yes. But I can't know Kaido. It doesn't matter, Kaido doesn't matter, as long as you are willing to join our 4th Division. Oh well. Asaba, let's pull the tick, you promise that after you graduate early, you must choose the 4th team. Not waiting for Asaba to refuse. Katetsu Isane took Asaba's hand and hooked her pinky to Asaba's. Okay, we've already pulled the tick, Asaba, you can't go back then. Whoa. A string of black lines appeared on Asaba's head. For some reason, Asaba felt like he was on a pirate ship. Then you go to continue the soul burial practice. After Asaba left, Katetsu Isane said to Naoko, you also go to continue the practice of soul burial, I will explain to the academy about Maiko. After Katetsu Isane finished speaking, he left, leaving behind Naoko who was still wiping tears. Naoko's mood is very complicated now. She did not expect that Asaba has now been invited to join the team by the vice captain of the 4th Division. Although she was also invited by the vice captain of the 5th Division, Hinamori Momo, that was 2 months ago, almost 6 years after she was admitted to the True Spiritual Art Academy. Whether she can really join the 5th team depends on her own performance. What about Asaba? It's only been a month since I started school. And looking at Katetsu Isane's attitude towards Asaba, As long as Asaba is willing, he is almost certain to join the fourth team. Naoko looked at Asaba with jealousy and hatred in her eyes. She is jealous of Asaba's growth rate and current strength. She was jealous of Asaba's release of Zanpakuto's real name so quickly, and was invited to join the team by the vice-captain of the 4th Division. In the end, the jealousy in Naoko's heart turned into her hatred for Asaba's death against Maiko. Naoko is very regretful now, why she didn't kill Asaba in the wild in the 43rd district of West Rukanga. In Kurosaka's closet, Rukia Kukaki breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the red dot representing Ryotsu had disappeared. For the next time, Asaba has been sensing the nearby whole spirits, and then finds them and buries them. Although as long as the soul burial has 7 whole souls, it can be recorded as passing the soul burial practice. But the dean of the True Spiritual Arts Academy personally admonished Asaba. Asaba, you hardly know how to cut fists and walk away ghosts. You will suffer a lot when facing the team entry assessment of the captains. You have to try your best to achieve excellent results in the soul burial internship, plus your excellent Ryotsu control, and the liberation of Zanpakuto's real name, in order to pass the team entry test. If you want to join Godi 13, you don't have to graduate from the True Spirit Academy. He also had to pass the entrance examination of the captains of the Godi 13th Division. In particular, students who apply for early graduation must be individually assessed by 3 or more team captains. The content of the assessment is naturally Shinigami's 4 skills of slashing fists and walking ghosts, as well as the liberation of Zanpakuto. The so-called slashing fists and walking away ghosts. Chopping Zanpakuto, not Zanpakuto liberation, but Kendo. Fist white hits. Point to Shunpo. Ghost refers to Kido. Asterisk. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Asaba's new nickname, a new monster, 2/4 for flowers. Chapter 23, Asaba's new nickname, a new monster, 2/4 for flowers. For students applying for early graduation, the most important evaluation criteria for the captains when they are accepted for the team entry assessment are the student's Zanpakuto liberation situation and the student's real combat effectiveness. Therefore, the dean of the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts saw that Asaba had completed the liberation of Zanpakuto, and his fighting strength was good, so he personally helped Asaba to report to Goding 13th for early graduation. Asaba is still very grateful to the dean. Therefore, Asaba decided to try his best to achieve excellent results in the practice of soul burial, which can be regarded as a repayment to the dean. The better Asaba's grades are, the brighter his face will naturally be as the dean of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. In the next soul burial practice time, there will be no false appearances. Soon. 6 hours passed. Asaba and other students who participated in the soul burial practice this time all returned to the top of the high-rise building before they came to gather. Katetsu Isane said, "It's a pity that Maiko-san had an accident during the soul burial practice. I hope that all the students will take this as a warning, and you must hide or run away in time when you encounter a virtual situation, so as to give the team leader time to rescue. I can't be like Maiko, who was so frightened that I ran away when I saw Sue, so that I couldn't get to the rescue in time." One of the 6th graders whispered, "I heard that Miiza was scared to pee on the spot after seeing Sue, which is a shame for our ordinary 3rd class. Cut, Miiza, she has always only been fishing for junior brothers, and she doesn't study and practice well in class at all, she deserves it." "Is she really scared to pee? When I first heard about it, I thought it was fake." "It's true. If you don't believe me, ask Asaba and Naoko. They were both present at the time." Naoko looked at Asaba angrily. "Asaba, you're going too far. Maiko is already dead, why are you talking about her embarrassing situation at that time?" After hearing Naoko's words, the 6th grader who had thought that Maiko was frightened and exaggerated, knew it was the truth. Asaba ignored Naoko. These things were not said by Asaba, but Asaba felt that there was no need to explain to Naoko. At this time, a door slowly opened in the air. Katetsu Isane said, "The time is up, everyone, come back to Soul Society with me." The sixth graders began to step into the gate of the world and return to the Soul Society under the guidance of Hell Butterfly. Katetsu Isane's eyes signaled Asaba to stay, and Asaba finally stepped through the gate. "Asaba, I know you didn't say that, why didn't you explain it? Naoko seems to have misunderstood you deeply." Seeing Asaba staring at her, Katetsu Isane hurriedly said, "Of course, I didn't say anything about Maiko being scared to pee." Really, I didn't say it?" Asaba burst out laughing. Katetsu Isane's character is indeed as he understands. Although Katetsu Isane has an elegant and masculine figure and appearance, his personality is soft and waxy. Well, it's quite entertaining. Katetsu Isane blushed. You laugh at me. Vice Captain Yang Yin, you are so cute." In addition to her sister Toru Kingian, Katetsu Isane was the first to hear outsiders say she was cute, and couldn't help blushing even more. The reason Asaba knew it wasn't Katetsu Isane was because Katetsu Isane didn't know about Maiko's urination. When Sue appeared, in addition to Maiko and Naoko, there was actually a sixth grader hiding by the side. The fact that Maiko was scared to pee was naturally said by the sixth grader. "Asaba, will you really join our fourth division?" Asaba raised his hand and hooked his little finger. "Didn't we already pull the hook?" Katetsu Isane didn't feel anything before, and now he just felt ashamed. At that time, she actually took the initiative to take Asaba's hand and naively pulled Gogo with Asaba. OMG. Katetsu Isane now just wants to find a place to crawl in. A few minutes later, Asaba and the others returned to Soul Society. Katetsu Isane handed Asaba and the others over to the teacher at the Spiritual Art Institute, who was in charge of checking the results of the soul burial practice, and left in a hurry. The student whose name I read came forward with a sealed state to accept the result of the soul burial practice test. Naoko. The first is Naoko. Naoko, grade 6 ordinary class 3, completed 3 soul burials and failed. The teacher of the Spiritual Arts Academy returned Naoko's sealed state to her. "What's the matter with you, Naoko? I remember that your previous soul burials have been very good, why did you only complete 3 soul burials this time?" A student told Maiko's story. "So it is." The teacher of the Spiritual Arts Academy said to Naoko, "Naoko, since you have been admitted to the True Spiritual Arts Academy and decided to become a Shinigami, you must be ready to sacrifice yourself and your companions at any time. If you don't want to see your companion die in front of you, you should try to improve your strength, instead of being sad because of your companion's death like you are now. I am very dissatisfied with your performance in this soul burial practice. However, it's the first time you face the pain of losing your partner, and you can be forgiven for not playing well. I will help you apply and give you a chance to re-intern." "Thank you, teacher." "Well, let's go, next, Sasaki." Because Asaba was a junior who participated in the soul burial practice in advance, it was the last turn to come to the stage to submit the soul burial practice review. When Asaba handed Zanpakuto to the Spiritual Academy teacher, a hint of surprise flashed in the Spiritual Academy teacher's eyes. He saw that Asaba's Zanpakuto hilt was different from the usual sealed state, and knew that Asaba had completed the Shikai. No wonder the Academy agreed to allow Asaba to participate in the soul burial internship in advance. It turned out that Asaba had already completed Shikai just 1 month after entering the school. Asaba, Grade 1 General Class 1, complete. Completed 37 soul burials, and the achievements are outstanding. His. After learning about Asaba's soul burial practice results, not only the teacher of the Spiritual Arts Academy was surprised, but everyone present was very surprised. Is this already breaking the previous record for the best soul burial internship? For us 6th graders, Edogawa, who has the best grades, has only completed 14 soul burials. These 6th graders remembered how Asaba had picked all of them before, and secretly thought that they were newcomers who were approved to participate in the soul burial internship in advance 1 month after entering school. In their eyes, Asaba became a monster they couldn't be. After the soul burial internship, Asaba returned to the dormitory. What Asaba didn't know was that he was famous at the True Spiritual Arts Academy, and he had a nickname that wasn't very elegant, the New Monster. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Kiraku Shunsui, Monsters Reborn? But so it is. 3/4 for flowers. Chapter 24, Kiraku Shunsui, Monsters Reborn? But so it is. 3/4 for flowers. After the soul burial practice ended, Asaba stayed in the dormitory to draw a knife to become stronger. Asaba's early graduation application has been passed in Godi 13th, and the early soul burial practice has also been completed. Next, Asaba just needs to wait for Godi 13 to send the captain to conduct a separate entry test for him. And then passing the test, Asaba can join the Godi 13th. Asaba is naturally confident in passing the team entry assessment. Asaba thought that he would join Godi 13 soon, and seeing the characters like Zaraki Kenpeki, whom Asaba liked very much, couldn't help feeling excited. The next day, Asaba was called to Kido House. Kido Inn is one of the landmarks of Shenyang Academy of Spiritual Arts, just like the Academy of Spiritual Arts. The building is located behind the central square of the True Spiritual Academy. The building is not high, but it covers a large area. Kido Academy is mainly responsible for cultivating talents for the Kido community. Originally, Kido and Godi 13 belonged to the Siriti large-scale army. Since the original Kido commander-in-chief Tessai Tsukabishi, who followed Urahara Kisuke to live in seclusion more than 100 years ago, Siriti cancelled the large establishment of the Kido. However, the Kido troops still exist, but their status is far inferior to that of Tessai Tsukabishi when he was in Soul Society. Now he is mainly responsible for tasks such as opening passages, opening barriers, and sealing. By convention, when the team leader conducts a separate entry assessment for a student who graduates early, he needs to assess the student's actual combat ability, so it may be necessary to fight between the student and the team leader. In order not to let the squad leaders battle, Ryatsu, affect the students in the academy who were inferior to Ryatsu. The location of the individual team assessment is generally selected in the basement of Kido-Yuan with a high-strength Ryatsu isolation barrier. Under the leadership of Shinigami of Kido-In, Asaba came to the basement of Kido-In. Ah, it's finally here, wait until I'm almost asleep. Kiraku Shunsui, who was sitting in the evaluation booth, looked at Asaba who came in and stretched his waist. Asaba looked towards the evaluation table and saw 3 people sitting on it. One was just now, the captain of the 8th division, Kiraku Shunsui. One is wearing glasses and looks gentle and elegant, Aizen Sosuke, the captain of the 5th division. The other is Ano Hanaretsu, one of the 2 female Shinigami captains in active duty. Kiraku Shunsui was personally assigned by the captain Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni, as the main person in charge of Asaba's individual entry assessment. Aizen Sosuke wanted to use Asaba as a pawn for his next move, so he took the initiative to apply for this assessment. Ano Hanaretsu also took the initiative to apply to participate in the Asaba assessment. After Katetsu Isane went back and told her about Asaba, she couldn't wait to meet Asaba, who made Katetsu Isane so proud. After Asaba came to stand in the center of the venue, Aizen Sosuke nodded to Asaba, and Ano Hanaretsu narrowed her eyes with her signature gentle and peaceful smile. Kiraku Shunsui, who was sitting at the very center, yawned after sensing Asaba's Ryatsu. I thought the monster freshman who graduated early from the Shino Arts Academy in the shortest time period was very powerful, but it turns out that he is just a kid who only has 10 ordinary seats in Ryatsu. Compared to Kiraku Shunsui, The current Asaba is definitely a kid regardless of age or Ryatsu. Asaba said. Asaba, a freshman in the first year ordinary class 1, has passed 3 captains. Aizen Sosuke said, the first time I met our 3 squad leaders, I could be neither humble nor arrogant. Asaba, you are very good, I hope your performance will not disappoint me for a while. Aizen Sosuke has already started a layout for him to invite Asaba to join the team. Kiraku Shunsui glanced at Aizen Sosuke with some doubts. For some reason, he felt that Aizen Sosuke's performance today was a bit abnormal. Asaba, I heard that you don't know anything about cutting fists and walking ghosts, is that true? Facing Kiraku Shunsui's question, Asaba nodded truthfully. I taught myself a little bit of kendo, kido shunpo, and white hits, I really don't know anything about it. Who gave you the confidence to apply for graduation early? Asaba said, Beijing band leader, I have successfully graduated early, and now it is the examination for joining the team. Kiraku Shunsui felt a little shriveled upon hearing that. Anohanaretsu, who was on the side, covered her mouth and laughed. She saw Kiraku Shunsui looking at her and said with a smile, I'm sorry, Harushue, I'm not laughing at you, I just think Asaba is funny. Kiraku Shunsui and Anohanaretsu are old acquaintances, and the two, together with Jushiro Yukitake, are the 3 oldest Shinigami captains in Seireitei, and their relationship is usually excellent. Whether Anohanaretsu laughs because Kiraku Shunsui is deflated, or really thinks Asaba is funny. Well, Anohanaretsu laughed, and Kiraku Shunsui couldn't help her. Cough. Kiraku Shunsui coughed to hide his embarrassment, and said, then let's start the team assessment now. Asaba nodded. A hint of slyness flashed in Kiraku Shunsui's eyes. Asaba, show your slashing fists in turn now. Asaba spread his hands and said, Kiraku Shunsui, aren't you trying to embarrass me? Kiraku Shunsui did it on purpose. When he saw Asaba deflated, he smiled, and said, Kid, Zhang is still old, you know. A string of black lines appeared on Asaba's head. He had known for a long time that Kiraku Shunsui was not serious, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Yes, I understand. Well, it's good to know. I have already learned about your situation from the dean. Although your slashing fists and walking ghosts are not very good, I heard that you are very good at Ryatsu and have liberated Zanpakuto's real name. Now, tell us, show off your power after Zanpakuto Shikai. Good. Asaba pulled out the Wuming Zanpakuto from his waist. Kiraku Shunsui looked at the transparent Zanpakuto in Asaba's hand and exclaimed, what a beautiful Zanpakuto. Asaba threw the Zanpakuto in his hand into the air, chanting the liberation language softly in his mouth. Down the divine thunder. Ching long. Boom. Zanpakuto, who was thrown into the air by Asaba, stopped in front of Asaba with the sound of thunder, and his form had changed. The handle has dragon scales. There are dragon beards flying at the knife edge. The blade, which was originally transparent, turned into a cyan color, with lightning entwined from time to time. After Asaba reached out and grasped the handle of the knife, the breath on his body changed. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Entry into the team alone? Pass through. 4/4 for flowers. Chapter 25, Entry into the team alone? Pass through. 4/4 for flowers. Aizen Sosuke adjusted his glasses. Really good Zanpakuto, Zanpakuto with the thunder attribute is very rare. Kiraku Shunsui also praised, only Shikai has tripled Ryatsu, and now Asaba has 5 seats in the Ryatsu level. Anohanaretsu looked at Asaba with a smile, but did not speak. Katetsu Isane really didn't lie to her. Although Asaba's current Ryatsu is not very good, in time, he will definitely become a powerful Shinigami. If Asaba can join the 4th team, he will definitely become the card face of the 4th team, so that the fourth team can get rid of the dilemma that the members cannot fight. Asaba, do you mind if I personally teach you Zanpakuto's abilities? Kiraku Shunsui said and stood up. Don't worry, I'll fight with the same strength as your Ryatsu, and I won't use Keto white hits and Shunpo. It's my honor to play against the leader of the Jing band. Good. Huh. Kiraku Shunsui fluttered lightly across from Asaba. Then, Asaba, attack with all your strength. There is a barrier set up by the Keto people here, so you don't have to worry about causing damage. Beijing band leader, then I will be offended. Holding Zanpakuto, Asaba charged towards Kiraku Shunsui. Kiraku Shunsui stood still and waited for the lightning Zanpakuto in Asaba's hand to slash him, then he unhurriedly pulled out Zanpakuto to meet Asaba's slash. Ding! The moment the two blades collided, Kiraku Shunsui immediately stepped back. It turns out that after your Zanpakuto Shikai, you not only strengthened your Ryatsu, but also greatly increased your power. As expected of the leader of the Jing band, you can see it with just one blow. It's hard not to see it. Asaba caught up with the retreating Kiraku Shunsui and kept slashing. Kiraku Shunsui only defended and did not take the initiative to attack. Originally, Kiraku Shunsui intended to fight Asaba with the same Ryatsu strength as Asaba. However, Asaba's power was increased tenfold, and Kiraku Shunsui had to defend Asaba's slash with a Ryatsu level equivalent to 5 seats in the squad. Ding! 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 After Kiraku Shunsui resisted Asaba's slashes more than 10 times in a row, his body suddenly froze while he was moving smoothly. Seeing that Zanpakuto's paralyzing effect was activated, Asaba immediately raised Zanpakuto in both hands, and then slashed it down. Brush! A sword that was half a meter wide slashed towards Kiraku Shunsui, who was standing still. Alai, it's really dangerous. Kiraku Shunsui, who used Shunpo to dodge to the side, supported the hat he was carrying, and looked at where he was standing. I saw that there was a gully that was 1 meter deep and half a meter wide. If my Ryatsu really only has 3 seats, but I can't recover from paralysis so quickly, I will definitely be hit by your blow and be injured. It's a really good sword attack. As the dean said, you are very strong in Ryatsu control. Asaba said, Master Jing, you are using Shunpo. Ha ha ha, don't pay attention to these details. Do you still continue? Does your Zanpakuto have any other abilities? Asaba shook his head. Then stop here. Asaba put away Zanpakuto, then came to Asaba and put his hand on Asaba's shoulder. Asaba, you are really good, come to the 8th division. Asaba knew that he had passed Kiraku Shunsui's examination. Aizen Sosuke stood up, and a Shunpo came to Asaba. Kiraku Shunsui, you are so cunning, you took the opportunity to invite Asaba to join the team. Kiraku Shunsui retracted his hand on Asaba's shoulder, expecting Asaba to be excited or surprised to receive his advance invitation. As a result, Asaba looked calm, but surprised him. It's called getting the moon near the water, and who asked you, Captain Aizen, to test Asaba yourself? Ha, it's true that I miscalculated, Asaba, if you want, the door of the 5th division is open for you at any time. Anohanaretsu was still sitting, but she raised her right hand and hooked her little finger towards Asaba. Asaba didn't raise his hand, but the little finger of his right hand also hooked. Anohanaretsu squinted and continued to smile when Asaba responded to the code. Aizen Sosuke and Kiraku Shunsui turned their backs to Anohanaretsu, so they didn't notice Anohanaretsu's small movements, nor did they notice Asaba's calm response. Thank you for the love from the two captains. Kiraku Shunsui saw that Asaba did not respond to his invitation immediately, and said, there are 13 divisions in the 13th division of Gotei, and each division has different responsibilities. As a newcomer, Asaba, you should really understand each division first. The squad will make a decision later. Of course, I appreciate you very much. If you join the 5th division, I can bring you a drink together. Kiraku Shunsui frowned at Asaba, giving Asaba a look that every man understands. After an hour, Asaba followed Kiraku Shunsui and other 3 captains to the first team meeting room. Since the opening of the Shinigami Academy, many Shinigami have graduated early from the Shinigami Academy. Among them, the person who lasted the shortest was Ichimaru Jin, the captain of the current Gotei 13th Division 3rd Division. But from today, the person with the shortest history changed hands and became Asaba, who only spent a month. Therefore, the entire Gotei 13th Division, except for the captain of the 13th Division, Jushiro Yukitake, was absent due to physical discomfort. Including the chief captain Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni, who is also the captain of the first team, all the team captains are assembled in the first team conference room at this moment. Standing in the middle of the first team meeting room, Asaba was both excited and nervous at the moment. For Asaba, this match was a bit unexpected. At this time, including Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni, all the captains were looking at a document. That information was the result report of Kiraku Shunsui and others on Asaba's early entry into the team. After Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni read the materials, he stood up with a cane. Captains, you have already read Asaba's profile, and now the captains who are interested in Asaba, let's make a statement. Asterisk. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Captains, sorry, Asaba is a member of my 4th division, 1/4 ask for flowers. Chapter 26, Captains, sorry, Asaba is a member of my 4th division, 1/4 ask for flowers. Kiraku Shunsui was the first to say, Asaba, come to the 8th division, I don't know why, but I think it's a good match for you. Aizen Sosuke followed closely, Asaba, you are lacking in slashing fists and walking ghosts. The officers in my squad are not bad in this regard, especially Vice Captain Hinamori Momo, her Kido is very strong. If you join the 5th division, I believe that with your talent, you will soon be able to master the punch and go away and become stronger. Aizen Sosuke's words sound appealing, but they're actually just a verbal check. Could it be that apart from the 5th division, there is no Shinigami in the other divisions who can instruct Asaba in his practice of slashing fists and walking ghosts? Kiraku Shunsui and Aizen Sosuke invited Asaba, while the rest of the captains sat without speaking. When Anohanaretsu was about to invite Asaba, Zaraki Kenpeki threw the unread documents on the table, got up and came to Asaba. Hey, boy, I don't feel how strong you are, come on, try to slash me. The chief captain Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni did not speak with a cane, and the other captains did not speak when they saw the old man Yamamoto, so naturally they did not come forward to stop Zaraki Kenpeki. They also wanted to see if Asaba's true strength was as impressive as the report submitted by Kiraku Shunsui. Asaba saw that Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni and the rest of the captains did not speak up, so naturally they acquiesced to Zaraki Kenpeki's actions. Captain Zaraki, if I cut you, you won't trouble me, will you? The current Asaba is far from Zaraki Kenpeki's opponent. If Zaraki Kenpeki insists on making trouble with Asaba, it will be a big trouble for Asaba. Zaraki Kenpeki said a little annoyed, I will let you and cut it. Asaba pulled Zanpakuto out. Except for Kiraku Shunsui, Aizen Sosuke, and Anohanaretsu, the rest of the Shinigami captains, looking at Zanpakuto in Asaba's hands, all lit up. What a beautiful Zanpakuto! Asaba held Zanpakuto in both hands, took a deep breath, and covered all the Ryatsu in his body to the blade. Kiraku Shunsui knew that Asaba didn't intend to liberate Zanpakuto, he shook his head, Asaba was still too arrogant because he was too young. In Kiraku Shunsui's view, Asaba liberates Zanpakuto, it is still possible to break the defense of Zaraki Kenpeki Ryatsu. Drink! With a loud shout from Asaba, Zanpakuto in Asaba's hand slashed to Zaraki Kenpei's shoulder. What surprised Captain Shinigami like Kuraka Shunsui and others. Asaba's Zanpakuto blade slashed into Zaraki Kenpei's shoulder. Although, Asaba's Zanpakuto only had the blade of less than 1 centimeter cut into Zaraki Kenpei's shoulder, which was still enough to surprise the captains. You know, even Shinigami, who has the level of General Captain Ryutsu, is not guaranteed to break through Zaraki Kenpei's Ryutsu defense with just one blow when facing Zaraki Kenpei's Ryutsu defense for the first time. Sorry Captain Zaraki, I hurt you. Zanpakuto was taken back by Asaba, who had a certain awareness of Zaraki Kenpei's Ryutsu defense in his mind. Strong, really strong. Asaba covered almost all of Ryutsu's body on the blade, and then slashed at Zaraki Kenpei who didn't take off the seal of Ryutsu's blindfold. As a result, only the blade that covered almost all of Asaba's Ryutsu broke through Zaraki Kenpei's Ryutsu defense. If Asaba hadn't concentrated all of the Ryutsu on the blade, I'm afraid no matter how many times Asaba slashed at Zaraki Kenpei, he wouldn't be able to break through his Ryutsu defense. Asaba can only say, as expected of Zaraki Kenpei. Ha ha ha. It really surprised me, Asaba, you are very strong, I recognize you, join the 11th team. Hitsugaya Tashiro said, Captain Zaraki, do you agree with Asaba, should Asaba join the 11th division? Asaba, come to the 10th division. Compared with other captains, we are the most similar in age, and we must have a lot of common topics. Komamura Seijin said, Asaba, come to the 7th division to pursue justice and light with this old man. After Komamura Seijin spoke, Tuan Kaname said, Komamura, if Asaba wants to pursue justice and light, it should be me and together, Asaba, join the 9th division. Asaba, your Ryutsu control is very strong, I can teach you Kido and white hits. Broken B also sent an invitation to Asaba. Byakuya Kukaki, Asaba, the 6th division might be a good choice for you. Ichimaru-jin, Asaba, before you, I was the one who graduated from Shino Spiritual Arts Academy in the shortest time. You broke my record, should you come to the 3rd division to compensate me? Anohanaretsu looked at Asaba with a smile, and did not rush to invite Asaba. Asaba was previously in the Kido courtyard basement and had already responded to her code. Her confidence in Asaba joining the 4th division is as big as her heart. Great. Anohanaretsu got up and came to Asaba after seeing that the captain and Kuro Ushimayuri had no plans to invite Asaba to join the team. After Anohanaretsu came to Asaba, he didn't open his mouth to invite Asaba, but raised his hand and stretched his little finger in front of Asaba. The rest of the captains were puzzled, but saw that Asaba stretched out his little finger and hooked Anohanaretsu's little finger together. Anohanaretsu said with a smile, I'm sorry, captains, Asaba is from my 4th division. Aizen Sosuke said, Captain Anohana, you just ticked your fingers, Asaba did not agree to join the 4th division. In Aizen Sosuke's eyes, Asaba is a pawn he needs to use, so he will try his best to get Asaba to join the 5th division before Asaba makes a decision. Anohanaretsu's little finger clenched tightly around Asaba's little finger. Asaba, tell them if you'd like to join the 4th division. Asaba said, thank you captains for their love for me, but I was invited to join the team by the vice captain of the 4th division when I participated in the soul burial practice in advance. I agreed at that time and made an agreement with the vice captain of the 4th division. Definitely join the 4th squad. Aizen Sosuke looked at Anohanaretsu. He now knew why Anohanaretsu had to take Asaba's soul burial internship from him before, and why Anohanaretsu took the initiative to apply for Asaba's entry assessment. Miscalculated? I knew so. Even if Aizen Sosuke personally led the soul burial practice, he would not give up that team leader to Anohanaretsu. Asterisk. Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Asaba, the task is to become the battle facade of the 4th division, 2/4 ask for flowers. Chapter 27, Asaba, the task is to become the battle facade of the 4th Division, 2/4 ask for flowers. Anohanaretsu saw Aizen Sosuke staring at her meaningfully, and said with a smile, Captain Aizen, you have already received an answer from Asaba, do you have any questions? Aizen Sosuke then retracted his gaze, and after adjusting his glasses, he returned to his usual gentle smile. Asaba, after you join the 4th Division, if you feel that the 4th Division is not suitable for you, the door of my 5th Division is open for you at any time. Thank you Captain Aizen, I remember it. Asaba was wary of Aizen Sosuke. Aizen Sosuke, who is about to defect from Soul Society, has no reason to insist on inviting Asaba to join the 5th Division. Unless, Aizen Sosuke feels that Asaba threatens his plans. Or, Aizen Sosuke took a fancy to Asaba's ability or strength in a certain aspect, and wanted to use Asaba as a game in the next plan. Thinking of this, Asaba was speechless. He was only at the level of an official now, and unexpectedly attracted the attention of Aizen Sosuke. Seeing that Asaba had made a decision, the captain Yamamoto Yuanyajai Shijikuni put on a cane. Then Asaba is brought back to the 4th Division by Anoka, and today's meeting will be dissolved. After Asaba followed Anohanaretsu out of the first team meeting room, he was stopped by Zaraki Kenpeiku. Asaba, it's been a long time since I met an opponent who can cut me directly. Let's find a place to fight, shall we? Zaraki Kenpeiku is belligerent, but he has no interest in opponents who are too weak. Asaba's current Ryutsu, though average, caught the attention of Zaraki Kenpeiku. Anohanaretsu stood in front of Asaba and smiled at Zaraki Kenpeiku. Zaraki, are you the one who wants to bully my 4th Division? Cut, I have to leave beforehand. Asaba looked at Zaraki Kenpeiku's obviously unwilling back when he left, and found it a little funny. As expected of Anohanaretsu. Anohanaretsu looks gentle and peaceful, but she used to be the worst villain in Soul Society history. Therefore, Anohanaretsu has a special skill. That is, she can keep a smile without changing her expression, and only use her aura and special language to shock people. Asaba returned to Division 4 with Anohanaretsu. Katetsu Isane and a group of Shinigami from Division 4, seeing Anohanaretsu returning with Asaba, immediately surrounded him. They had long known that Anohanaretsu went to participate in Asaba's solo entry test today. They also learned from Katetsu Isane that Asaba had just entered the school for a month and was a monster freshman at the True Spiritual Arts Academy. Also, they got word from Katetsu Isane that Asaba will be joining the 4th Division. Originally, they still didn't believe that such an excellent Asaba would join the 4th Division as the medical team. Unexpectedly, Anohanaretsu really brought Asaba back to the 4th team. Katetsu Isane greeted Asaba with a smile, Asaba, welcome to the 4th Division. Thank you, Vice Captain Yang Yin. Anohanaretsu said, everyone, from today onwards, Asaba is a member of our 4th Division. I hope you all get along well with Asaba. The Shinigami of Division 4, led by Katetsu Isane, all clapped their hands to welcome Asaba. After the applause subsided, Anohanaretsu looked at Asaba and said, Asaba, you don't know Kaido, so you are not responsible for the healing tasks of the 4th Division. Your main task in the 4th Division is to keep getting stronger and stronger. What? Asaba was a little confused. Katetsu Isane had said to Asaba in Karakura Town before that it doesn't matter that Asaba doesn't know Kaido. Now Anohanaretsu is telling Asaba directly that he doesn't need to know Kaido, he just needs to work hard to become stronger. What's the situation? Isn't the 4th Division a medical team? Seeing Asaba's doubts, Anohanaretsu explained, that's right, other division Shinigami think that our 4th Division Shinigami is not capable of fighting, so from now on, you have to work hard to become stronger and become our 4th Division. The battle card of the squad. A string of black lines appeared on Asaba's head when he heard this. Speaking of the battle cards of the 4th Division, Wasn't there Unohanaretsu? After Unohanaretsu's strength is fully developed, there are not many Shinigami in Soul Society who are her opponents. Yanjian, Asaba will leave the arrangement to you. Good captain. After Unohanaretsu left, the Shinigami from Division 4 also dispersed. Asaba, come with me. Katetsu Isane brought Asaba to the clothing room and asked someone to measure Asaba. 3 days later, you will be able to receive the Death Tyrant outfit tailored for you. After the students of the True Spiritual Arts Academy joined Godi 13th Division, there were people in each division who specially made Death Lord outfits for them. Next, Katetsu Isane brought Asaba to the scabbard room. After the scabbard master of the 4th division made a model of the scabbard for Asaba's Zanpakuto, he reluctantly returned Zanpakuto to Asaba. It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful Zanpakuto. Thanks. 3 days later, I will personally deliver the scabbard to you. At that time, can you show me Shikai? No problem. After seeing Asaba's promise, the scabbard master vowed to make a scabbard worthy of Asaba's beautiful Zanpakuto. After leaving the scabbard room, Katetsu Isane took Asaba to a one-person compound. Asaba, this is your dormitory. Originally, you can only have a separate dormitory after you become an officer. This is my special consideration for you. Thank you, Vice Captain Yanjian. 3 days later, after you receive the Death Tyrant outfit, the captain will personally conduct the Zanpakuto formal award ceremony for you. After Zanpakuto is officially granted to Shinigami, Shinigami truly owns Zanpakuto, and until then, it can only be regarded as a temporary borrowing. Asaba, take a good rest these few days. Although the new Shinigami, it will take at least half a year to start a battle for the seat. But you are special. I think after you are officially awarded Zanpakuto, Sister Hwa will directly let you play. Seated battle. Thank you, Vice Captain Yanjian, for telling me this news. I will prepare well these days. Oh, yes, although you don't have to be in charge of the healing mission, but you are now Shinigami of Godi 13th Division, and you still need to know the responsibilities of each division of Godi 13th Division. Asterisk. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, Non-Shinigami New, Recommended Chapters to Skip, 3/4 for Flowers. Chapter 28, Non-Shinigami New, Recommended Chapters to Skip, 3/4 for Flowers. Although Asaba knew the responsibilities of the Godi 13 divisions for a long time, he still said to Katetsu Isane. Also ask Vice Captain Yongyin to inform me. Katetsu Isane was asked by Asaba for advice, and naturally he was very happy to start introducing Asaba to the duties of each division of the Godi 13th Division. The first team, the team badge is Chrysanthemum, and the active captain is Yamamoto Yuanyajai Shijikuni. The responsibility of the first team is to be responsible for the announcement of Central 46 and to hold a regular captain's meeting. When there is a major event in Seiridai, the first team will also call the captain to the first team meeting room for a meeting. The selection of Asaba, who has the shortest history of graduating from the True Spirit Academy, can also be regarded as a major event for Seiridai. Therefore, today the first team called all the team leaders in the conference room. The second division, the team badge is Wang Cao, and the active captain is Broken B. The full name of the second division in Seiridai is Stealth Mobility. Compared with the rest of the division, the duties of the second division are somewhat special. They are responsible for the execution of prisoners of the Soul Society, the assassination of those identified as enemies of the Soul Society, and sometimes responsible for the undercover investigation of the target. Asaba, do you know? The second division has 5 divisions, and each division has different responsibilities. It is the division with the most responsibilities among all divisions. Asaba shook his head. He knew that the second division had 5 divisions, but Asaba could not remember the specific responsibilities of each division. The 5 teams are the Criminal Army, the Police Guard, the Supervision Team, the Dark Side Team, and the Reading Team. The Xingjun is a combat-type detachment responsible for executing criminals and assassinating the enemy. Every Shinigami of the Xingjun has high attainments in white hits, and also knows the special white hit skills of the 2nd Division. The special white hits skills refer to the advanced white hits moves that cannot be learned in the white hits class of the True Spiritual Art Academy, such as the Bamboo Dragonfly, the Persimmon, and the Windmill. Among them, the most famous one is the instant coax developed by the former 2nd Division Captain Chihao Yuryuaki. The active duty commander of the Penal Corps is Broken B. The police team is an exploratory detachment, responsible for patrolling the security within the Jingling Palace, and also for monitoring all Shinigami movements of the Godi 13th Division. The captain of the current police squad is Omadame Rekiyo, the deputy captain of the 2nd Division. The supervisory team is a guard-type unit responsible for guarding the supervisory tower in Siritii. Katetsu Isane did not explain the supervision tower, but Asaba knew. The so-called supervision tower is actually the Worm's Nest, which is a place dedicated to imprisoning Shinigami, who is a threat to the Soul Society. The supervision tower is similar to the Infernal Hell, but it is different. The current captain of the 12th Division, Kuroishi Mayuri, was once imprisoned in the supervision tower. Urahara Kisuke, who had fled with Yuryuaki Saifeng and lived in seclusion, was once the captain of the supervision team. Kuroishi Mayuri was released by Urahara Kisuke from the supervision tower. The Dark Side Team is a sneak-type team responsible for secretly sneaking into the investigation. The Dark Side is the most mysterious unit of the 2nd Division. It is said that even the captain of Godi 13, very few people have ever seen the Dark Side. Well, Katetsu Isane also knew that there was a Dark Side in the 2nd Division, but had never seen it before. Team Raiden is a speed-type unit, responsible for quickly conveying the first-level strict orders to each unit. N. Asaba nodded. Katetsu Isane continues the introduction. The 3rd Division, the team badge is Marigold, and the current captain is Ichimaru Jin. The 3rd Division is a support team, responsible for supporting other divisions that need support. Our 4th Division's badge is Genshin, and the captain is naturally Anohana Retsusama. In addition to treatment, our 4th Division also sometimes takes on backup duties. But Asaba, you just need to work hard to become stronger, you don't have to worry about that. The 5th Division, the team badge is Maziwamua, and the active captain is Aizen Sosuke. The 5th Division is a rescue team, and its responsibilities are similar to those of the 3rd Division, but they usually come to the rescue later than the 3rd Division. The 6th Division, the team badge is Tsubaki, and the active captain is Byakuya Kukaki. Chun is actually Camellia. Byakuya Kukaki is not only the captain of the 6th Division, but also the contemporary head of the Kukaki family, one of the 4 great nobles of Siritii. The 6th Division is a noble team, and its duty is to protect the safety of Jingling Court. The 7th Division, the team badge is Iris, and the active captain is Komamura Seijin. The 7th Division is the inner court guard, and its responsibilities are similar to those of the 6th Division. The 8th Division, the team badge is the Bird of Paradise Flower, and the active captain is Kiraku Shunsui. The 8th Division is the intelligence team. The 9th Division, the team badge is Bai Ying, and the active captain is Tuan Kaname. The 9th Division is the prison team. Team 10, the emblem of the team is Narcissus, and the active captain is Hitsuga Yatashiro. The 10th Division is the patrol guard. From the 6th Division to the 10th Division, the duties of the division and the division of the 2nd Division overlap in responsibilities. So Katetsu Isane didn't go into details. Team 11, the badge is Sawgrass, and the current captain is Zaraki Kenpeiku. The 11th Division is a dedicated combat team. Only each generation of Kenpeiku is qualified to be the captain of the 11th Division. Our captain is the captain of the first generation 11th Division. Asabo pretended not to know that Anohana Retsu was once powerful, and said in surprise, Captain Anohana is the first generation Kenpei N. It's amazing, isn't it? Great. Katetsu Isane was pleased with Asaba's surprise. The 12th Division, the team badge is Thistle, and the active captain is Kuroishi Mayuri. The 12th Division is a technology development team, with a Technology Development Bureau under its jurisdiction, and the Technology Development Bureau is responsible for monitoring the current Ryotsu. Asaba, you'd better not deal with Kuroishi Mayuri. Asaba nodded. Not to mention Katetsu Isane, who has a soft personality, any woman should be more resistant to contact with Kuroishi Mayuri. Even Asaba, facing Kuroishi Mayuri in the first team conference room today, even if the two did not communicate, Asaba felt a chill in his heart when he looked at Kuroishi Mayuri. The 13th Division, the team badge is Yukino, and the active captain is Jushiro Yukitake. The 13th Division is the purification team. Captain Jushiro has always been in poor health. Even our captain can't cure Captain Jushiro. Asaba knew that no matter how powerful Kaido of Anohanaretsu was, it would be impossible to cure Jushiro Yukitake. After Katetsu Isane introduced the situation of Godi I-13 to Asaba, he smiled, and said to Asaba, Asaba, thank you for facing so many invitations from captains and accepting my invitation to come to the 4th Division. Asaba hooked his little finger, who made us make a promise. Katetsu Isane blushed and remembered the embarrassment at the time. Then, I'll leave first. If you have anything, you can come directly to the deputy captain to find me. Asterisk. Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Aizen Sosuke's Plan, 4/4 for Flowers. Chapter 29, Aizen Sosuke's Plan, 4/4 for Flowers. After Katetsu Isane left, Asaba began to clean up his small courtyard in the 4th Division. Now Asaba has successfully joined Godi I-13, and has caught the attention of Aizen Sosuke. Asaba was very excited. Any Shinigami fan will be thrilled to have the opportunity to participate in the Shinigami story. I don't know what Aizen Sosuke wants to do to me. My current strength is still too weak. It is less than a month before Aizen Sosuke's betrayal of Soul Society. I must hurry up and continue to become stronger. If only Bankai could be completed before then. Asaba just thinks about completing Bankai. It took Asaba almost a month to complete Shikai, and it is almost impossible to complete Bankai in less than a month. In Asaba, he was admitted to the True Central Spiritual Art Academy, and successfully graduated from the True Central Spiritual Art Academy in advance, and then joined the 4th team through a separate entry assessment. There have also been some incidents in Siritii. A month ago, the Technology Development Bureau was suddenly lost, and was monitored by Rukia Kukiki, who was sent to Karakura town by Jushiro Yukitake without the knowledge of Byakuya Kukiki, in the present Ryotsu. The 2nd Division immediately dispatched the stealthy Shinigami to the world to find Rukia Kukiki, but in the end came back without success. The 13th Division, where Rukia Kukiki is located, also sent Shinigami named Yeno Sukchitani to the world to find Rukia Kukiki. Yoshino Sukchitani found Rukia Kukiki in this world, but after seeing Rukia Kukiki and Kurosaki Ichigo, he felt that it was time for Rukia Kukiki to pursue love. At the same time, Yoshino Sukchitani was moved by Kurosaki Ichigo, who fought desperately with Su, so he concealed the information that he had found Rukia Kukiki in this world. When Asaba went to Karakura town to attend the soul burial internship in advance, Abarai Renji, who was the 6th seat of the 11th Division, was promoted to the vice captain of the 6th Division. The 5th Division Captain's Room. Aizen Sosuke, captain of the 5th Division, is sitting at the table practicing calligraphy. The window that was closed suddenly opened by itself, and then closed by itself. Aizen Sosuke didn't seem to notice all this, and was still writing. A figure slowly appeared in front of Aizen Sosuke. The person who appeared was Tuan Kaname, the captain of Godi I 13th Division 9th Division. What's your order for me? Aizen Sosuke did not look up at Tuan Kaname, but continued to write. You go to this world to check on Rukia Kukaki's situation, and make sure for me whether Hogyaku is really in her present skeleton. Yes. After receiving instructions from Aizen Sosuke, Tuan Kaname made a movement of wearing a hat and disappeared into the 5th Division captain's room. Then, the window behind Aizen Sosuke opened again by itself, then closed by itself. After Tuan Kaname left, Aizen Sosuke stopped writing with the pen in his hand. Asaba, I originally wanted you to join the 5th Division, and then let you cooperate with my next plan. Since you chose the 4th team, and I have a hunch that you may affect my plan, don't blame me. Unfortunately, I originally thought you were an opponent worth looking forward to. Now, only reluctance to let you, a genius who has not really risen yet, die prematurely. 3 days later, the 6th grader of the True Spiritual Arts Academy has graduated. Some outstanding students passed the entrance examination of Go-Di 13 and successfully joined Go-Di 13, becoming the Shirai Shinigami they always wanted to be. Those who performed well but failed the entry test, Shirai gave them 2 options. Either continue to be temporarily granted sealed state and go to the present world to serve as a resident Shinigami. Either take back the sealed state they temporarily borrowed, and leave the Shirai to return to their original lives. In the case of a noble of Shirai, it is the seat of the returning family within Shirai. If you were born in Rukanga, you will return to Rukanga. Among them, Naoko, who was in the 3rd class, successfully joined the 5th Division. As for those 6th graders with poor grades, they directly took back the sealed state, letting them go back to where they came from. On this day, the Shinigami of the 4th Division gathered in the courtyard. Today is the day that Asaba was officially awarded the untitled Zanpakuto. At this time, Asaba had changed out of the school uniform of the True Spiritual Arts Academy and put on the Death Tyrant suit tailored for him by the 4th Division. Anohanaretsu holds Asaba's Zanpakuto in both hands and hands Zanpakuto to Asaba. Asaba, on behalf of the Go-Di 13th Division Commander, I officially congratulate you on your official status as Shinigami of Shirai. Asaba took his Zanpakuto. Thank you, Captain. At this time, the scabbard master of the 4th Division came over with a new scabbard. Asaba, I made your scabbard. Asaba took over the new scabbard made by the scabbard master. Asaba's new scabbard is all white, with shallow and unknown patterns embedded on the scabbard, giving people a classical beauty. The scabbard master saw Asaba looking at the new scabbard and asked, How is it, are you satisfied? Asaba said, It's good to look good, but I don't think it looks enough hacky. The scabbard master said, Asaba, your Zanpakuto is really beautiful, so I think your Zanpakuto should be matched with an equally beautiful scabbard. Of course, if you are not satisfied with the current scabbard and want Haki's scabbard, I can reorder it for you. Asaba pulled Zanpakuto from the scabbard he had originally picked in the scabbard room of the Shino School of Spirituality, and put it in a new scabbard. It's beautiful, I'm very satisfied, thank you, no need to reorder it. The scabbard master said, Then you promised to show me your Zanpakuto Shikai earlier, you won't break your promise, right? Anohanaretsu said, Asaba, from now on, you will spend a long time with the Shinigami of the 4th Division, so please show everyone your Zanpakuto liberation. Good. The Shinigami from Division 4 made room for Asaba, then surrounded Asaba, staring intently at Asaba. They also really felt that Asaba's Zanpakuto was beautiful, and they were looking forward to what a Zanpakuto as beautiful as Asaba would look like after liberation. Rukia Kukaki's Zanpakuto is gorgeous after liberation. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Chapter 30, The Battle for the Seat. Asaba chooses to challenge the 3rd seat, 1/4 ask for flowers. Chapter 30, The Battle for the Seat. Asaba chooses to challenge the 3rd seat, 1/4 ask for flowers. Asaba pulled Zanpakuto from its new scabbard and threw it into the air. Down the divine thunder. Ching long. Boom. Zanpakuto, who was thrown into the air by Asaba, stopped in front of Asaba with the sound of thunder. The Scabbard Division and the Shinigami of the 4th Division were all watching carefully, and Zanpakuto stopped in front of Asaba. After seeing Asaba, Zanpakuto Shikai, the hilt has dragon scales. There are dragon beards flying at the knife edge. The blade, which was originally transparent, turned blue, and the blade was entangled with lightning from time to time. The Scabbard Master exclaimed, "Asaba can't imagine that after the liberation of Zanpakuto, who is so beautiful as you, although it is still beautiful, it is more of a haki." He could understand why Asaba felt that the scabbard was not enough for haki. And the scabbard he made for Asaba does not match the Zanpakuto after Asaba's liberation. "Asaba, let me make a new scabbard for you." Asaba shook his head and said, "I really don't need it. After all, Zanpakuto lasts the most time in the unreleased form. The scabbard you made for me is very suitable for the unreleased state. It's best if you like it, ha ha ha, then I'll leave first." After the scabbard master left, Anohanaretsu said, "Asaba, tell everyone about your Zanpakuto abilities." Asaba then took hold of Zanpakuto, who had been standing in front of him out of thin air. Immediately, Asaba's aura changed, Ryatsu tripled. The 4th Division Shinigami was shocked when he sensed the change in Ryatsu on Asaba. Shikai can elevate so much of Ryatsu's Zanpakuto, it's the first time they've ever met. Like Katetsu Isane's Zanpakuto, after Shikai, Ryatsu can only be raised less than double. After Zanpakuto Shikai, Ryatsu is generally about doubled. Shikai can enhance 2 times Ryatsu's Zanpakuto, which is one of the few in Siraidi's 2000-year history. My Zanpakuto's real name is Qinglong. As everyone perceives, after Qinglong's liberation, it can increase my Ryatsu by 3 times, and at the same time, my strength will be increased by 10 times. When I use the Blue Dragon attack, it will be accompanied by a lightning attack. If I am hit by my Blue Dragon many times, I will be temporarily paralyzed. The above is my ability after Zanpakuto's liberation. After Asaba introduced Zanpakuto's abilities, he disarmed Zanpakuto's Shikai and then took Zanpakuto into a new scabbard. Wow, Asaba's Zanpakuto is all about fighting. As expected of Zanpakuto, the face of our 4th Division's future battle, so handsome. I don't know how strong Asaba's Zanpakuto Bankai is. Not all Zanpakuto are combat ready, or have great fighting power. Zanpakuto of Anohanaretsu, captain of the 4th Division, the main role after Shikai is not fighting. Of course, after Anohanaretsu's Zanpakuto Bankai, the abilities are vastly different from Shikai's. Anohanaretsu said, "Asaba has the shortest time to graduate from the True Spiritual Arts Academy, so I especially allow Asaba to compete for the seat battle today." Katetsu Isane smiled at Asaba, signaling that she didn't lie to Asaba. Asaba nodded to Katetsu Isane in thanks. "Asaba, now you can challenge all seats below the vice-captain, make your own choice. It is possible to challenge the vice-captain in the battle for the seat. The vice-captain of each division is responsible for assisting the captain in handling affairs of the division. In order to become a deputy captain, in addition to the corresponding strength, you also need certain qualifications. Therefore, only officers who have the permission of the captain are eligible to challenge the vice-captain. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, Kuzujishi Yachiru of the 11th team, after she was brought back to the 11th team by Zaraki Kenpeki from the Rukanga Grass Deer area. Kuzujishi Yachiru unleashed her terrifying Ryatsu, stunned all the officers of the 11th Division, and immediately became the vice-captain. Another example is Abarai Renji, who was just promoted to the vice-captain of the 6th Division a few days ago. He was directly appointed as the vice-captain of the 6th Division by Byakuya Kukaki without going through the battle to win the seat or showing Ryatsu. Ichimaru Jin, the current captain of the 3rd Division, graduated from the True Spiritual Arts Academy. In order to wait for an opportunity to avenge Matsumoto Rangiku, whose soul was stolen by Aizen Sosuke, he chose to join the 5th Division. After Ichimaru-jin assassinated the former vice-captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke became interested, and he became the vice-captain of the 5th Division. At this time, it was Asaba's battle for the 4th Division chief. The chief officer of the 4th Division looked at Asaba very nervously. As far as Asaba's power was just displayed, let alone their 4th Division officers who were not good at fighting, even their vice-captain Katetsu Isane was not necessarily Asaba's opponent. Well, this is the status quo of the 4th Division. Shinigami of the 4th Division, except for the captain Anohanaretsu, is really weak and pitiful. From the fact that Yamada Hanataro, who can be bullied by almost a Shinigami, is the 7th seat of the 4th team, you can see the level of the 4th team officer. Asaba looked at the 3rd seat of the 4th Division and said, "Then I will challenge you." The 3rd seat of the 4th Division is a strange face that Asaba has never seen before, named Asano Fuji. The Asano family is a lower-level noble in the easternmost part of Seireitei, and it has begun to decline for nearly 100 years. If it wasn't for Asano Fuji's successful entry into Godei's 13th Division's 4th Division to become a chairperson, perhaps the Asano family would have been stripped of their noble status and their clan's right to live in Seireitei. Asaba and Asano, who was constantly gulping because of anxiety, confronted each other. Asano's Kaido is okay, ranking in the top 5 in the 4th Division, but his combat effectiveness is really worrying. Asano is self-aware, he knows that although the 4th Division has 3 seats, the real combat effectiveness is probably only equivalent to the level of the 11th Division with 8 seats. Asaba said, "Senior Fuji, aren't you Shikai?" Asano said, "My Zanpakuto Shikai is used to treat injuries, so I will not be Shikai anymore." It is precisely because of his Zanpakuto Shikai that Asano can improve his healing ability, coupled with Kaido's good performance, he became the 3rd seat of the 4th Division. Okay. To be honest, Asaba was speechless about the 4th Division's scramble. What's so special? There is no one who can fight, challenge a woolen doll, can't you just appoint it directly? Asterisk. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, 1 million swords rewards, Shikai Form 2, 2/4 ask for flowers. Chapter 31, 1 million swords rewards, Shikai Form 2, 2/4 ask for flowers. Asaba, you're welcome, you can attack. Since Senpai isn't Shikai, then I'm not Shikai either. This is the 4th Division of the medical team, and Anohanaretsu himself is watching the game. Without liberating Zanpakuto, Asaba pulled out Zanpakuto with all his strength and slashed at Asano Fuji with a sword pressure. Puff! Asano Fuji was shot flying, and then fell to the ground with a bang. I admit defeat. Katetsu Isane immediately stepped forward to treat Asano Fuji, and Asaba also came to Asano Fuji. "Senior Fuji, I'm sorry." Asano Fuji raised his hand and gave Asaba a thumbs up, "Thank you for doing your best." Asano Fuji felt that he received Asaba's respect, he felt that was enough, he was not good at fighting, and losing to Asaba was not ashamed. Asaba, our 4th Division, as a treatment team, plays a crucial role in Godei's 13th Division. But Shinigami of our 4th Division has always been looked down upon by Shinigami of the other divisions because he is not good at fighting. Now it's up to you to join my 4th Division, our 4th Division can finally get rid of the label of not being able to fight. Asaba, we rely on you to support the battlefront of our 4th Division. Senior Fuji, don't worry, I will work hard. Asaba saw Asano Fuji, who was lying on the ground after being seriously injured by him and was being treated by Katetsu Isane, said these words, and then looked at the expectant eyes of the rest of the 4th Division Shinigami. Why does Asaba think this is a bit provocative? In fact, the captains, vice-captains and officers of the other divisions of Godei 13th Division never looked down on the 4th Division, but respected them. The ones who really look down on the 4th Division Shinigami are the ordinary players who don't have much ability. Of course. Out of all the Shinigami in Gotei 13, those general soldiers who are not very skilled account for almost 90%. That's why Asano Fuji said such sensational words to Asaba, who easily defeated him. Anohanaretsu clapped his hands and said, "Asaba, from today onwards, you will be the 3rd Seat officer of our 4th Division, but you don't have to be responsible for anything. Your mission is only one, and that is to keep getting stronger." Shinigami of the 4th Division nodded firmly. "Asaba, our 4th Division depends on you." Anohanaretsu said to Asano, who was lying on the ground again, "Fuji, you are now automatically relegated to the 4th seat, your position remains unchanged, and you will continue to be responsible for all your previous work." In addition to being the 3rd seat, Asano Fuji is also the squad leader of the 1st level ambulance squad. The positions of the remaining officers will also automatically retire to 1, and the same positions will remain unchanged, and continue to be responsible for your previous work. That's all. Asaba became the 3rd seat of the 4th team. But Asaba doesn't have to be responsible for anything in the 4th team, he just needs to work hard to become stronger. In Asaba's single courtyard. "Asaba, when you were at the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts, you didn't learn to cut fists and walk away ghosts. Starting today, I will take time to teach you about cutting fists and ghosts every day. Captain, within this month, I want to learn Kendo first, and the rest of the skills, I want to wait a month before learning slowly." Anohanaretsu drew out Zanpakuto and nodded. Kendo is the most basic of the 4 skills of slashing fists and walking ghosts. It is the easiest to get started with, but the hardest to become a true master. Since you want to learn Kendo first, let's start now. Good. Asaba also pulled out Zanpakuto. Anohanaretsu's Kendo is definitely number 1 in Soul Society. She has mastered all the Kendo genres of Soul Society, and her Kendo level of all genres has reached the highest level of Soul Society Kendo, 10th Dan. "Asaba, attack me." That's all. Anohanaretsu spends 2 to 3 hours a day teaching Asaba Kendo. For the rest of the time, Asaba has been drawing his sword to become stronger in addition to eating, sleeping, and resting. Time passed slowly. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryatsu plus 0.3. Host successfully draws his sword 1 million times and gets the reward for drawing the sword, Shikai Form 2. After Asaba heard the system prompt, the secret passage sure did. Asaba had previously guessed that his Shikai might be more than one form of Qinglong. Now, Asaba is rewarded with the second form of Shikai, confirming Asaba's previous speculation. After Asaba received the reward, he immediately entered the sword's end space. After Asaba entered the sword's end space, he once again came to the void space he had seen before. But at this time, in this empty space, in addition to the light in the east, the light in the west is also shining. Host casts his mind on the light and enters the corresponding space. After Asaba was prompted by the system, he turned his attention to the newly illuminated due west. Same as last time. Asaba only felt that his eyes were bright, and he was sucked in by the light of the due west position. When Asaba recovered his vision, he had already come to the space of the due west position. This is a deep forest, and Asaba is in the middle of the forest at this time. In front of Asaba, a white tiger was curling up on a boulder to rest. After Asaba appeared, the white tiger opened his eyes. "Are you the master I've been waiting for a long time?" Unlike the blue dragon, the white tiger is self-aware of its own identity. "Can you tell me your real name?" After Baihu yawned, he stood up. "If you want to know my real name, try to hurt me with the power of your master's blue dragon." The white tiger waved its paws at Asaba as he spoke, and a Zanpakuto with lightning bolts all over his body appeared in front of Asaba. It is the Qinglong after liberation. Asaba reached out and held the blue dragon in his hand. He knew that this was the white tiger's test for him. After Asaba took hold of the blue dragon, the breath on his body changed, and the Ryotsu skyrocketed, until he reached the Ryotsu level of the Super Captain level, and then stopped. Asaba was stunned, and looked at the white tiger in front of him in confusion. Baihu said, "Your original strength is too weak. I will temporarily lend you my strength. You can fight with all your strength. When you fight with me, the consumed spiritual power will be replenished immediately." When Asaba heard Baihu's words, a word appeared in his mind: infinite fire power. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Chapter 32, King Glong's exclusive skills, 9 days of thunder, 3/4 for flowers. Chapter 32, King Glong's exclusive skills, 9 days of thunder, 3/4 for flowers. Asaba held the blue dragon and slashed towards the white tiger in front of him. The white tiger looks like a huge body, and somehow dexterously dodged Asaba's attack. Asaba continued to attack the white tiger, but was easily avoided by the white tiger every time. Asaba wondered, was he too slow? Asaba looked at the white tiger, who had almost stayed on the boulder and never left, and the speed of the white tiger was not fast. Baihu saw Asaba's doubts and explained, "In my domain, I can sense all incoming attacks." "I see. This is the white tiger's space, so it is all within the white tiger's domain. White tiger can easily dodge Asaba's attack every time. It's not that Asaba's speed is slow, and it's not that white tiger's speed is fast. Rather, the white tiger sensed Asaba's attack in advance. If you can't hit the white tiger, how can you hurt the white tiger and complete the white tiger's test?" Suddenly, the voice of Qinglong sounded in Asaba's mind. "Asaba, is this the only power I have? Close your eyes and feel the power of lightning with your heart." Asaba grabbed the handle of the Qinglong sword and closed his eyes. I don't know how long has passed, maybe many years, maybe only a moment. Asaba suddenly thought through and sensed the power of thunder and lightning wrapped around the blue dragon in his hand. Asaba opened his eyes, then raised the blue dragon high, and slashed towards the white tiger. 9 days of thunder. Boom. When the blue dragon was beheaded by Asaba, countless thunderbolts suddenly fell on the white tiger from the sky. What if the white tiger could perceive the upcoming attack? At this time, the entire white tiger space was covered with lightning, and the white tiger had nowhere to hide. Of course, Asaba is able to launch such an attack because he now has a super captain level Ryotsu and is in a state of infinite fire power. If he leaves the white tiger space, Asaba uses the move he just learned in the Shikai state of Qinglong, Jushin Thunderbolt. Until Asaba's Ryotsu improves to a sufficient level, it is impossible to achieve the effect at this time. After being hit by lightning continuously, the white tiger froze, and the paralyzing effect of the blue dragon was activated. Asaba seized the opportunity to step forward and slash towards the white tiger with all his strength. The moment the blue dragon hit the white tiger in Asaba's hands, the thunder and lightning all over the white tiger's space disappeared. The blue dragon in Asaba's hand also disappeared. When Asaba was puzzled, the voice of the white tiger sounded. "My ability is to control tornadoes, my name is White Tiger." The white tiger told Asaba its real name, saying that Asaba had completed its test. Asaba opened his eyes and withdrew from the sword's end space. Asaba picked up Zanpakuto, who was lying across his knees, and stood up and went out into the courtyard. Asaba pulls the Zanpakuto out of the scabbard with his right hand, then holds it with his backhand so that the point of the knife is pointing down, and catches it with his left hand, so that the point of the knife points forward. "Let's walk on the wind." White Tiger. Immediately, a small storm rolled up around Asaba. By the time the storm dissipated, the Zanpakuto in Asaba's hands had changed form. The hilt held by Asaba has a tiger pattern on it. The knife and tan are in the shape of a king. The blade, which was originally transparent, turned completely white. Likewise, Asaba's Ryotsu has tripled. Also, Asaba can form a wind field by releasing and continuously consuming Ryotsu. In Asaba's wind field, the opponent will not be affected in any way, but Asaba can perceive all the opponent's attacks in advance. That is the ability that the White Tiger showed when facing Asaba. In addition to the wind field, when Asaba uses the liberated White Tiger to attack, he can hit the target multiple times and can reduce all defenses of the opponent. However, the reduced defense is only effective against Asaba's own attacks. That is, if Asaba liberates the White Tiger and fights Zaraki Kanpeki. If Zaraki Kanpeki is hit multiple times by Asaba, his Ryotsu defense will still be effective against others, but will be useless against Asaba. The Azure Dragon strengthens its power, and hitting the target multiple times will paralyze the target. The White Tiger breaks the defense, hitting the target multiple times to reduce the target's defense. After Asaba drew his sword 1,000,000 times, in addition to drawing the sword to get another Shikai form reward, he also learned a new move of the Qinglong Shikai form, Jushin Lidong. 9-Day Thunder is similar to Kurosaki Ichigo's Crescent Moon, which is an exclusive skill of Asaba's Zanpakuto. After I entered the Dao Zen space, I entered a void space. Now the east and west directions of the void space have been lit up, corresponding to the Blue Dragon and White Tiger respectively. The north and south positions are still left unlit, that is to say, my Zanpakuto should still have 2 Shikai forms, corresponding to Suzaku Suanwuo. Kuzujishi Yachiro's Zanpakuto is called the 3-step beast. Isn't my Zanpakuto the 4 holy beasts? Knowing that his Zanpakuto has 4 different forms, Asaba knows that he hasn't actually liberated his Zanpakuto real name yet. Maybe, when I release the 4 forms, I will truly release my Zanpakuto real name. Asaba's Zanpakuto has 4 different forms, each corresponding to different abilities. This is unprecedented in Soul Society history, and there may not be a second Zanpakuto of its kind in the future. I don't know if I can defuse Aizen Sosuke's Kyoka Suijutsu in my wind field after I liberate the White Tiger. The 5th Division Captain's Room. Aizen Sosuke put down the pen in his hand and looked at Hinamori Momo and Naoko who were standing at the table. Naoko told Hinamori Momo what happened to her best friend Maiko. Hinamori Momo, with the heart of the Virgin, immediately took Naoko to Aizen Sosuke, and then told Aizen Sosuke about Maiko. Aizen Sosuke was thinking about how to get rid of Asaba, which might affect his next plan of existence. Naoko brought it to the door herself. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Chapter 33, Aizen Sosuke's Calculations, 4/4 Ask for Flowers. Chapter 33, Aizen Sosuke's Calculations, 4/4 Ask for Flowers. Under Naoko's expectant gaze, Aizen Sosuke spoke up. Naoko, first of all, I regret what happened to your best friend Maiko. Then, I want to say sorry to you. Naoko said, Captain Aizen, why do you apologize to me? All this has nothing to do with you. Aizen Sosuke shook his head with a hint of guilt on his face. Originally, the soul burial practice between you and Maiko was supposed to be led by Tao. Hinamori Momo next to Naoko said, yes, it was originally my turn to take you to Karakura town for the soul burial practice. The captain of the 4th Division found Captain Aizen and asked the leader to be the 4th Division, so only temporarily changed to the deputy captain of the 4th Division to lead the team. Aizen Sosuke said, as we all know, the 4th Division is a medical team, and fighting is not their specialty, so it is understandable that your team leader Katetsu Aizen didn't arrive in time for rescue. If I didn't agree to the request of the 4th Division captain and let Momo lead the team, Maiko's tragedy might not have happened. After Aizen Sosuke so fanned the flames. In Naoko's heart now, she remembered the scene where Katetsu Aizen invited Asaba to join the team with a smile at the scene of Maiko's accident, and she hated Asaba's 4th Division. Naoko bowed to Aizen Sosuke, Captain Aizen, Maiko was killed by Asaba and the vice-captain of the 4th Division. Please ask Captain Aizen to do justice for Maiko. Hinamori Momo also bent down and said, "Captain Aizen, Naoko is just an ordinary member of our 5th division, and can't fight with the 4th division. Only you can help her." Seeing that Naoko and Hinamori Momo's emotions were successfully dominated by him, Aizen Sosuke raised his eyes, and there was a hint of cunning in his eyes. "Naoko, it's not that I won't help you, but there is no evidence. Did you just let Asaba and Katetsu Aizen go?" Naoko raised her head reluctantly. "Naoko, although I can't help you directly, but I can show you a way." The next day, Naoko arrived at the entrance of Central 46 and blocked Central 46, who was about to enter the lower hall of the Central Conference for a meeting. Central 46 is the highest judicial body of the Soul Society, consisting of 40 sages and 6 inquisitors. The guilty people and cases of the Soul Society are judged by them. Naoko, following Aizen Sosuke's instructions, lodged a complaint about the Maiko incident with Central 46, hoping that Central 46 will punish Asaba and Katetsu Aizen of the 4th Division. It's a pity that the people from Central 46 saw that Naoko was born in Rukanga, and now he is just a general team member of the 5th Division. The people at Central 46 ignored Naoko at all and asked Shinigami, the first team in charge of their safety, to drive Naoko out of the Central Underground Assembly Hall. Naoko failed to get Asaba and Katetsu Aizen penalized through Central 46. However, her suggestion to Central 46 to try Asaba and Katetsu Aizen spread throughout Seirai within a day. Of course, it was Aizen Sosuke behind the wheel that the news spread throughout Seirai so quickly. Aizen Sosuke had long expected that the guys in Central 46 who only valued their own interests would not offend the 4th Division because of Naoko, the 3rd seat Asaba and the vice-captain Katetsu Aizen. Naoko didn't know who the 4th Division Captain Anohanaretsu was, but the guys from Central 46 knew very well. Anohanaretsu was an unprecedented villain in the Soul Society before, if he really angered Anohanaretsu. The guys in Central 46 who are mature, I can't guarantee that Anohanaretsu will find them with a knife. All Aizen Sosuke has to do is let the whole Seirai know about it and start his next plan. The 4th Division Captain's room. Anohanaretsu was seated with Asaba and Katetsu Aizen standing in front of her. "Captain, that Naoko wronged me and Asaba." Katetsu Aizen cried. "When did she Katetsu Aizen suffer such grievances? It was Maiko who was obviously incompetent, and after seeing Sue, she was frightened by Sue and ran away without knowing it. In Naoko's mouth, it became her Katetsu Aizen and Asaba murdered Maiko together." "Yanjin, don't cry, I believe you are innocent." Anohanaretsu stood up and took the aggrieved Katetsu Aizen into his arms, patting her back gently to comfort her. After Katetsu Aizen had support, the grievance in his heart seemed to find a gap, and he burst into tears. "Asaba, what the hell was going on at that time?" It's not that Anohanaretsu doesn't believe in Asaba, but wants to know the truth. Asaba told the story in its entirety. "So that's it, Asaba, you didn't take action to save Maiko. It's really wrong, but it's not a big deal. That Naoko said that you and Yum murdered Maiko, it's too much. Shinigami of Soul Society should support each other. Asaba's behavior of seeing death and not saving it cannot be said that Asaba is guilty, but Soul Society does not advocate it. Asaba, Yanjin, don't worry, both of you, with me here, I won't let you two be wronged." Although Central 46 did not accept the Maiko incident, the power of fishing reels is sometimes more terrifying. "Yanjin, Asaba, you two stay in the 4th Division and don't go out until this matter is over. Anohanaretsu, this is the protection of Asaba and Katetsu Aizen." After Asaba returned to his single-person courtyard, he kept drawing a knife in the courtyard. The Naoko incident, according to Anohanaretsu, is that Naoko wronged Asaba and Katetsu Aizen. However, Asaba guessed that Aizen Sosuke was behind it. Asaba didn't know what Aizen Sosuke was going to do, so Asaba had to hurry up and improve his strength. That night, after Anohanaretsu cast Kido bent light on himself, he hid on Asaba's courtyard wall and watched Asaba, who was still drawing a knife in the courtyard at night. When applying Kido bent light directly, there is also a concealment effect, but Ryatsu cannot be concealed, and the sound can also be detected. Asterisk. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Naoko was killed, the murderer was Asaba? 1/4 asking for flowers. Chapter 34, Naoko was killed, the murderer was Asaba? 1/4 asking for flowers. Anohanaretsu is not here to monitor Asaba because he doesn't believe in Asaba. After Anohanaretsu learned the truth about the Maiko incident, she understood Asaba's character. Knowing that Asaba is not a bad guy, Asaba will take revenge on those who bully him. Now, Asaba has been wronged by Naoko. Anohanaretsu worries that Asaba won't be obedient and stay in the 4th division, and will go to Naoko to settle accounts, thus making the situation unmanageable. Anohanaretsu knew that when Asaba was fine, she would draw a knife in the yard. Before, she thought that Asaba was practicing chopping because he did not learn kendo at the True Spiritual Art Academy. Now, by observing, Anohanaretsu found that every time Asaba drew his sword, Ryatsu increased by a little bit. It's no wonder that Asaba was able to graduate early within a month when he was at the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy without taking a single course of slashing fists and walking ghosts. So there is such a secret. Oh, it's not really a secret, after all. When Asaba drew his sword to become stronger, he didn't do it secretly, it's just that others didn't know that he could draw a sword and become stronger. It seems that our 4th division has really picked up a treasure. Asaba can draw a sword and become stronger. Although Ryatsu, who is strengthened every time he draws a sword, is so weak that it is difficult to detect, we Shinigami have the most time. As long as Asaba is given enough time to draw his sword and become stronger, Asaba will undoubtedly become the strongest Shinigami. Asaba naturally sensed Anohanaretsu hiding on the courtyard wall, but Asaba didn't break it down. Around 1 a.m., Katetsu Isane walked into Asaba's single-person courtyard with a stack of documents. "Asaba, are you still not resting so late? Isn't Vice Captain Yanjian still resting?" Katetsu Isane said. "Asaba, can I handle the squad with you tonight?" Asaba nodded. Katetsu Isane moved a table from the house to the door, watching Asaba draw his sword while dealing with the squad. Katetsu Isane's character is soft and shy, introverted and timid, and when she is afraid at night, she will secretly find her sister Toru Kingian. Tonight, she also planned to find Uche Kingian. However, when she passed by Asaba's single-person courtyard, she saw that the lights in Asaba's courtyard were still on. She didn't know what she was thinking, so she walked in a daze. Katetsu Isane didn't leave until it was almost dawn, holding the completed squad documents. The next morning, alarm bells rang throughout the Siritii. Problem occurs. The captains of each division rushed to the 5th division in a hurry. When Anohanaretsu heard the alarm, he appeared directly from the courtyard wall and came to Asaba, who had been drawing his sword until now. "Asaba, no matter what happens, don't be impulsive and wait for me to come back." Oh. Although Anohanaretsu still doesn't know what happened, her intuition tells her that it has something to do with Asaba. Half an hour after Anohanaretsu left, Katetsu Isane ran anxiously into Asaba's one-person courtyard. "Asaba, something is wrong." "What's wrong?" "Naoko, who wronged us both by the 5th division, was killed in front of the gate of the 5th division." Asaba's heart skipped a beat. Naoko had just lodged a complaint with Central 46 yesterday, demanding that Asaba and Katetsu Isane be punished. They were killed at the gate of the 5th division this morning, and Asaba and Katetsu Isane were naturally the first suspects. The door of the 5th division, the scene of the accident. Naoko, who no longer felt Ryatsu, collapsed in the corner. She was covered in blood, her eyes were full of anger and horror, and there was a fatal stab wound to her heart. There was still a breath of thunder and lightning left in Naoko's wound. After treatment, Hinamori Momo is no longer in serious condition. At this time, she was explaining the situation to the squad leader who had arrived here. Last night at 3 o'clock in the morning, Asabo became furious because Naoko complained to Central 46 about her best friend Maiko's experience at the soul burial practice in Karakura town, and brutally killed Naoko. I wanted to stop Asaba, but I was also seriously injured by Asaba. Hinamori Momo became more and more excited as he spoke, and finally his eyes were filled with boundless anger. If Asaba hadn't sensed the arrival of Captain Aizen, Ryatsu, I'm afraid I'd also be killed by Asaba. I also asked the captains to decide for me and Naoko, as well as Naoko's best friend Maiko, who was murdered by Asaba before, so that Asaba's murderer will receive the due judgment. When Kiraku Shansui and other captains heard the words, they all looked at Anohanaretsu. Anohanaretsu no longer had the usual gentle and peaceful smile on her face. Anohanaretsu looked at Hinamori Momo with a sullen face. Hinamori Momo, Asaba doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Why are you so wronged, Asaba? I didn't wrong Asaba, what I said was the truth. Hitsugaya Tashiro looked at Hinamori Momo, whose wound almost opened with excitement, and couldn't bear it. He stood beside Hinamori Momo and looked at Anohanaretsu. Captain Yosohana, you can't favor Asaba just because Asaba belongs to your 4th division. Tao joined Godi 13th and has been the vice-captain of the 5th division for nearly 100 years. Don't you believe what Tao said? Aizen Sosuke patted Hinamori Momo, who was both angry and aggrieved. Captain Yosohana, in fact, I don't want to believe that Asaba is the murderer, but I believe that what Tao said is the truth. Anohanaretsu looks towards Aizen Sosuke and Hitsugaya Tashiro, who are guarding Hinamori Momo. Hitsugaya Tashiro and Hinamori Momo are childhood sweethearts. Aizen Sosuke is the captain of Hinamori Momo. The two maintain Hinamori Momo, both of which are excusable. But Anohanaretsu had been watching Asaba draw his sword from the wall of Asaba's courtyard last night, and Asaba had not left that single-person courtyard all night. Anohanaretsu knew that the murderer was definitely not Asaba. Asaba stayed in the 4th team last night and didn't leave. He couldn't be the murderer. Kiraku Shansui pushed back the hat that had been covering his face, exposed his face, and walked between Anohanaretsu and Aizen Sosuke. Oops, what trouble? Why is Siriti always having trouble? Hinamori Momo said loudly, Beijing band leader, this is not a trouble, this is human life. Ahem. Kiraku Shansui looked at Hinamori Momo. Deputy Captain Hinamori Momo, did you really see Asaba kill Naoko last night? Exactly. Kiraku Shansui looked at Hinamori Momo's incomparably determined eyes, and he saw that Hinamori Momo was not lying, and he said in his heart that this matter was troublesome. Asterisk. Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Sister Hua, I was with Asaba last night and Yongyin was there, 2/4 for flowers. Chapter 35, Sister Hua, I was with Asaba last night and Yongyin was there, 2/4 for flowers. Kiraku Shansui looked at Anohanaretsu again. Anoka, Vice Captain Hinamori Momo saw Asaba kill with his own eyes, how about you? How can you prove that Asaba didn't leave the 4th team's quarters all night last night? Anohanaretsu said, I was with Asaba all night last night. What? Kiraku Shansui looked up and down at Anohanaretsu in surprise, as if trying to see how Anohanaretsu was different from before. For example, did Anohanaretsu finally say goodbye to 2,000 years of purity and become a real woman? Unfortunately, Kiraku Shansui didn't see anything, but was warned by Anohanaretsu's eyes. Cough, Unohana, didn't you say that to protect Asaba? Anohanaretsu knew that Kiraku Shansui wanted her to prove that she was with Asaba last night. By the way, Yongyin was also there last night. A black line appeared on Kiraku Shansui's head, and he seemed to have a picture in his mind. Last night, Asaba and Anohanaretsu, and Katetsu Isane 3. However, before the picture was formed, it was frightened away by Anohanaretsu's eyes. Kiraku Shunsui said, Deputy Captain Hinamori Momo said that she saw Asaba kill Naoko with her own eyes, and she herself was seriously injured. I think unless she has a deep hatred for Asaba, she will not lie to such a degree. But Hinamori Momo and Asaba never met. Hinamori Momo interrupted Kiraku Shunsui loudly, I'm not lying, I'm telling the truth. Hinamori Momo, Vice Captain, don't worry, I'm just stating the facts, I don't mean to question you. Jingle, then you are questioning me. Cough, Unohana, you said that you were with Asaba last night, and Katetsu Isane was there at the time. We might as well hand over both Asaba and Katetsu Isane to the first team for interrogation. Anohana didn't know what happened before she came to the 5th division, and she didn't know what the vice captain Hinamori Momo would say, so even if Anohana lied to protect Asaba now, it was impossible to talk to Asaba and Asaba in advance. Katetsu Isane communicates well. Unohana, you must stay with me until the first team gets the interrogation statements of Asaba and Katetsu Isane, and you can't go to see Asaba and Katetsu Isane, okay? Anohanaretsu didn't deliberately hide Ryatsu at the time. She knew that Katetsu Isane, although she didn't expose her, must have known she was there. As for Asaba, while drawing the knife, he looked in the direction where she was hiding several times. Apparently Asaba also sensed her presence. Okay. Just do as Jingle said. Kiraku Shunsui looked at Hinamori Momo again, and Hitsuga Yatashiro and Aizen Sosuke who were protecting Hinamori Momo, do you agree? Hinamori Momo determined that Asaba was the murderer, and she felt that the evidence was conclusive and Asaba should be directly arrested and convicted. Aizen Sosuke and Hitsuga Yatashiro nodded and agreed to do as Kiraku Shunsui said. If Asaba is really the murderer, under the interrogation of the first team, he will naturally reveal himself. After half an hour, the first team's search team was personally led by the first team's vice captain, Kojiro Sasakaibe, to the fourth team. After explaining the situation to Asaba and Katetsu Isane, Kojiro Sasakaibe brought Asaba and Katetsu Isane to the first team interrogation room for interrogation. Asaba, where were you last night and what did you do? Asaba said truthfully, I was drawing a knife in my yard last night. Draw a knife. Asaba nodded. Kojiro Sasakaibe felt that Asaba was drawing a knife all night, but it was Asaba's business whether he was drawing a knife all night. He couldn't think Asaba was lying just because Asaba said he was drawing a knife. Who doesn't have a special hobby yet? Isn't Kiraku Shunsui often sneaking off to a liquor store all night for a drink? Katetsu Isane, how about you? Katetsu Isane said, I arrived at Asaba's place at around 1 a.m. last night and didn't leave until around 5 a.m., during which time I was dealing with the 4th division while Asaba kept drawing a knife in the yard. Katetsu Isane, why are you going to Asaba's place for dealing with the squad? Katetsu Isane said, when I have something in my heart, I get scared at night and don't dare to be alone. I used to go to my sister Kingian. Last night, I was going to go to the 13th division to find Kingian. When he was in the courtyard, he saw that the lights in Asaba's courtyard were still on, so he went in. Katetsu Isane has been the vice captain of Division 4 for over 100 years. Her character, Kojiro Sasakaibe, is still clear. According to the secret investigation report submitted by the 2nd Division after Katetsu Isane became the vice captain of the 4th Division, Katetsu Isane did have the habit of running to Toru Toru at night, such as when there was thunder at night, or when Katetsu Isane was frightened during the day. Yesterday, Naoko filed a complaint with Central 46, saying that Katetsu Isane and Asaba murdered Naoko's best friend Maiko. Katetsu Isane was so frightened that he didn't dare to be alone at night, which was justifiable. Kojiro Sasakaibe asked again, was anyone else there? Katetsu Isane said, The captain seemed to be there at the time. What does it seem to mean? Asaba said, Captain Anohana didn't show up at the time, but used keto bent light to hide on the wall of my yard. I think Captain Anohana was worried that I would go to Naoko to settle accounts at night. I see. After half an hour, Kojiro Sasaki came to Kiraku Shunsui and other captains who were waiting in the first team meeting room. According to the confessions of Asaba and Katetsu Isane, Asaba did stay in the 4th Division's quarters last night, and Katetsu Isane and Captain Uno Hana were indeed with Asaba. After Kiraku Shunsui learned of the result, his expression was no longer as lazy and playful as before. It's troublesome, it's really troublesome now. Kiraku Shunsui saw that Hinamori Momo was not lying. Asaba stayed in the 4th team's quarters again last night and did not leave. Now only Asaba and Vice Captain Hinamori Momo face to face, and the Chief Captain personally judges. The squad leaders expressed no opinion. Captain Aizen, Vice Captain Hinamori Momo is very emotional. I hope you calm her down before she confronts Asaba, and don't make a joke in front of the captain. Aizen Sosuke nodded, but he had a new plan in his heart. Asterisk. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Aizen obliterates Central 46 in advance, 3/4 for flowers. Chapter 36, Aizen obliterates Central 46 in advance, 3/4 for flowers. The face-to-face confrontation between Asaba and Hinamori Momo over the killing of Naoko was scheduled to be held in the afternoon of the same day. When Aizen Sosuke returned to the 5th Division, he did not do what Kiraku Shunsui said to calm Hinamori Momo, but put on a mask. I deliberately chose Hypnosis Naoko and Hinamori Momo at 3 in the morning, so that Hinamori Momo could see Asaba kill Naoko with his own eyes. It was thought that this would allow Asaba to have no alibi, and the testimony of Hinamori Momo, who was the vice captain, would convict Asaba. It's a pity that the chess is one move away. I didn't count Anohanaretsu and Katetsu Isane together Asaba last night. It seems that in order to eliminate the possible threat of Asaba, I have to take action against Central 46 ahead of time. Originally, according to Aizen Sosuke's plan, the time he got his hands on Central 46 was when everything was ready on the other side of the world. After Aizen Sosuke applied keto bent light to the spirit mask he was wearing, he disappeared in the 5th Division captain's room. 1 hour later, the people of Central 46 are holding regular meetings in the Central Underground Conference Hall, which is the symbol of the Soul Society's rights. Squeak, squeak. The door of the Central Underground Conference Hall opened by itself with a gap that people can pass through, and then closed by itself. The people in Central 46 all look towards the door suspiciously. What's the matter? Is it a prank by the first team in charge of guarding Shinigami? How dare you disturb me waiting for the meeting? I will deprive the prankster of the Shinigami status. No. I will expel all the Shinigami of the first team guarding outside the gate today from Siritii, and will never be allowed to enter. Aizen Sosuke took off the hat of his lingerie attire to reveal his stature amid Central 46's rants. In the face of a crowd of dead people, he didn't need to be covering up. Aizen Sosuke walked towards Central 46 and others with a smile. What a great authority. Who are you? How dare you break into the meeting I'm waiting for? I know him, he's Aizen Sosuke, the captain of the 5th Division. Aizen, as the squad leader, don't you know the rules of Siritii for thousands of years? Aizen, since you are the team captain, I am willing to give you a chance to apologize. Aizen, you still don't thank me for waiting and apologize to me, and then get out. Otherwise, I will blame you. Even if you are the captain of the 5th Division, I will sentence you to Sokyoku. The punishment of Sokyoku, one of the most brutal punishments in the Soul Society, is only used for the most heinous sinners. Aizen Sosuke adjusted his glasses, his eyes full of sarcasm and disdain. I just broke into this place without your permission. Are you going to inflict the Sokyoku sentence on me, which only the most heinous criminals will be sentenced to. Aizen, what you are doing now is a heinous crime. Oh, is that so? It seems that you pests who are ruining the Soul Society are not wrong to die today. Okay. Aizen, what did you just say? Dare you say it again? Aizen Sosuke didn't say it again as Central 46 asked, not because he didn't dare, but because it wasn't necessary. Aizen Sosuke pulled out Kyoka Suijutsu and started the killing with a blank face. The people of Central 46 are nothing but a group of pampered, self-righteous trash, who is Aizen Sosuke's opponent. Aizen Sosuke killed all the people of Central 46 without breaking a sweat, without liberating Zanpakuto. As for the first team of guards outside the door, when Aizen Sosuke entered the Central Underground meeting hall earlier, he used Kyoka Suijutsu's ability to hypnosis them. Shinigami, the first team in charge of guarding the Central Underground Assembly Hall today, is still standing outside the gate, ignorant of what's going on inside. After Aizen Sosuke beheaded all the people in Central 46, he used Kyoka Suijutsu's ability to create the illusion that the people who created the Central Underground Meeting Hall are still alive and continue to hold meetings here. Aizen Sosuke, Ichimaru-jin, and Tuan Kaname will take turns guarding here until the final step of his plan. Afternoon. First Team Meeting Room. Chief Captain Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni sat upright, with Kojiro Sasakaibe standing beside him. On the left side of the meeting room were the 4th Division Captain Anoha Naretsu, and the 8th Division Captain Kiraku Shunsui. Katetsu Isane stood behind Anoha Naretsu, glaring at Hinamori Momo. On the right is Aizen Sosuke, the captain of the 5th Division, and Hitsuga Yatashiro, the captain of the 10th Division. Killing intent flashed in Hitsuga Yatashiro's eyes looking at Asaba. Fortunately, Hinamori Momo is not a big problem, otherwise he would not be as simple as a flash of killing intent. Asaba and Hinamori Momo stood facing each other in the hall. Asaba had a playful look on his face, while Hinamori Momo clenched his fists tightly, and her lips were bleeding from the bite. After Yamamoto Genryuze Shijikuni glanced at Kojiro Sasakaibe, Kojiro Sasakaibe stepped forward and came between Asaba and Hinamori Momo. Deputy Captain Hinamori Momo, are you sure that you have seen Asaba in front of you kill Naoko, your 5th Division member, and wound you? Hinamori Momo nodded firmly. Hinamori Momo didn't lose control of his emotions like he did before in front of the Captain Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni. Kiraku Shunsui saw Hinamori Momo's appearance and pulled the hat on his head forward to cover his face. Fortunately, this case was taken over by the captain, otherwise he would have been troubled to death. Asaba, do you have anything to explain? Asaba said, I didn't do anything, why should I explain? If you find me guilty, you can hand me over to Central 46 for trial. The first team has an interrogation room and has the right to interrogate the team Shinigami. However, Asaba is the 3rd seat of the 4th Division. If Asaba commits a crime, the 1st Division should provide the charges and then be tried by Central 46. Asaba finished speaking and looked at Aizen Sosuke. Seeing Aizen Sosuke's determination to win, Asaba felt a lump in his heart and secretly thought that it was not good. Aizen Sosuke may have already attacked Central 46 in advance. At this moment, a first-team Shinigami came to Kojiro Sasakaibe's ear, whispered a few words, and backed out. Asterisk. Chapter 37. Chapter 37, Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu. 4/4 for flowers. Chapter 37, Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu. 4/4 for flowers. When Kojiro Sasakaibe heard the words, his expression changed, and he hurriedly returned to Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shogun, and also muttered a few words in a low voice. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni, who was sitting originally, stood up with a sullen face. The order just came from Central 46 to deprive Asaba of the Zanpakuto that was granted, and to expel Asaba from Siritii. Asaba looked towards Aizen Sosuke, Aizen Sosuke returned Asaba with a good look. Central 46 had been wiped out by Aizen Sosuke, and this order was naturally a false order issued by Tuan Kaname, who was staying in the Central Underground meeting hall at that time, following the instructions of Aizen Sosuke. Kiraku Shunsui, who was covered by the hat, glanced at Aizen Sosuke calmly, but did not speak. Anohanaretsu stood up. Captain, Yanjin and I can both testify that Asaba stayed in the 4th Division last night, and the murderer of Naoko was definitely not Asaba. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Heavy Country Road, Hana, this is the order of Central 46. Once Central 40SIX's order was given, even Yamamoto Motenyuze Shijikuni, who was the captain, could not intervene. Evening. Together with Katetsu Isane, Anohanaretsu sent Asaba to the West Rokanga District 1 outside Siraiti Bideo Gate. Anohanaretsu hands Asaba's Zanpakuto, who was taken back by the first team, towards Asaba. Asaba, believe me, I will find the real murderer, clear your name, and let you return to the 4th Division. Asaba smiled and looked at Anohanaretsu holding his Zanpakuto. Captain, are you breaking Siraiti's rules? This is what Jingle asked me to pay back to you. It is said that the Commander-in-Chief personally ordered it. Asaba then took over Zanpakuto. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni instructed to return Zanpakuto to Asaba, which Asaba did not expect. The old man of Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni is indeed an old monster who has been in charge of Siraiti for more than 2,000 years. He should have seen the strangeness in it. Asaba, I'm sorry, it's all me who has troubled you. Katetsu Isane couldn't hold it any longer and cried out loud. Vice Captain Yang Yin, this has nothing to do with you. This really has nothing to do with Katetsu Isane. Asaba looked in Siraiti's direction. Wasn't Aizen Sosuke afraid that Asaba would influence his plans? Then Asaba would not let Aizen Sosuke succeed. Asaba decided in his heart that he would do everything in his power to prevent Aizen Sosuke from getting Hogyaku. After Asaba turned to leave, Anohanaretsu's face darkened completely. Yanjin, you go back to the 4th Division first, I still have things to do. Katetsu Isane had never seen Anohanaretsu make such a terrifying expression. After half an hour. Wild in West Rokanga District 1. Asaba, you killed the people of my 5th Division, do you think you can just leave? Asaba looked at Aizen Sosuke who appeared to stop him, and clenched Zanpakuto in his hand. Damn it! Even if Asaba takes off the Ryotsu weight loaders, he is at best a vice captain, and he is far from Aizen Sosuke's opponent. Are you going to die here? Suddenly, Asaba sensed a familiar Ryotsu, slowly approaching here. Aizen Sosuke obviously sensed that Ryotsu, so his expression changed and he directly shot at Asaba. Huh! Aizen Sosuke and a Shunpo came to Asaba, and Kyoka Suijutsu had been pulled out and held in his hand. Ding! Kyoka Suijutsu, who Aizen Sosuke slashed at Asaba's neck, was stopped by a handful of Zanpakuto. Aizen! You don't take me seriously. Anohanaretsu shows up just in time to block Aizen Sosuke's attack. Aizen Sosuke stepped back, then held Kyoka Suijutsu backhand with the tip of the knife pointing down. Shatter! Kyoka Suijutsu. As the blade of Kyoka Suijutsu flashed blue light, Asaba knew that Aizen Sosuke had finished Shikai on Kyoka Suijutsu. Wait! Asaba suddenly petrified on the spot. He just watched Aizen Sosuke's Shikai. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Asaba has 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping in his mind at the moment. It was the first time he saw Shikai of the captain-level Shinigami, so he was so fascinated just now that he forgot to guard against Kyoka Suijutsu of Aizen Sosuke. Anohanaretsu saw that Aizen Sosuke used Shikai, and said to Asaba, "Be careful of Asaba, Aizen's Zanpakuto is the Zanpakuto of the flowing water system, which can make opponents kill each other. You must guard your mind and don't be affected by his Zanpakuto's ability." Anohanaretsu doesn't know Aizen Sosuke Kyoka Suijutsu's true abilities at this time. Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu. Aizen Sosuke directly relieved Kyoka Suijutsu Shikai, and then retracted Kyoka Suijutsu back into the scabbard. Asaba, I hope you will never step into Siriti again and let me see you, or I will kill you to avenge Naoko. After Aizen Sosuke finished speaking, he turned and left. Anohanaretsu glanced at Asaba and followed. Hey, I'm so careless. I didn't expect that I would be tricked. Now I can only hope that the wind field after my Shikai White Tiger can fight against Kyoka Suijutsu. The 5th Division Captain's Room. Aizen, since you think Asaba is a threat to our plan, why not just kill him? Aizen Sosuke looked at Ichimarujin and explained with a smile, Asaba is only at the level of an official now, not to mention that he has been kicked out of Siriti, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Silver, how did you do what I asked you to do? Ichimarujin said, I have managed to get Hitsugaya Tashiro's attention and make him think that there is a dispute between me and you. Very well, we can move on to the next step. After Ichimarujin left, Aizen Sosuke got up and went to the window, looking in the direction of West Rokanga. Asaba, you are a promising opponent in the future. You must not forget your hatred for me, work hard to become stronger and seek revenge for me. Otherwise, after I get Hogyaku's power to crush the Soul Society, I'll be bored because I don't have an opponent. Aizen Sosuke expects unrivaled power on the one hand. On the one hand, he is afraid that no one will be his opponent after he gains power, so he looks forward to an opponent who can match him. Asterisk. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Asaba, have you been expelled from the True Spirit Academy? 1/4 Asking for Flowers. Chapter 38, Asaba, have you been expelled from the True Spirit Academy? 1/4 Asking for Flowers. Before Aizen Sosuke met Asaba, he had planned to train Kurosaki Ichigo, who had a special status, into his future opponent. Therefore, Aizen Sosuke arranged for Rukia Kukaki and Kurosaki Ichigo to meet in this world. Since Aizen Sosuke learned that Asaba can draw a sword and become stronger, Asaba has also become one of his future opponents. Otherwise, Aizen Sosuke asked Tuan Kaname to issue a fake order on behalf of Central 46, not to expel Asaba from Siriti, but to kill Asaba. Aizen Sosuke deliberately made Anohanaretsu perceive his Ryutsu when he left Siriti through the White Road Gate, so that Anohanaretsu can save Asaba from him in time. In order to achieve the purpose of making Asaba full of resentment against Asaba because he murdered him. Aizen Sosuke is an extremely conceited person, he made Asaba have a life and death vengeance against him, just so that when Asaba confronts him again, Aizen Sosuke can do his best to him. Aizen Sosuke has known about Ichimarujin for a long time, and the reason why he has not dismantled Ichimarujin is to see how far Ichimarujin can go. As for why Asaba saw Kyoka Suijutsu Shikai, it was Aizen Sosuke's insurance for his next plan. Aizen Sosuke is a must-win for Hogyaku, and there is no room for loss. West Rokanga District 43, Outskirts. Shiba's house. Asaba learned from Jinyan and Yinyan, who stayed behind, that Shiba Sara went outside to do high-risk blasting tests. As for Shiba Ganju, he took his younger brothers to Rokanga to seek justice every day. In fact, Shiba Gansu just has nothing to do and is busy in Rokanga. At dusk, Shiba Ganjing was riding his boar Mount Pali. When passing by the bamboo forest in front of his house, he vaguely saw a man drawing a knife in the bamboo forest. The man looked familiar, and Shiba Ganju took a closer look. Asaba. A few days after Shiba Ganju sent Asaba to apply to the True Spiritual Academy, he sent his younger brother to West 1st Street to inquire about Asaba's news, and learned that Asaba was successfully admitted to the True Spiritual Academy. Is it an illusion? Asaba should be studying at Central 46 now, how could he be here? Asaba sensed Shiba Ganju's Ryutsu, stopped drawing his sword, and walked towards Shiba Ganju. "Ganju, long time no see, do you miss me?" Shiba Ganju looked at Asaba in amazement, and found that Asaba was not wearing the school uniform of the True Spirit Academy. Of course, Asaba had been kicked out of Siritii, so he wasn't wearing a Death Fighter suit either. Aren't you supposed to be at the True Spiritual Academy? Why are you here?" "Hey." After Asaba sighed, he was about to explain his situation. Shiba Ganju stepped forward and hooked Asaba's shoulder, and patted Asaba's back vigorously. "Asaba, you must have been expelled from Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy because of your poor performance. It's okay, you will follow me in Rukanga from now on, and I will cover you." Shiba Gansu comforts Asaba on the surface, but his heart is full of teasing. It's a shame that Asaba was expelled from the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts after only a little over a month. Shiba Gansu didn't want Asaba to stay in Shiba's house before, because he was afraid that his sister Shiba Kyuzuru would ask Asaba to join him. Now, Shiba Gansu believed that his sister Shiba Sara would not like Asaba, who was expelled from the True Spiritual Academy after spending a month at the True Spiritual Academy. It's not that Shiba Gansu really hates Asaba, he just admires his sister too much and thinks Asaba is not worthy of Shiba Sara. In Shiba's heart, only a genius like his brother Shiba Kyan is worthy of Shiba's. Asaba saw Shiba Ganju misunderstanding and was about to explain, but Shiba Sara came back. Shiba Kyuzuru Shunpo appeared in front of Asaba and Shiba Ganju. When she returned home, she sensed Asaba's Ryatsu from a distance, and rushed here with all her strength. Shiba Sara looked at Asaba in surprise. "Asaba, are you back?" "Sister Crane. I'm going to disturb Shiba's house again." "Why bother, didn't I ask you to treat Shiba's house as yours?" "Shiba's house?" Shiba Kyuzuru asked Jinyan and Union to prepare a sumptuous dinner. During the banquet, Shiba Ganju asked deliberately. "Asaba, why were you expelled from the True Spirit Academy?" Shiba Sara glared at Shiba Gansu, and she knew that the knife on Asaba's waist was Zanpakuto, who had completed the liberation of his real name. Zanpakuto's real name was released within a month, and Ryatsu was also Asaba, who had reached the level of an official, and could not be expelled from the True Spiritual Arts Academy. Shiba Gansu does not have Zanpakuto, so he is not very familiar with the breadth of Zanpakuto. In addition, the form of Asaba Zanpakuto when he was not liberated was very different from the Zanpakuto of the rest, so Shiba Gansu did not recognize Asaba's knife as Zanpakuto. Shiba Ganju, "Asaba, what do you mean by interrupting my house next? Don't you have to go back to the academy?" "Actually, I have graduated from the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy." Shiba Gansu and Shiba Sara both gasped. "Has Asaba graduated from the True Spirit Academy?" "Impossible, Asaba, how could you graduate from the True Spirit Academy in just 1 month? My brother Shiba Kyan is a recognized genius. It took him almost 2 years to graduate from the True Spiritual Art Academy." "Impossible. It's absolutely impossible for you to graduate from the True Spirit Academy so quickly. You must be afraid that we think you are useless, so you said that on purpose, right?" Asaba handed his Zanpakuto to Shiba Gansu. "I have indeed graduated from the True Spirit Academy, and this is my Zanpakuto." "This is Zanpakuto." Shiba Ganju suspiciously took Zanpakuto from Asaba's hand and pulled it out. "What a nice view." Shiba Sara looked at Shiba Gansu's hand, Zanpakuto, which was completely pulled out and had a transparent blade, with beautiful eyes. It was the first time she had seen such a beautiful Zanpakuto. And in a state of no liberation. "Isn't this a sealed state? How can a sealed state look like this? Do you think I haven't seen a sealed state?" Asterisk. Chapter 39. Chapter 39, Ignorance. This is not a sealed state, it's a nameless Zanpakuto. 2/4 for flowers. Chapter 39, Ignorance. This is not a sealed state, it's a nameless Zanpakuto. 2/4 for flowers. Shiba Ganju preconceived that Asaba was lying, so he was so sure. And he never thought that Asaba had completed the liberation of his real name, and felt that even if Asaba had Zanpakuto, it must still be in a sealed state. Shiba Kyozuru snatches Asaba's Zanpakuto and scabbard from Shiba Ganju, then punches Shiba Ganju hard on the head. Ignorance. This is not a sealed state, but the unnamed Zanpakuto who has completed the liberation of his real name. After Zanpakuto liberates his true name, the form will undergo certain changes in form according to the soul injected by the holder. What? When Shiba Ganju heard Shiba Sokaku's explanation, he was completely stupid. He didn't believe Asaba, but he believed his sister Shiba Sokaku's words. Sister, are you saying that Asaba has completed the Zanpakuto Shikai? You are mistaken. Asaba has just been admitted to the True Spiritual Academy for a little over a month. In other words, it's only been about a month since Asaba got the sealed state. Sister, didn't you tell me that if you want to release the real name of the sealed state, you need to spend several years living with it for a long time, injecting your soul into it, and honing and merging with each other? Can you do it? Shiba Sara returned Zanpakuto to Asaba. Asaba, explain it yourself. Sister Konghe, Ganju sent me to apply for the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy according to your instructions, and I was successfully admitted to the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. Shiba Sara glared at Shiba Ganju upon hearing this, and Shiba Ganju immediately cast a begging look at Shiba Sara. Shiba Sara glared at Shiba Ganju, but did not rush to attack. She told Asaba at the time that Shiba Gansu had something to do with Asaba and wanted Shiba to teach Asaba Kido and Shiba's family spells. Unexpectedly, Shiba Ganju actually lied to Asaba, saying that she asked him to take Asaba to apply for the True Spirit Academy. After I completed the liberation of Zanpakuto's real name in about a month, I submitted an application for early graduation. After the application was approved, I passed the separate entry assessment of Jingle and other captains, and then successfully joined the 4th Division. After I joined the 4th team, I became the 3rd seed of the 4th team through the battle to win the seed. Unfortunately, I was framed by Aizen Sosuke and expelled from Seiridai. Hiss. Shiba Gansu and Shiba Sara took a breath again. Especially Shiba Ganju, looking at Asaba with shock. He thought that Asaba returned to Shiba's house because he was expelled from the True Spirit Academy, but he did not expect that Asaba was expelled by Seiridai. Before Asaba was expelled, he was the 3rd seed of the 4th Division. Completed Zanpakuto Shikai in 1 month and successfully graduated early, joining Godai 13th as the 3rd seed. This is a level his brother Shiba Kayan has not reached. Could it be that Asaba is more talented than his brother Shiba Kayan? Asaba, what are your plans now? After being surprised, Shiba Sara asked. Aizen Sosuke is plotting to frame me. I won't let it go, but my current strength is not enough to compete with Aizen Sosuke, so until I have enough strength, I want to stay at Shiba's house. In fact, Asaba knew that the plot would start soon. Since he cannot stay in Seiridai, he directly participates in the plot as Shinigami of Godai 13th. Then, Asaba chose to join Kurosaki Ichigo and others to participate in the plot as a disaster. Isn't Aizen Sosuke afraid that Asaba will hinder his plan to capture Hogyaku? Asaba had to stop showing it to Aizen Sosuke. After dinner, Shiba Ganju was called to her room by Shiba Sara. Shiba Gansu, who knew what Shiba Sara was doing, felt uneasy in his heart. Shiba Sara was not talking nonsense, and punched Shiba Gansu directly on the head. An exaggerated large bag suddenly appeared on Shiba's head. Pain. Do you still know it hurts? Shiba Ganju said, punching Shiba Ganju again. Okay, your courage has grown fat. Not only did you disobey my orders, but you dare to lie to me. If Asaba didn't come back, did you plan to hide it from me? Well, sister, I know I'm wrong. Shiba Gansu thought that Asaba would not return to Shiba's house for at least 6 years. At that time, Asaba, who had only stayed at Shiba's house for more than 10 days, was long forgotten by Shiba Konghe. Shiba Gansu thought that Asaba would return to Shiba's house so soon. Only why you did this, I will not pursue it. I didn't directly expose you at the banquet, that's to give you face, but you can't forget about your mistakes, go to Asaba and apologize. After Shiba Gansu left Shiba Sara's room, he came to Asaba's room, only to find that Asaba was not in the room. Shiba Gansu pulled Jin Yan, who was cleaning the yard, and asked, Kim Yan? Where's Asaba? Jin Yan pointed to the bamboo forest outside Shiba's house. Shiba Ganju came to the bamboo forest and saw Asaba standing on a rock, constantly drawing his sword. At this time, Shiba Ganju had an admiration for Asaba in his heart. It was not without reason that Asaba was able to graduate early from the True Spirit Academy and free Zanpakuto in a month. How many people can work as hard as Asaba? When Asaba sensed Shiba Gansu's Ryatsu, he stopped drawing his sword and waved at Shiba Gansu. Ganturai, why don't you rest? Shiba Ganju came to Asaba, touched his head and said, Asaba, I'm sorry, I lied to you before. In fact, when my sister said that I had something to do with you, she didn't ask me to take you to apply for the True Spirit Academy. I make my own decisions. Shiba Ganju did not explain why. Although Asaba felt speechless, he didn't take it to heart. It's all over, and I have to thank you. Thank me. Asaba nodded, yes. I got Zanpakuto at the True Spiritual Academy. Even if Asaba does not join the True Spirit Academy, he can become stronger by drawing his sword. But for a Shinigami, with Zanpakuto, and without Zanpakuto, are two completely different concepts. Asaba, have you really finished Shikai? Can you show me? Asaba nodded, then tossed Zanpakuto into the air. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Chapter 40, Draw the sword 2,000,000 times, reward the third Shikai form. 3/4 for flowers. Chapter 40, Draw the sword 2,000,000 times, reward the third Shikai form. 3/4 for flowers. Boom. When Asaba's Zanpakuto fell in front of Asaba with the sound of thunder, it came to a standstill. Asaba's Zanpakuto form has changed again. When Asaba held Qinglong, Ryatsu on his body also tripled. Originally, Asaba's Ryatsu was far inferior to Shiba Gansu. At this point, Asaba's Ryatsu was only a tad worse than Shiba Ganju. Shiba Gansu's Ryatsu level is infinitely close to the vice captain in 3 seats. When he invaded Tsuridai with Kurosaki Ichigo and others, Shiba Gansu was almost hanged in the face of Ayasukawa Yumichika. On the one hand, it is because Ayasukawa Yumichika is really strong. On the one hand, Shiba Gansu has a Ryatsu, which is not very good in use. Of course, Shiba Ganju does not have Zanpakuto, but only knows some Shiba family spells, which is also one of the important reasons. After Asaba finished showing Shikai, Shiba Ganju swallowed, and the way he looked at Asaba changed completely. Now, Shiba Gansu has regarded Asaba as a genius of the same height as his older brother Shiba Kayan. No. In the heart of Shiba Ganju, Asaba is even more talented than his older brother Shiba Kayan. Shiba Kayan has always been the idol of Shiba Gansu. Asaba is in the heart of Shiba Ganju, and after reaching the same height as Shiba Kayan, he also became the idol of Shiba Ganju. Asaba, did you meet a Shinigami named Rukia in Tsuridai? Asaba naturally knew the feud between Rukia Kukaki and the Shiba family. Of course, Asaba doesn't say it directly. Are you referring to the 13th division member, Rukia Kukaki? Shiba Ganju nodded sullenly, and said the name Rukia Kukaki with resentment in his eyes. How is she doing now? Of course Shiba Gansu wanted to hear from Asaba that Rukia Kukaki was having a bad time. Asaba had met Rukia Kukaki in Karakura town long before he came to Rukanga. Rukia Kukaki's Ryotsu disappeared from the world as early as a month ago. It won't be long before Rukia Kukaki will be discovered in this world, and then Aizen Sosuke will use Central 46 to give a false order to bring him back to the Soul Society to be found guilty. Rukia Kukaki's current situation is indeed very bad. I only heard about her from the 4th Division, but I haven't seen her. It is said that she was dispatched to the present Karakura town to perform a mission. Asaba did not tell Shiba Gansu of Rukia Kukaki's real situation. Have you passed away? Humph. One day I will find her to settle the account myself. Do you have a grudge against Rukia Kukaki? Asaba asked knowingly. Shiba Ganju did not explain to Asaba. The next morning, Shiba Ganju found Asaba again, who had been drawing his knife in the woods all night. Asaba, have you been resting? Asaba nodded. Since Asaba was calculated by Aizen Sosuke, he couldn't wait to become stronger. There is less than a month left before Aizen Sosuke's betrayal of the Soul Society, and Asaba must improve his strength as much as possible within this month. At least raise Ryotsu's level to Ichiban Captain level. Even if you can't get the Bankai reward, at least unlock all the 2 remaining Shikai forms of Zanpakuto. Shiba Ganju watched Asaba draw his sword. Asaba, what do you think of my sister? Sister Konghe is very good. If it wasn't for Miss Konghe who brought me back, what would have happened to me in a coma in the wild? Asaba doesn't know yet that Shibasara, who was carrying out the high-risk blasting, accidentally injured him. If Shibasara didn't tell Asaba, Asaba may never know. I didn't mean that. Asaba drew his knife and asked, what does that mean? Asaba draws a sword and becomes stronger requires concentration. With Asaba's current strength, he does not necessarily have to concentrate completely. Therefore, Asaba can draw his sword while distracted and talk to Shiba Ganju. Of course. In the state of incomplete concentration, the number of times Asaba can draw the knife per minute is naturally greatly reduced. Originally, Asaba could draw his knife 30 times per minute. At this time, Asaba was talking to Shiba Gansu while drawing his sword, only about 10 times per minute. Shiba Gansu was a little hard to say, just Asaba, what kind of woman do you think my sister is? Asaba didn't know why Shiba Ganju asked that, but he answered anyway. Sister Konghe is beautiful, generous, intellectual, and righteous, and she is a role model for my generation. Shiba Gansu was overjoyed when he heard the words, Asaba, you mean, you admire my sister very much. I don't dare to appreciate it, I admire it, I admire Miss Konghe. Shiba Ganju said, hey, Asaba, since you call my sister Konghe, what kind of respect do you have for my sister? I think it's good to appreciate it. Really? Asaba looked at Shiba Ganju. Why did he feel that Shiba Ganju was a little unusual today? Asaba, I already understand your thoughts, you come on, I will help you. After Shiba Ganju finished speaking, he whistled and left the bamboo forest, leaving Asaba standing in a daze. My mind? Will you help me? Did I stay at Shiba's house in order to join Kurosaki Ichigo and others, and then invade Tsurugi with Kurosaki Ichigo and others, to stop Aizen Sosuke from acquiring Hogyaku, and was Shiba Gansu see-through? It's impossible. Although Asaba thought it was impossible, he thought about Shiba Gansu asking about Rukia Kukaki on purpose last night, and he said that again today, and he was uncertain for a while. Rukia Kukaki is the most important part of Aizen Sosuke's plan. Asaba originally thought that Shiba Gansu was because of the grudge between the Shiba family and Rukia Kukaki, but now there is a new possibility. Hey, what am I thinking about so much? At the moment, my most important task is to work hard to improve my strength. In the following days, Asaba stayed in the woods from morning to night, and from night to morning, drawing his sword. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryotsu plus 0.3. Host successfully draws his sword 2 million times and gets the reward for drawing the sword, the third form of Shikai. Asterisk. Chapter 41. Chapter 41, Suzaku Test? The True Power of the White Tiger Wind Domain. 4/4 for Flowers. Chapter 41, Suzaku Test? The True Power of the White Tiger Wind Domain. 4/4 for Flowers. After successfully drawing the sword 2 million times, even though Asaba is wearing the Ryotsu weight loaders, the current Ryotsu level still reaches the normal level of 3 seats in the squad. If Asaba disarms the Ryotsu weightlifter, Asaba's Ryotsu Water Commodore reaches the level of Vice Captain. There is actually a big gap between Ryotsu at the Vice Captain level and Ryotsu at the 3-seat level. It's just that the specific situation of each team is different, so it gives people the feeling that there is not much difference. The release of Ryotsu from Kuzujishi Yachiru alone will stun all the officers of the 11th Division, including the current Vice Captain of the 6th Division, Abarai Renji, and the future Vice Captain of the 11th Division, Madarei Mikeku. You can see the gap between the real Vice Captain level Ryotsu and the squad leader. In 1.5 months, Asaba went from being barely perceptible to Ryotsu to the level of a Vice Captain, which is definitely a miracle. Ryotsu is the measure of combat effectiveness in the Shinigami world. Shinigami can continuously increase the intensity of Ryotsu through exercise. Hard and long workouts, while improving Shinigami's Ryotsu, are too slow. The improvement in Ryotsu after a month of consistent workouts is almost negligible. And Asaba. Even with the Ryotsu weight-carrying gear, 70% of the rewards obtained every time the sword is drawn are absorbed. Every time Asaba draws his sword, he improves more Ryotsu than any other Shinigami who has worked hard for a month to improve. Of course, Ryotsu can also be improved by other special means. Like Shinigami doing Shikai and Bankai to Zanpakuto. Such as the special Ryotsu lifting device developed by the Technology Development Bureau. Of course, all of the above can only give Ryotsu a temporary boost, not a fundamental boost to the Shinigami's Ryotsu. There is another way to radically improve Ryotsu. That is the Hogyaku that Aizen Sosuke has been planning. Hogyaku is actually a bug-level item that improves Ryotsu. Asaba Zanpakuto Space. After Asaba came to the void space, he found 2 directions except for the things that were originally lit up. The location due south of Asaba is also shining brightly. Asaba probed his mind into the light due south, and was immediately sucked in by the light due south. When Asaba regained his vision, he found him standing in the air above a sea of fire. In the center of the sea of fire, there is a big red bird covered in flames. Asaba recognized at a glance that the big red bird was the Suzaku. Asaba Zanpakuto Space due east is the blue dragon. Due west is the white tiger. The due south position at this time is Suzaku. Then the 4th Shikai form of Asaba Zanpakuto, the remaining due north position, is Suanwuo. Asaba, you only need to pass my test and I will tell you your real name. Oh. Suzaku and Behu need Asaba to pass the test? Asaba nodded. Good. Asaba looked forward. When Behu tested Asaba, Asaba Master acquired King Glong's exclusive skill, 9 Heavens Thunder. He also learned the exclusive skill of the White Tiger, the Field of Wind. This time, what exclusive skills can I learn from Suzaku's test? Asaba asked, I wonder what your test is. Suzaku replied, my test is very simple, I will attack you 3 times, and you need to use the power of the White Tiger to avoid my 3 attacks. After Suzaku finished speaking, Asaba had a handful of Zanpakuto in front of him. It is the liberated White Tiger. After Asaba held the White Tiger, the aura on his body changed, and Ryotsu's level was infinitely close to Super Captain. Just like when the White Tiger tested Asaba, Suzaku temporarily lent his power to Asaba. Asaba now has unlimited fire power. Asaba, are you ready? I'm about to launch my first attack. Asaba hurriedly opened the wind field, because it was in a state of infinite fire power. Asaba's wind field directly enveloped the entire Suzaku space. Come on. Asaba stared at Suzaku and said. Huh. Asaba's voice just fell, and his face changed instantly. Because Suzaku has disappeared in Asaba's eyes. At the same time, Asaba, who opened the wind domain, sensed that Suzaku's attack had reached his back. What a great speed! Asaba's test is not to resist Suzaku's attack, but to evade. Then, Asaba hurriedly dodged to the side. Kankan dodged Suzaku's first attack. As expected of the White Tiger's wind domain, I can even sense such a fast attack. However, just now it was only 50% of my speed, and the next blow is 70% of my speed. Huh. Suzaku disappeared in place again. By the time Asaba sensed Suzaku's attack, Suzaku had already arrived in front of Asaba and was close at hand to Asaba. Damn it! Asaba knew he couldn't dodge Suzaku's blow. After opening the White Tiger's wind field, Asaba could sense Suzaku's attack. But Suzaku's speed was too fast, and Asaba's own speed couldn't keep up. If only I could Shunpo. Shunpo is one of Shinigami's 4 skills, but there are not many Shinigami who are true masters. Shunpo, like Zanpakuto Liberation, is not a master if you want to learn. Asaba does not know Shunpo. It is not that he cannot learn, but that he has not yet learned. Seeing that Asaba was about to be hit by the Suzaku and failed the test, the voice of the White Tiger resounded in Asaba's mind. Asaba, can my wind domain only sense incoming attacks? When the voice of the White Tiger sounded, everything in the vermilion bird space seemed to stop. Only Asaba and Behu were left to communicate with each other. Asaba, recall the battle when you were tested by me, and explore the true power of my wind domain from it. The real power of the White Tiger wind domain? Asaba thought about it carefully, and finally found that the wind field he opened was different from the power displayed by the White Tiger at that time. After Asaba opens the wind field, he can sense the incoming attack. The White Tiger, on the other hand, sensed the attack that Asaba was about to carry out in advance. There is an essential difference between the two. The White Tiger's voice sounded again. In the wind field, any movement will affect the flow of the wind. Asaba understood. Previously, after Asaba opened the wind field, he waited for the wind to give him an early warning, so as to sense the incoming attack. The power of the White Tiger wind domain is not waiting for the wind to give him an early warning, but actively sensing the changes in the wind. Thus, the opponent's attack is sensed in advance. In this way, even if Suzaku's speed is so fast that Asaba can't keep up, Asaba can also use early perception to avoid early. Asterisk. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, Asaba, my sister asked you to meet at 12 tonight, 1/4 for flowers. Chapter 42, Asaba, my sister asked you to meet at 12 tonight, 1/4 for flowers. Suzaku's space returned to normal. Suzaku's attack stopped in front of Asaba, who took the initiative to withdraw his hand and retreated to the side. Asaba, I'll give you one more chance. This time it's my 10% speed. Asaba nodded, then began to sense the changes in wind flow within the wind field. Up there. Before Suzaku acted, Asaba had already sensed Suzaku's next attack in advance. Just as Asaba dodged to the left, Suzaku's attack reached above where Asaba was standing. That's right, you have mastered the real power of the White Tiger wind domain so quickly, you deserve to be our master. My ability is to control the burning fire, my name is Suzaku. Seeing Suzaku directly telling him his real name, Asaba was puzzled at first and then relieved. Like the White Tiger, the purpose of testing Asaba is not to make things difficult for Asaba, or to disapprove of Asaba. The White Tiger is an exclusive skill to help Asaba master Qinglong. Suzaku is to help Asaba master Behu's exclusive skill, the real power in the field of wind. Although Asaba knew Suzaku's real name for a long time, if he wanted to complete the liberation of Suzaku, He had to tell Asaba himself, and Asaba could complete the liberation of Suzaku. After Asaba completed the liberation of Suzaku, he withdrew from the Zanpakuto space. Although I have completed the liberation of Suzaku, my current strength is still too weak. If I want to fight against Aizen Sosuke, even if it is Aizen Sosuke without Hogyaku, my current strength is still far from enough. Asaba pulled Zanpakuto out, held it with his left hand, and dabbed the transparent knife with his right hand. The flames burn my body, I am self-nirvana, Suzaku. As Asaba chanted Suzaku's Shikai softly, the form of Zanpakuto in Asaba's hand also changed. The hilt in Asaba's hand had a phoenix. There are phoenix feathers floating on the knife 10. The blade, which was originally transparent, turned into a vermilion color, and the whole body was covered with flames. After Asaba liberated Suzaku, his Ryutsu tripled. Asaba also learned about Suzaku's abilities after liberation. After liberating Suzaku, not only tripled Asaba's Ryutsu. At the same time, the speed of Asaba is also increased by 10 times. Moreover, when Asaba uses the liberated Suzaku to attack, the attack will have flames attached to the attack, and if he hits the target multiple times, he can ignite the spiritual power in the target's body. Qinglong strengthens its power, and the attack has a paralyzing effect, and the exclusive skill is 9 Days of Thunder. 9 Days of Thunder, summoning thunder within the range. Each thunder has a good attack power, and if you are hit by multiple thunders at the same time, you will be paralyzed. The White Tiger strengthens its perception, and the attack comes with a defense breaking effect, which is an exclusive skill field. The Wind Field, within the field, Asaba can sense the opponent's actions in advance through the wind. Suzaku strengthens the speed, and the attack has the effect of Burning Spirit. I haven't learned the exclusive skills yet. Maybe I won't learn Suzaku's exclusive skills until I liberate the fourth form. In the days that followed, Asaba continued to draw his sword to become stronger. Time passed slowly. One evening, Shiba Griffin finds Asaba. Asaba, my sister asked you to go to Sun Moon Lake at 12 o'clock in the evening. Sun Moon Lake is 2 miles west of Shiba's house. There is a small island in the center of the pool, which divides the pool into 2 sides. Did the flight attendant say something? It has been less than half a month since Aizen Sosuke betrayed the Soul Society. Asaba wants to seize all the time to draw his sword and become stronger. The flight attendant said that she has something very important to tell you in person. Oh, okay, please tell Miss Kang-hee, I will be there on time. Shiba Ganja gave Asaba a cheering look and left. After, Shiba Ganja found Shiba Kang-hee again, and also invited Shiba Kang-hee to Sun Moon Lake. Of course. The reason Shiba Gansu gave to Shiba Sara was that Asaba had something very important to tell her personally. Shiba Ganja conveyed the news to Asaba and Shiba Kang-hee respectively, so he took his younger brothers and rushed to Sun Moon Lake in advance to prepare. 12 o'clock that night. Asaba and Shiba Kang-hee came to Sun Moon Lake before and after. Asaba was about to ask Shiba what was going on with him, but Shiba was the one who spoke first. Asaba, you invited me here late at night, what is the important thing you want to tell me? Asaba was stunned for a moment. Asaba has the ultimate Ryutsu perception obtained by drawing his sword, and naturally he perceives Shiba Gansu and his younger brothers hiding in the dark. Asaba immediately understood that it was Shiba Ganja's ghost. Cough, the moon is so full tonight, I want to invite Miss Kang-hee to come out to admire the moon. A string of black lines appeared on Shiba's head. Asaba asked Shiba Ganja to invite her here. The so-called important thing is to see the moon? Shiba Sara Crane looked up into the air. Shiba Ganju, who was hiding in the dark, saw that both Asaba and Shiba Kang-hee were looking up at the sky, and immediately said, "Quick, it's now." Boom! 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 Heart-shaped fireworks appeared one after another in the sky that Asaba and Shiba Sara was looking at. Shibasara immediately recognized that it was her Shiba's fireworks. Knowing that it must be Shibaganju who is doing the trick in the dark. Ahem, Asaba, what do you mean? What's the meaning? What the hell do you mean? Asaba fooled Shibakangi and said that he invited her out to admire the moon, but he didn't want to betray Shibaganju. Although Asaba knew that Shibaganju was hiding in the dark, he didn't know that Shibaganju would come out like this. The fireworks in the air are of different colors, but they are all heart-shaped. When Shibasara looked at Asaba's face, the fireworks in the sky happened to be red. Shibasara looked at Asaba's face reddened by the fireworks, and immediately misunderstood. She whispered, Asaba, you like me? What? After Asaba was asked by Shibasara, he remembered the shapes of the fireworks in the sky and understood. Shibagansu is matching Asaba and his sister Shibasara, and giving Asaba a romantic opportunity to confess. But Asaba now is Hein only wants to become stronger, and has never thought about the relationship between children and children. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Chapter 43, Draw the knife 3 million times, reward the fourth Shikai form, 2/4 ask for flowers. Chapter 43, Draw the knife 3 million times, reward the fourth Shikai form, 2/4 ask for flowers. Facing Shibasara's question, Asaba carefully looked at Shibasara. Shibakangi has a beautiful face. Usually, due to his personality, the expression on his face has always been relatively large. Coupled with her very casual dress, it will give people a feeling of lack of femininity. If she dresses up properly, she can be considered a beauty. In fact, in addition to her beautiful face, Shibakangi has a very hot figure. But if you say that Asaba likes Shibakangi, it's really hard to say. At least Asaba didn't feel any heartbeat when facing Shibasara. Seeing that Asaba did not answer, Shibasara Tsuru asked again. "En? You asked me out late at night to watch such fireworks, don't you like me?" A string of black lines appeared on Asaba's head. What to do? How to answer? At this time, Shibaganju rushed out with his little brothers and began to sprinkle petals around Asaba and Shiba Sky Crane. Asaba, sister, are you surprised? Asaba said, Ganju, did you invite me here just to show me the fireworks of your Shiba's house? As expected of Shiba's fireworks, it's beautiful. Asaba naturally asked this to Shibasara on purpose. After Shibasara heard Asaba's words, he immediately understood what Asaba meant. She breathed a sigh of relief. She doesn't like Asaba either, she just thinks Asaba is good and treats Asaba as her younger brother. If Asaba really likes her and confesses to her tonight, she doesn't know what to do. Now that she learned that Asaba didn't want to confess to her, she felt relieved, but also had an inexplicable loss. At this time, it is human nature, just like a woman, who will always unconsciously care about other people's evaluation of her body and appearance. Shibakangi grabbed Shibaganju's ear and walked to one side. Ganzu, since you need a beating, then I'll do it for you. After Shibasara pulled Shibaganju aside, it was a fat beating. A few minutes later, Shibakangi clapped his hands and returned to Asaba. Asaba, I'm sorry, this is all a prank by my brother to make you see a joke. When you have time, I invite you to watch a real Shiba fireworks. Asaba nodded. I am waiting. After Asaba and Shibakangi left, Shiba's Ganju, whose head and face were exaggerated, got up from the ground with the help of his younger brother. Asaba, this piece of wood, I didn't take such a good opportunity. I gave me such a romantic opportunity in vain. One of the younger brothers said, Boss, I think we came out too early. The romantic atmosphere of the two of them was destroyed by our appearance, so that's why. Shibaganju asked suspiciously, is that so? Should be. Shibaganju kicked the little brother hard. Then why don't you stop me when I want to come out? After Shiba Ganja returned to Shiba's house, Shibasara called her into her room and beat her. "Ganturai, can't you see how hard Asaba has been trying to become stronger these days? Asaba wants to get revenge on Aizen Sosuke, so he desperately becomes stronger. You also keep saying that you want to ask the Kukaki's family for an explanation, but every day you only know how to go to Rukanga to hang out with your little brother. Do you think that Asaba can have the current changes in such a short period of time? Is it out of thin air? Ganju, put away your thoughts and stop disturbing Asaba's practice." Shiba Ganja felt very uncomfortable when he heard the words, not because he was blamed by Shibasara, but because of his own guilt. Asaba's achievements today may not only be due to talent, but also due to Asaba's own unremitting efforts. In terms of effort, his Shiba Ganja really can't compare to Asaba. If he Shiba Ganju is not from the Shiba family, one of the four nobles, he is born with strong spiritual power and a good Ryotsu. How could he have the qualifications and strength to bring a group of younger brothers to Rukanga every day to seek justice? Yes, sister, I know, I won't disturb Asaba anymore, and I will cultivate well myself. N. Shiba Konghe nodded in relief. Okay, go back to your own room. In the days that followed, Shiba Ganja no longer went to Rukanga and his younger brother to seek justice every day, but worked hard to practice his master's Shiba house spells. Another 10 days passed. Successful drawing of the knife, Ryotsu plus 0.3. Host successfully drew his sword 3 million times and received the reward for drawing the sword, the fourth Shikai form. Call. Asaba took a deep breath. Finally. The fourth form of Zanpakuto is also opened. Asaba's Ryotsu at this time also reached the level of vice captain. If Asaba removes the Ryotsu weight-carrying gear he is wearing, Ryotsu will reach the level of a terrifying general captain. At this time, it was less than 10 days before Aizen Sosuke's mutiny. Sitting cross-legged, Asaba entered a state of saber meditation and came to the Zanpakuto space. Asaba stands in the void space. At this time, the four directions with Asaba as the center are all lit up. Asaba probed his mind into the true north space, and was sucked in an instant. When Asaba regained his vision, he found him standing in the sky above the boundless sea. In the center of the sea, when Asaba looked at it, a basalt looked up at Asaba. The turtle said, "Asaba, if you want to know my real name, you still need to pass my test." Sure enough, there was another test. Suinwu hasn't explained what its test is, but Asaba guesses that it has something to do with Suzaku's exclusive skills. Asaba asked, "I don't know what the test is." "Use your master's vermilion sparrow power to set the sea of spirit on fire before it completely drowns you." Suinwu is composed of black tortoises and black tortoises. The ones who spoke just now and now are all black tortoises. After Xian Turtle finished speaking, he vomited to the sky. Immediately, a sea of spirits with a radius of 10 miles is centered on Asaba, slowly submerging towards Asaba. Asaba can perceive the powerful spiritual power contained in the sea water. This is a sea of spiritual power composed of spiritual suns, so it is called the Sea of Spirits by the mysterious turtle. Asterisk. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, Defense Unparalleled, Suinwu. 3/4 for flowers. Chapter 44, Defense Unparalleled, Suinwu. 3/4 for flowers. When Linghai was spit out by the mysterious turtle, a Zanpakuto covered in flames appeared in front of Asaba. It is the Suzaku after liberation. Asaba stretched out his hand to hold the liberated Suzaku in his hand, and the aura on his body suddenly changed. Asaba's Ryotsu climbed to the super captain level before stopping, just like when Suzaku Behu tested Asaba. Asaba now temporarily gets the Ryotsu that Suinwu gave him, and now has an infinite fire power state. Asaba looked at the sea of spirits that was slowly drowning towards him, and kept thinking about countermeasures in his mind. Suzaku mainly blesses my speed. At this time, the Linghai is slowly submerging me in all directions. No matter how fast I am, I can't escape. That is to say, the speed of Suzaku's blessing is useless at this time. Then, if you want to break the Linghai predicament, you have to use another ability of Suzaku. In addition to Suzaku's blessing on Asaba's speed, when Asaba uses the liberated Suzaku to slash the target, multiple slashes will ignite the target's spiritual power. Perhaps, this spirit sea can also be ignited. Asaba held the Suzaku, his figure flashed, and because of the blessing of speed, he almost instantly arrived in front of the sea of spirits that was shrinking towards the center. Brush. 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 Asaba kept swinging his sword and slashing at the sea of spirits. When Asaba slashed nearly 10 times in a row, the place where the Linghai was slashed by Asaba really burned. Asaba looked at the flames being extinguished by the waves behind and hurriedly stepped back. No, this is just a drop in the bucket. This sea of spirit will definitely drown me before I ignite it all. Can't it be broken? Linghai kept shrinking and submerging towards Asaba. Asaba held the liberated Suzaku in his hand, and while slashing at Linghai, he kept retreating toward the center, and at the same time, he thought about the solution. In the end, the range of Asaba's activities was less than 10 meters. Another minute passed. The radius is less than 7 meters. What to do? When Asaba can move within a radius of less than 1 meter. Suzaku's voice echoed in Asaba's mind. Asaba, my ability is to control the burning fire, can't you even ignite the spirit sea that is only 10 miles in diameter? What should I do? Asaba asked inwardly. Asaba, feel the true power of the unyielding flame on the blade with your heart. Put your mind into the flames covered by the knife. After an unknown amount of time, Asaba suddenly opened his eyes. I see. Asaba covered his Ryatsu all over the Suzaku sword he liberated. After Asaba covered Ryatsu on the Suzaku sword, because of the infinite fire power mode, his own Ryatsu was quickly replenished. Then, Asaba continued to cover Ryatsu towards the Suzaku blade. After repeating this a few times, the Ryatsu covered by the Suzaku sword reached an extremely terrifying level. The flames covered by Suzaku were also excited and jumped, as if they couldn't wait to ignite everything around them. The horror Ryatsu covered by Asaba spreads, covers, and oppresses in all directions from the Suzaku blade. The scope is the entire Linghai. The fire burns the sky. As Asaba sang softly. Seeing the spiritual sea that was about to drown Asaba, it was instantly ignited with Asaba at the center. The fire burns the sky. This is Suzaku's exclusive skill. It can ignite everything within the range, especially the spiritual power. The strongest fire attribute of Soul Society, Zanpakuto, is Ryujinjaka of Yamamoto Jinyazai Shiji-kuni. It is said that Yamamoto Genri Yuzei Shiji-kuni, with all his strength to liberate Ryujinjaka, can turn the entire Soul Society to ashes. And Asaba Suzaku, as long as Asaba Ryatsu is enough, the fire can be ignited even if the sky is released. That is to say, Zanpakuto, the strongest fire attribute, is no longer the Ryujinjaka of the chief captain Yamamoto Yuanyujai, but the Suzaku of Asaba. Of course, now Asaba's Ryatsu is far from a match for Yamamoto's Motorayanai Shogun. The power of Suzaku that Asaba can exert is far from the power of Ryujinjaka exerted by Yamamoto. Moreover, Asaba wants to use Suzaku's exclusive skill, the fire to burn the sky to set the sky on fire, but I don't know what level Asaba's Ryatsu has to achieve to do it. That's right, as expected of my master, so quickly mastered Suzaku's raging fire. My ability is to control the dark virus, my name is Suinwyu. After Asaba passed the Suinwyu test, Suinwyu informed Asaba of its real name. So far, Asaba has unlocked all 4 Shikai forms of Zanpakuto. They are Qinglong, Beihu, Suzaku, and Suinwyu. But at this time, Asaba did not withdraw from the Suanwoo space after learning Zanpakuto's real name as before. Asaba, you have now mastered the exclusive skills of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Suzaku. My Suanwoo's exclusive skills, but you don't have a master yet. At this time, it was the black snake wrapped around the mysterious turtle who spoke. Asaba said, I don't know how I can master your exclusive skills. Asaba, free me here. After the black snake finished speaking, it disappeared in front of Asaba with the black turtle. At the same time disappearing, and Asaba held the liberated Suzaku in his hand. But in front of Asaba, a transparent Zanpakuto appeared. It is the unliberated state of Asaba Zanpakuto. Asaba, liberate me here now. After Suanwoo informed Asaba's real name, Asaba knew Suanwoo's liberation language in his heart. This is Suanwoo space, is it really liberating Suanwoo? Since Suanwoo asked Asaba to do this, Asaba did not hesitate, took Zanpakuto in his hand, and sang softly in his mouth. Defense peerless, Suanwoo. As Asaba shouted the liberation language, the form of Zanpakuto in Asaba's hand changed. The handle of the knife turned into a curved snake-like shape, and the blade of the knife turned into a turtle shell. The blade, which was originally transparent, turned into a black body, and there was a black mist all over it. Asterisk. Chapter 45. Chapter 45, Suanwoo Exclusive Skills, Hidden Pressure Suanwoo. 4/4 for Flowers. Chapter 45, Suanwoo Exclusive Skills, Hidden Pressure Suanwoo. 4/4 for Flowers. After Asaba liberated Suanwoo, because it is still in a state of infinite firepower, Ryotsu has not changed. But Asaba knows that after liberating Suanwoo, he can also triple Ryotsu. In addition, Suanwoo will strengthen Asaba's defense by a factor of 10. When Asaba uses the basalt to attack the target, it will be highly poisonous. Asaba uses basalt to hit the target multiple times, which can poison the target. Asaba, perceive the black mist on the blade. Asaba plunged his mind into the black fog, knowing that these black fogs were poisoned by poison. Asaba, do you think these black mists are just poisonous? Try to cover Ryotsu on the black mist and cover you all over. When Asaba did so, he was overjoyed. Asaba discovers that his Ryotsu has disappeared. To be precise, it was hacked by Mist Shinobi, and it was completely hidden. That's right, by covering the whole body with this black mist, you can completely hide Ryotsu, and no one can perceive it. Isn't this the effect of the spiritual cloak? After applying the Kido bent light on the spirit mask, it can also achieve the effect of invisibility, and even the sound will not be detected. Asaba thought, if he applied bent light to himself in this state, wouldn't he also be able to achieve the effect of wearing a spiritual mask that applies bent light? Too bad Asaba doesn't know Kido bent light, otherwise he'd have to try it right away. See if it is really as he guessed. Black Snake said, this is one of my Suanwoo's exclusive skills, hidden pressure. Asaba asked suspiciously, one of the exclusive skills? Yes, my Suanwoo has another exclusive skill. This time, it was Xian Turtle who spoke again. I also have an exclusive skill called, Xianyu. After Xiangui finished speaking, Asaba directly knew how to use Xianwu's other exclusive skill, Xianyu. Asaba held the Suanwoo backhand in his hand, with the tip of the knife pointing down, and then let go. Under the urging of Asaba Ryotsu, Suanwoo revolves continuously around Asaba. This is Xianyu. Xianyu can automatically defend against all incoming attacks, even the Ryotsu oppression of Asaba by others. Moreover, Asaba can release to others. Of course, the defense strength is determined by the Ryotsu that Asaba covers on the Suanwoo. The stronger the Ryotsu that Asaba covers on the Suanwoo, the stronger the Suanwoo's defense. Suanwoo consists of a mysterious turtle and a black snake. Hidden pressure is the exclusive skill of Black Snake, which can completely hide Asaba's Ryutsu. Xianyu is the exclusive skill of Xian Turtle. As long as Asaba Ryutsu is strong enough, it can be called absolute defense. After Master Asaba acquired the two exclusive skills of Suanwuo, he withdrew from the Suanwuo space. Count the time, Rukia Kukiki will be discovered by Soul Society in a few days. The fact that she gave the power of Shinigami to Kurosaki Ichigo will be known to the Soul Society. Byakuya Kukiki should be about to take Abarai Renji to this world and take away the Shinigami power that Kurosaki Ichigo got from Rukia Kukiki. Bring Rukia Kukiki back to the Soul Society and accept the Central 46 verdict in the guise of Aizen Sosuke and others. Aizen Sosuke, you are plotting to frame me, aren't you afraid that I will hinder your plan to capture Hogyaku? Then I just want to stop it from showing you. Aizen Sosuke, with me Asaba, you want to get Hogyaku, I'm afraid it's not that easy. After Asaba made up his mind, he found Shibasara. Sister Konghe, can I ask you two favors? Shiba Konghe nodded. Tell me, Asaba, what do you want me to help you with? Seeing that Shiba Konghe still didn't know what he wanted her to do, Asaba agreed directly, feeling moved in his heart. The first one, I hope Miss Konghe can teach me Bent Light of Kido 21. Kido Bent Light is just an auxiliary Kido. If you want to learn Kido, I can teach you all the Kido I know. Shiba Konghe's Kido is very strong. Shihaoren Yuryuaki, the former captain of the 2nd Division, has praised Shiba Konghe's Kido. If there is time, Asaba is naturally willing to learn all Kido. But Asaba doesn't have that much time now. Stewardess Crane, I just want to learn Bent Light for now. That's it? Bent Light, Kido, serial number 21. It is considered a low-level Kido, and even a normal Shinigami is not difficult to learn. Asaba draws his sword for the ultimate Ryutsu control bonus. So it only took Asaba half an hour to fully master Kido Bent Light. Asaba, your Kido talent is really amazing, even I am not as good as myself. Shibasara was a complete master Bent Light at first, but it took nearly a day. And Asaba, it only took half an hour to become a complete master. Asaba, Kido's improvement to Shinigami is actually the biggest. Kido, it can be used for both attack and defense, and it can also be used to control opponents and heal injuries. I know that you are now pursuing stronger power. You can first learn Hado, the powerful attack in Kido, and I can teach you the rest of Hado except for Hado after a few 90 serial numbers. Asaba said. Thank you Miss Konghe, but it's enough for me to learn Bent Light temporarily. After I solve Aizen Sosuke's matter, I will definitely come to Miss Konghe to ask Kido for advice when I have time. Seeing that, Shibasara Tsuru didn't force it. Okay, then I will teach you all the Kido I know. If you are interested in the spells of my Shiba family, I can also teach you. The magic of the Shiba family cannot be passed on. Shiba Konghe is willing to pass the Shiba family spells to Asaba, which shows that she really regards Asaba as her family, her younger brother. Sister Crane, I would like to ask you to do me one more favor. Tell me, what do you want me to help you with? Asaba said, I hope Miss Konghe will help me open the gate to the real-world Karakura town. I will go to Karakura town. 2 hours later. After the preparations of Jinyan and Union, Shiba Konghe helped Asaba open the gate of crossing the world to Karakura town. Asterisk. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Arrive at Karakura town for the 3rd time, cut off Byakuya Kukiki. 1/4 asking for flowers. Chapter 46, Arrive at Karakura town for the 3rd time, cut off Byakuya Kukiki. 1/4 asking for flowers. Asaba, this is the gate that I opened with Kido. When you go through the broken world to Karakura town, there is no hell butterfly to lead the way. When you are in the passage, it is even more likely that you will encounter arrests in the boundary. You must be careful. Asaba nodded. Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the piercing gate. Shibakong looked at the slowly closing gate of the realm. She could only pray that Asaba didn't have an accident in the realm. Sister, don't worry, it's just to pass through the boundary. With Asaba's ability, nothing will happen. Since Shibaganju made Asaba his idol, his view of Asaba has changed drastically. In the eyes of Shibaganju, there is nothing that Asaba can't do. After Asaba entered the cut-off passage, everything went smoothly, and he did not encounter any detentions or arrests. After a few minutes, a traversal gate opened somewhere in Karakura town. A figure stepped out of the door and landed on a wire pole. It was night, and looking up from below, the moon just reflected behind the figure, which was quite artistic. This figure is naturally Asaba. This is my third visit to Karakura town. Asaba stood on the telephone pole, and after sensing it for a while, he jumped towards the east. Asaba kept jumping on the roof, all the way to the east of Karakura town. There, Asaba sensed several ryotsu of varying strengths. Karakura town is huge, but not many people have ryotsu. One is visored, but they all stay in a secret base, an old factory. And the skeletons used by the visored people in Karakura town were specially customized by Urahara Kisuk to isolate ryotsu. There is a powerful barrier outside their base, which cannot be sensed and entered by ordinary people. Even if the Technology Development Bureau of the Soul Society searched with all their strength, they could not perceive their existence. One is from the Urahara store. They also use special skeletons. The rest are the Kurosaki Ichigo family and the Ishida Uryu family. And Inu Orium and Sato Yasudare, who drew the power of full bring out because of their proximity to Hogyaku in Rukia Kukaki's body. 1 hour later, Asaba arrives near Kurosaka's house, in the alley where he was rescued by Rukia Kukaki from a false mouth. I really miss it. About 2 months ago, I was still the weakest and weakest person here, who could bully the weakest and the weakest. Now, if I encounter the inferior phantom, I can kill it without any effort. 10 minutes later, Asaba arrives outside Kurosaki Hospital. Asaba sensed Kurosaki Ichigo's ryotsu in Kurosaki Hospital. Kurosaki Ichigo is still at home, and the ryotsu on his body is still there, which means Byakuya Kukaki and Abarai Renji have not come to Karakura town yet. Fortunately, I caught up. Okay. Asaba turned to look not far away. I saw a door open there. It is through the gate. 2 figures came out of the gate of crossing the world. It was Byakuya Kukaki, the captain of the 6th Division, and Abarai Renji, who had just been promoted from the 11th Division to the vice-captain of the 11th Division about a month ago. Captain Kukaki, according to the information provided by the Technology Development Bureau, the boy who stole the power of Rukia Shinigami lives in this area. When Abarai Renji spoke, his eyes were full of anger. If it wasn't for the boy who took Rukia Kukaki's Shinigami power away, Central 46 would not have ordered him to come to life with Byakuya Kukaki and escort Rukia Kukaki back to the Soul Society trial. To know. Giving the power of Shinigami to someone in this world without authorization is a first-degree felony. What is a first-degree felony? Sinners who commit this crime will be imprisoned in the infernal hell at light level, or suffer the punishment of Sokyoku at worst. What is the punishment of Sokyoku? It is at the Shino execution ground in front of the Shrine of Sins, where the Sokyoku, which is usually sealed, is used to execute the prisoner. After the liberation of Sokyoku, it possesses the power of a million Zanpakuto. In the Soul Society's thousands of years of history, no Shinigami has survived the execution of Sokyoku. If Rukia Kukaki is really sentenced to Sokyoku, then there is only one fate for Rukia Kukaki. That is, die. Byakuya Kukaki said blankly, I have sensed that young Ryotsu, come with me. After Byakuya Kukaki stepped aside, he suddenly stopped. Captain Kukaki, what's wrong? Abarai Renji, who was in a hurry to find Kurosaki Ichigo to settle accounts, saw Byakuya Kukaki stopped and asked in confusion. Byakuya Kukaki pointed to Kurosaki Hospital not far ahead and said, "The boy lives there, you go first and I will come later." Although Abarai Renji was puzzled, he followed Byakuya Kukaki's order and headed towards Kurosaki Hospital first. After Abarai Renji left, Byakuya Kukaki looked at the empty street lights on the left. "Come out." As expected of the contemporary head of the Kukaki family, Kido bent light, he really couldn't hide from Captain Kukaki. Asaba leaned on the street lamp next to him, releasing the bent light effect on his body. Asaba didn't liberate Suinwuo, just imposed bent light on himself. Therefore, Asaba, who hid his Ryutsu, was discovered by Byakuya Kukaki, the captain of Shinigami. And Abarai Renji is just the vice captain. At this time Ryutsu is no longer as good as Asaba. In addition, Abarai Renji focused all his attention on Kurosaki Ichigo in the Kurosaki Hospital in front, and did not notice Asaba's existence at this time. "Asaba, weren't you expelled from Seireiti? Why did you appear in Karakura town?" Byakuya Kukaki looked at Asaba, who was very calm, and was very puzzled. Asaba said, "I'm here, naturally, waiting for Captain Kukaki." "Wait for me." Byakuya Kukaki frowned slightly. "Did you know in advance that I would be here?" "Since I'm here waiting for Captain Kukaki, of course I know in advance." Asaba did not hide it, and answered Byakuya Kukaki truthfully. Byakuya Kukaki felt Asaba's Ryutsu at this moment, and was surprised. Asterisk. Chapter 47. Chapter 47, Inform Byakuya Kukaki of the Aizen Sosuke conspiracy. 2/4 for flowers. Chapter 47, Inform Byakuya Kukaki of the Aizen Sosuke conspiracy. 2/4 for flowers. When Asaba was kicked out of Seireiti, Ryutsu had less than 5 seats. It had only been about 20 days, and Asaba's Ryutsu had already reached the level of a vice captain. Asaba's Ryutsu at this time was even above Abarai Renji, who had just been promoted from the 11th Division to the 6th Division vice captain. Abarai Renji's Ryutsu is not weak, although it was only the 6th seat of the 11th team. Abarai Renji's Ryutsu is a solid vice captain level, even above the average vice captain. Surprised, Byakuya Kukaki looked at the Zanpakuto that Asaba was wearing around his waist. "Isn't your Zanpakuto taken away by Shinigami of the first team?" Asaba replied, "My Zanpakuto was given to me when I left Seireiti." Although Byakuya Kukaki wondered why Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni did this, he did not doubt Asaba's words. Without Yamamoto's advice, even Kiraku Shunsui and Anoha Naretsu, 2 very senior Shinigami captains with Seireiti qualifications. There is also no right to return the Zanpakuto sentenced to Asaba by Central 46. Byakuya Kukaki asked again. "Asaba, you came here to let me discover you on purpose. What's your purpose?" Asaba smiled and said, "Why am I here to look for Captain Kukaki? Of course it's important to talk to Captain Kukaki. Important matter." Asaba nodded, then said, "Captain Kukaki, you may not believe what I'm going to say next." Byakuya Kukaki didn't answer, but stared straight into Asaba's eyes. Asaba continued, "Aizen Sosuke has been working on a plan, and the purpose of this plan is to get Hogyaku." "Hogyaku?" asked Byakuya Kukaki, who had never heard the word and didn't know what Hogyaku was. "It's a long story about what Hogyaku is. I won't explain it here to Captain Kukaki right now, but Captain Kukaki and the entire Shinigami of Godai 13th will soon know what Hogyaku is. Hogyaku is cumbersome to explain, and it involves a lot of Soul Society past events. Like Visored. Such as Ichimaru-jin and Matsumoto Rangiku. Such as Yura Harakisuke and Chihaurin Yuryuaki. Such as Kurosaki Ishine and Kurosaki Masaki. If Asaba explained each one clearly, I am afraid that it would arouse Byakuya Kukaki's suspicion even more. Therefore, Asaba did not intend to explain in detail to Byakuya Kukaki at this time. Asaba, do you think that if you just make up an unwarranted hogyaku, I will believe you? Asaba had long guessed that Captain Kukaki would not trust him so easily. Asaba isn't worried about that. Because Asaba knows Byakuya Kukaki's weakness, that is Rukia Kukaki. Although I can't explain what hogyaku is to Captain Kukaki right now, I can tell Captain Kukaki what Aizen Sosuke's plan is next. Asaba, I know the grievance between you and the 5th Division, do you think I will believe you? Captain Kukaki, listen to me. Byakuya Kukaki stopped talking and did not leave. Asaba knew that Byakuya Kukaki was signaling him to continue. So, Asaba continued. Rukia Kukaki is the core pawn in Aizen Sosuke's next plan. Really? Byakuya Kukaki's eyes turned cold as he looked at Asaba, and his hand was already on Zanpakuto. Asaba dared to make a fuss about Rukia Kukaki. If Asaba could not give him a reasonable explanation, he would not hesitate to attack Asaba and kill Asaba here. Rukia Kukaki is indeed Byakuya Kukaki's weakness. He would never allow others to take Rukia Kukaki and make a fuss in front of him. Although Byakuya Kukaki's Ryotsu was sealed by nearly 4/5, he still had the confidence to kill Asaba. The boy who received the power of Rukia Kukaki Shinigami was named Kurosaki Ichigo. The meeting between Rukia Kukaki and Kurosaki Ichigo was not accidental, but arranged by Aizen Sosuke. I know Captain Kukaki doesn't believe it. After you meet Kurosaki Ichigo, you can ask him his name to see if his name is Kurosaki Ichigo. Byakuya Kukaki said, Asaba, you arrived at Karakura town before me, and waited for me here in advance. It is not difficult for you to find out the name of the boy who took Rukia Shinigami's power. Asaba disapproved of Byakuya Kukaki's questioning and explained. Aizen Sosuke arranged for Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki to meet because Kurosaki Ichigo's identity is not simple. Leader Kukaki might as well go to Kurosaki Hospital before taking Kurosaki Ichigo and bring Rukia Kukaki back to the Soul Society. I think Captain Kukaki will make an unexpected discovery. After Rukia Kukaki gave the power of Shinigami to Kurosaki Ichigo, the reason why Ryotsu has not been able to restore it is because of her current righteous skeleton. Her skeleton now is very special and can prevent her from recovering Ryotsu, because that skeleton hides the hogyaku that Aizen Sosuke wants to get. After Captain Kukaki brings Rukia Kukaki back to the Soul Society, Central 40 SIXS sentence to Rukia Kukaki must be the punishment of Sokyoku. Moreover, the time of execution will continue to be advanced. Aizen Sosuke will be assassinated on the eve of Rukia Kukaki's final execution. Asaba paused and continued, of course, Aizen Sosuke is suspended animation. Byakuya Kukaki felt that Asaba's words were all nonsense, but Asaba spoke righteously and swears, and he couldn't see the appearance of lying. Captain Kukaki, I know you think what I'm saying is ridiculous, and it's normal for you not to believe me. I'm telling you this because Rukia Kukaki once saved me. This is my reward to Rukia Kukaki. Captain Kukaki, you don't have to believe my words, but please take my words to your heart. After you bring Rukia Kukaki back to the Soul Society, you must not let Aizen Sosuke approach Rukia Kukaki alone. As for the truth or falsehood of what I said before, Captain Kukaki can wait for the development of the situation and see if the things I said happened, so that we can know the truth of what I said. Asterisk. Chapter 48. Chapter 48, Ichigo loses the power of Shinigami, Rukia is brought back to Soul Society, 3/4 for flowers. Chapter 48, Ichigo loses the power of Shinigami, Rukia is brought back to Soul Society, 3/4 for flowers. When Byakuya Kukaki saw that Asaba stopped talking, he opened his mouth. Asaba, are you finished? Asaba nodded. Now that you're done, please do it. Byakuya Kukaki didn't believe Asaba's words, but it was about Rukia Kukaki, so he couldn't be more careful. Although Byakuya Kukaki didn't believe Asaba's words, he didn't do anything to Asaba either. Captain Kukaki, can you help open the gate of crossing the realm and take me back to Rukanga? Byakuya Kukaki stared blankly at Asaba for a few seconds before nodding and helping Asaba open the gate to Rukanga. Asaba walked to the front of the gate, turned to Byakuya Kukaki and said, "By the way, Captain Kukaki must be careful with Ichimaru-jin and Tuan Kaname, the two of them are with Aizen Sosuke." After Asaba finished speaking, without waiting for Byakuya Kukaki to respond, he stepped directly into the gate of the world, and the figure slowly disappeared from Byakuya Kukaki's eyes. Byakuya Kukaki looked at the slowly closing gate of the world, and his heart was very complicated. He didn't know whether to trust Asaba. On the other side, when Asaba talks to Byakuya Kukaki, Abarai Renji met Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Yuryu in front of Kurosaki Hospital. At this point, Abarai Renji is fighting Kurosaki Ichigo. Ishida Yulong watched the battle and didn't make a move. Before Abarai Renji came to this world, Ryatsu was limited to 4/5. So Abarai Renji was slightly suppressed by Kurosaki Ichigo at this moment. Byakuya Kukaki did not rush to join the battlefield, but also observed the battle between the two. "I didn't expect Kurosaki Ichigo to have such a strong spiritual power and Ryatsu just after receiving the power of Shinigami from Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo obviously doesn't know how to use the slashing fist to get rid of ghosts, and even Ryatsu can't control the use of it freely, but with his powerful spiritual power and Ryatsu, he can actually suppress Abarai Renji. Maybe, Kurosaki Ichigo's identity is really not as simple as Asaba said." What Byakuya Kukaki said to Asaba in his heart, he believed a little more. Although Kurosaki Ichigo suppressed Abarai Renji's Ryatsu was restricted, and Shikai had not been used at the moment, the two could not decide the winner for a while. Byakuya Kukaki did not choose to join the battlefield, but quietly came to Kurosaki Hospital. When Byakuya Kukaki saw Kurosaki Ishine at Kurosaki Hospital, he immediately understood what Asaba was talking about. "I can't believe that Shiba Ishine, the former captain of the 10th Division who disappeared, is here, and he is Kurosaki Ichigo's father. Is it true what Asaba said?" Byakuya Kukaki believed Asaba a little more, but still had doubts in his heart. Just as Abarai Renji was about to liberate Zanpakuto, Byakuya Kukaki suddenly appeared behind Kurosaki Ichigo and made a closing motion. "Sparkling flower. Captain Kukaki. Renji, you are really useless. To deal with a young man who has just acquired the power of Shinigami, can't use the slashing fist to drive away ghosts, and can't control Ryatsu to fight. Are you going to free Zanpakuto? Now, I have some regrets about transferring you from the 11th Division to the 6th Division as the vice-captain." Abarai Renji blushed, and he felt ashamed too. Of course, Abarai Renji was not convinced. "Captain Kukaki, this kid has an abnormal amount of spiritual power, and my Ryatsu is limited to 4/5, so..." Byakuya Kukaki interrupted Abarai Renji coldly. "The reason has always been an excuse for the weak." Abarai Renji stopped talking. Byakuya Kukaki's Ryatsu was similarly limited, but easily defeated Kurosaki Ichigo. This is the gap between him and Byakuya Kukaki. The reason why Abarai Renji applied to join the 6th Division many times was because of Rukia Kukaki and wanted to beat Byakuya Kukaki. It now appears that he still has a long way to go. "Kurosaki, how are you?" Yuryu Ishida came to support Kurosaki Ichigo, who had fallen to the ground, blood oozing from his shoulders. Yuryu Ishida can sense that Kurosaki Ichigo's Shinigami power is fading. "I am afraid that within 5 minutes, all the Shinigami power in Kurosaki Ichigo will be gone." Byakuya Kukaki just appeared behind Kurosaki Ichigo, using a special Shunpo technique, Sparkle Flower. Sparkling Flowers is Byakuya Kukaki's unique Shunpo technique. When cast, it can not only achieve the effect of Shunpo, but also cause damage to the target. After Byakuya Kukaki used a sparkle on Kurosaki Ichigo, he cut off Kurosaki Ichigo's sleep. Therefore, Kurosaki Ichigo's Shinigami power will not flow away until it disappears completely. Kurosaki Ichigo stood up holding Zanpakuto, and while he still had Shinigami's power, he wanted to continue fighting Byakuya Kukaki. Kurosaki, that's enough. Don't you understand? Even if you and I join forces, we will be his opponents if we die. If you keep fighting, you may die. Cough. Kurosaki Ichigo spat out a mouthful of blood, but they're going to take Rukia away. Even if I die, I will never let them take Rukia away. Byakuya Kukaki's heart moved slightly when he heard the words, but he did not express this emotion. If that's the case, then you're going to die. Saying that, Byakuya Kukaki pulled Zanpakuto out. Kurosaki Ichigo clasped Zanpakuto with both hands, ready to fight Byakuya Kukaki to the death. At this time, Rukia Kukaki came out. After giving Kurosaki Ichigo a distressed look, she walked slowly to Byakuya Kukaki's side. Brother, I'll go back to Soul Society with you, please don't do anything to Kurosaki Ichigo again. Byakuya Kukaki then put away Zanpakuto. Kurosaki Ichigo shouted. Rukia, don't go with him. I will protect you. Rukia Kukaki turned to look at Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki, with your current strength, you can't be my brother's opponent at all. Kurosaki, it's been a pleasure spending time with you, farewell. Rukia Kukaki knew that she might never see Kurosaki Ichigo again after she was brought back to Soul Society this time. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Rukia Kukaki, who followed Byakuya Kukaki into the gate, and although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. For the first time, a thirst for power welled up in his heart. Byakuya Kukaki opened the gate to Siritai and closed it. Urahara Kisuke flew here on a white cloth. Asterisk. Chapter 49. Chapter 49, the main story officially begins, and a good show is about to be staged. 4/4 for flowers. Chapter 49, the main story officially begins, and a good show is about to be staged. 4/4 for flowers. This white cloth is called a flying carpet and is one of the props developed by Urahara Kisuke. The flying carpet is a white cloth that can fly in the air and can carry several people at the same time. When flying, the flying carpet can change the direction of flight according to the wishes of the user. Manipulating the flying carpet requires the user to inject spiritual power. The flying speed of the flying carpet and the displayed shape are also controlled by the user's wishes. Clog hat. Urahara Kisuke said. Mr. Kurosaki, if you want to save Rukia Kukaki, come with me. In the boundary. Byakuya Kukaki asked Rukia Kukaki next to him, Rukia, when did you meet Asaba? Brother, who is Asaba? I'll ask casually. Oh. Originally, Byakuya Kukaki had believed in Asaba more than half. If he confirmed from Rukia Kukaki's mouth, Rukia Kukaki really saved Asaba. Then Byakuya Kukaki will fully believe what Asaba said to him before. Result. Rukia Kukaki didn't even know Asaba existed? Byakuya Kukaki thought to himself. It seems that Asaba has been holding a grudge against Division 5 and Aizen Sosuke since he was expelled from Siritai. He learned the news of Rukia Kukaki's existence in this world from nowhere, and then came here in advance to inquire about Kurosaki Ichigo's situation, and used this to deceive me. Asaba's purpose is to provoke me and Aizen Sosuke, and use me to deal with Aizen Sosuke. Humph, that's a good calculation. Asaba's heart is so vicious, and he dares to use Rukia against me. I should kill him just now and remove the disaster for the Soul Society. If Asaba knew Byakuya Kukaki and did not believe him, he would have vomited blood in anger. No wonder Rukia Kukaki. It was Asaba's own negligence that he forgot that Rukia Kukaki didn't know his name. After Asaba returned to Soul Society, he returned to Shiba's house. Shiba Sara and Shiba Gansu were relieved to see that Asaba returned safely from the present Karakura town. After Asaba returned to Shiba's house, he still went to the woods to continue drawing his sword to become stronger. Shiba Ganju finds Asaba with a curious expression on his face. Asaba, what are you doing here in Karakura town? Asaba said, "Before I came to Rukanga, my present life was Karakura town." "Oh. You miss your home in this world." After the whole soul of the present life is buried in Rukanga, the memory will not be erased. This is the case. After the whole soul arrives in Rukanga, even if it takes a lifetime, it is almost impossible to find relatives or acquaintances in this world in Rukanga. Moreover, when you go to Rukanga, there is almost no chance to return to the previous life. Even if I become a Shinigami and can go to the world, I don't know how much has passed, and it has long been a different person. Yes. Asaba looked at Shibaganju, rolled his eyes, and said, "By the way, when I went to the world, I just found out some news." Shibaganju was immediately interested. "What news? Didn't you ask me about Rukia Kukaki before? What, did you meet Rukia Kukaki in this world?" "I saw Rukia Kukaki from a distance in the present world being escorted back to Seoul Society by the captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kukaki, as if Rukia Kukaki had committed some first-degree felony in the present world." "First-degree felony?" Shibaganju said with a smile, "Deserving it?" "Asaba, I still have something to do, I'll go first." Asaba watched the back of Shibaganju leave, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Shibagansu went in the direction of West 1st Street, apparently to find out about Rukia Kukaki in Siriti. "Right now, all I have to do is wait at Shiba's house for Yuruaki to come with Kurosaki Ichigo and others. Then invade Siriti with them." The next day, Shibagansu has returned from West 1st Street. He found Asaba with a smile on his face, clearly confirming the news of Rukia Kukaki. That BCH, Rukia Kukaki, is said to have given the power of Shinigami to someone in this world without authorization. Central 46 has put Rukia Kukaki on trial. She will be sentenced to Sokyoku in a month's time. Rukia Kukaki's current execution time is 1 month away. But Asaba knew that Aizen Sosuke would keep shortening Rukia Kukaki's execution time. The final execution time is only a few days away. Originally, Kurosaki Ichigo still needs to spend time to stimulate his own Shinigami power, which is not in time to rescue Rukia Kukaki. However, when Kurosaki Ichigo and others come to the Seoul Society, they will encounter surprises. In this way, the time for them to come to Seoul Society is advanced. That is, within 2 or 3 days, Kurosaki Ichigo and others will arrive at Seoul Society. Ha ha ha. Although I can't avenge my brother myself, it's really relieved to see her end so miserably. Asaba knowingly asked, "Ganuji, do you have a grudge against Rukia Kukaki?" Only then did Shibagansu express the grievances between the Shiba family and Rukia Kukaki. "My brother Shibakayan, the previous head of our Shiba family, is a super genius. It only took my brother a year to graduate early from the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy with extremely good grades. After that, it didn't take long for my brother to become the vice captain of the 13th Division. Unfortunately, my brother was killed by that BCH Rukia Kukaki more than 100 years ago. Although Shiba Kukaki didn't know the real truth of the year, she had learned from Jushiro Yukitake that Shibakayan's death had nothing to do with Rukia Kukaki. Shiba Kukaki only knew that Shibakayan was actually killed in the hands of Su, and he was Zanpakuto who ran into Rukia Kukaki himself. He didn't know that Shibakayan was actually killed indirectly by Aizen Sosuke. Shibaganju was completely unaware and still thought that Shibakayan was killed by Rukia Kukaki. Asaba doesn't explain it either. This matter is not only the heart of the Shiba siblings, but also the heart of Rukia Kukaki. Let's wait until after the Aizen Sosuke incident, and they'll figure it out on their own. Shibakonghe's right arm was broken at the elbow. The lead man did not explain the specific reasons in the comics. However, there are 2 guesses for reference. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Chapter 50, Kurosaki Ichigo and others arrive at Seoul Society, the invasion of Siriti is ready, 1/4 ask for flowers. Chapter 50, Kurosaki Ichigo and others arrive at Soul Society. The invasion of Seireitei is ready. 1/4 ask for flowers. One explanation is that Shiba Konghe was cut off with the power of old age when Shiba fought with the virtual. Therefore, Shiba Sara's arm could not be restored, and only a prosthetic limb could be used. This was suggested by some Shinigami fans on the forums. According to them, similar plots have appeared in the comics. But Asaba did not find any relevant content in the comics. Another explanation is that Shiba Sara was informed of Shiba Kaion's accident. She went to Kukaki's house and wanted to settle accounts with Rukia Kukaki. As a result, his arm was cut off by a master of the Kukaki family. This is the plot in Shinigami's official novel, which can be verified. As for whether it is a great setting, it is unknown. I remember Inu Orium's ability to regenerate a severed limb. Inu Orium, who once helped Grimjo heal his amputated arm due to a mistake. When Inu Orium and Kurosaki Ichigo and others come to Shiba's house, let her try. Inu Orium does have this ability, but Asaba is not sure whether Inu Orium's current ability reaches this level. But it does not matter if it is not achieved, as long as it is determined to be feasible. After Inu Orium's ability is reached, let her help Shiba Kyuzuru heal his arm. Shiba Gansu first told Asaba the news of Rukia Kukaki, and then happily found Shiba Kukaki and informed Shiba Kukaki of the news of Rukia Kukaki. "Sister, why do you look unhappy?" Shiba Kukaki dodged his eyes and said, "Rukia Kukaki hasn't given us an explanation to Shiba's family, so she was sentenced to Sokyoku just like that. It's cheaper for her." Asaba returned to Soul Society for the second day. Shihao and Yuryuaki in Black Cat form arrived at Soul Society with Kurosaki Ichigo and others. They first went outside the Bidaemon and wanted to break into Seireitei directly through the Bidaemon. Although Kurosaki Ichigo defeated the guard of Bidaemon Yuanbansi Danfang. According to his pre-war agreement with Kurosaki Ichigo, Ikabansi Danfang opened the White Road Gate. When Kurosaki Ichigo and the others were about to enter Seireitei, the captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin, arrived. Ichimaru Jin slashed the opening of the door, and Kurosaki Ichigo and others were blocked from the White Road Gate. Aizen Sosuke, who arrived later, glared at Ichimaru Jin, who squinted without explaining. Aizen Sosuke chuckled lightly and didn't ask any further questions. Aizen Sosuke learns that Kurosaki Ichigo and others have come to Soul Society. He was afraid that Kurosaki Ichigo would disrupt his plans. Aizen Sosuke decided to bring the execution time of Rukia Kukaki earlier. Kurosaki Ichigo and others failed to enter Seireitei through the White Road Gate, so they found Shiba's house under the leadership of Yuryuaki. Asaba, who was drawing a sword in the woods to become stronger, sensed Kurosaki Ichigo and the others coming, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Kurosaki Ichigo and others have come to Shiba's house, and the real good show is about to be staged. Aizen, my first real showdown with you is about to begin. With me here, you can't easily capture Hogyaku. Inside Shiba's house, Yuryuaki informed Shiba of the purpose of this trip. After some hesitation, Shiba Sara agreed to Yuryuaki's request. Yuryuaki goes to find out what's going on inside Seireitei. Shiba Sara and Shiba Gansu are instructing Kurosaki Ichigo and others in their spiritual power release training. The spiritual power release training is to help Kurosaki Ichigo and other masters inject spiritual power into Shiba's special cannonballs to create the skills of spiritual power cannonballs. This is to prepare for the subsequent invasion of Seireitei. The next day, Yuryuaki came back with bad news. Rukia Kukaki's execution time was brought forward several times by Central 46. After 3 days, Rukia Kukaki will be taken to the Moro execution ground. Rukia Kukaki will be sentenced to Sokyoku there. The next morning, Kurosaki Ichigo finally learned to make psychic cannonballs. It's not that Kurosaki Ichigo has poor qualifications, but that his own spiritual power is too high to control. Shiba Sara is also ready. Shiba Kyozuru instructed Jinyan and Jinyan to call Kurosaki Ichigo and others to Shiba's backyard. Here, there is a fort with a radius of several meters. In the center of the fort is a firing barrel that is more than 10 meters high. After Kurosaki Ichigo and the others arrived at Shiba's house, Asaba kept drawing a knife in the woods. Rukia Kukaki is about to be sentenced to Sokyoku, and Kurosaki Ichigo and others are under great pressure. They've been busy, learning how to make psychic bombs. There is no time to pay attention to Asaba, who is drawing a knife in the woods. Therefore, although Kurosaki Ichigo and others knew about the existence of Asaba, they did not know who Asaba was. At this time, Shiba Kyozuru introduced Asaba to Yoryuaki and others. Yoryuaki, his name is Asaba. Asaba. Yoryuaki, in black cat form, looked at Asaba carefully. She finds Asaba's ryutsu to be pretty good, but she doesn't have any impression of Asaba. This time, Ganju and Asaba will go to Siriti with you. Asaba's strength is very good, and it should be able to help you a little bit. Yoryuaki, who had been staring at Asaba, asked. Why did you invade Siriti with us? Asaba raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. I was originally the third seat of the 4th division, and Aizen Sosuke plotted to frame me and expelled me from Siriti. I'm going here, naturally, I'm going to settle accounts with Aizen Sosuke. Yoryuaki looked at Shibasara and nodded when he saw Shibasara. Then come with us. Yoryuaki naturally knew about Hogyaku, and knew that the biggest enemy this time was actually Aizen Sosuke. Yoryuaki felt relieved when he learned that Asaba was going to find Aizen Sosuke to settle accounts. The enemy of the enemy is the friend. Asaba's ryutsu is really good, above the squad vice captain. This trip can indeed help them a lot. Kurosaki Ichigo came over with Shiba's special cannonball when he learned that Asaba was going with him. Yoryuaki, Asaba, you haven't practiced making psychic shells, is that okay? Shibasara said it before. Everyone who entered Siriti together this time must master the creation of spiritual cannonballs. Kurosaki Ichigo, who finally mastered the skill, looked at Yoryuaki and Asaba with some show-off. Asterisk.